2025 has been an epic year for the North American League. One of our teams even went and won the major just a month ago, but now we have to find a way to wrap this season up. And what better way to do that than by bringing our top 3 teams in person right here where we've been doing the NAL this entire time, the glorious city of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Your North American League final starts right now.
The time has come, and only 3 teams have made it this far.
Welcome to the show, my friend!
Everything comes down to this. Who will claim the throne? Who will lift the trophy? Who will be crowned the North American Regional Final Champions?
We run the gold!
1 HP.
After 2 hard-fought stages and a trophy lift in Munich, North America comes together for one final time in 2025. On land, in the city of brotherly love, M80, SSG, and Shopify Rebellion duke it out for regional glory. Welcome to the North American Regional Finals, everyone. So glad to have you with us. I'm Jonas Willinger, alongside 2 guys who know a bit about the intensity, just a bit of a moment like this. Guys, so glad you're here. We've got a lot to get to this weekend. We crown a regional champ. We crown a T2 champ tomorrow morning, and all of that happening in the next 30 hours or so. Looking forward to it.
I'm gonna be honest, I got butterflies in my stomach. This is the first time in the NAL I've had that happen, but I think because of the crowd, because of the atmosphere, it kind of just makes you feel like you're actually at a major event. And like you said, we're gonna be crowning an NAL regional champion. We're gonna be crowning a T2 champion. There is a lot to unfold and a lot to get into, and I'm super ecstatic.
Yeah, the last time we had a regional finals with a crowd, we played, and it was in 2020, I believe, all the way in Vegas. Yeah, we did. We got 4th out of the 4 teams that went. So to be able to have another regional event with the crowd, it definitely is a nostalgic moment for us, for sure.
Well, a great part about today as well is that we get to go straight into the action. We already got this bracket underway a couple of weeks ago, where we started with 6 teams: Shopify Rebellion, Space Station, M80, Oxygen, Dark Zero, and Wildcard. Over the course of 5 best-of-5s and a bit of a tricky lower bracket gauntlet there, well, we narrowed that down to 3.
Yeah, I don't think there was any big surprises when it comes to how the bracket has slowly played out. That being said, Shopify Rebellion getting knocked down first, I'd say that's the most noticeable one. But we all know how strong the lower bracket is, especially when a team starts getting win after win, building that momentum under their belt. They become a scary team to go up against.
Yeah, you even heard Spoit in that whole little intro into the series saying, we're running the gauntlet, and by God, they sure are. And they only got themselves here by having to go through that hurdle of Dark Zero and Oxygen. Can't wait to see them later into today's match.
And look at this trophy, what everyone's playing for. Haven't had one of these in a while. The NAL Regional Finals will lift that in, well, just about 24 hours time, like we said. What the schedule looks like today, though, I know this beautiful thing right here.
Right, how we
can lift it right now.
Well, we could. We will start things off with the winner's bracket final. The loser of that game will face Shopify Rebellion, now waiting in the wings to see who they face. That game will be an elimination game, and Laxing, that's a situation where you really don't want to go home. 2 days of land, you don't want to have to go down on the first one.
Yeah, I mean, for SR's side, I mean, you just ran the gauntlet to get here. Last thing you want to do is come to the LAN event and then immediately be sent home. And then on the side of M80 and Space Station, the last thing you want to do is fall out of a potential grand final and then to immediately go home and have to celebrate the holidays on a negative sense.
Well, our first matchup, as we said, is one that we have seen plenty of times before. A North American grudge match between 2 teams who were at the top of the standings before. M80, the major champs, the Stage 2 champs against SSG. Well, they won in Stage 1.
Yeah, and then M80 went on to win stage 2, essentially going on to Munich to then win Munich. They've had such an incredible last stage, but SSG, on the other hand, they've had ups and downs. We've talked about how we want to see their consistency. We want to see them be able to be a team like M80 that figure out exactly what they need and then start hitting the ground running. But so far, we'll have to see if that consistency is getting better or if it's just a day-to-day basis still.
Well, often we like to speculate how teams are feeling before we dive into the matches, but those teams are here in person. So our very own Caliber Jacob a few minutes ago had a chance to catch up with the teams, ask how they're feeling ahead of today's bout.
Gunnar, it's been about 4 weeks since the Munich Major. Would you guys say that M80 is now back into Munich form, or what's your mindset like as you're coming into finals this weekend?
We don't think of it as like a Munich form or anything. We're just trying to keep the same pace as what we did at that tournament and what we did beforehand. It's all just about being consistent and staying on top. And we've been practicing, and we feel good.
We've had lots of reasons to celebrate M80 having success as a team over the course of this year, but then you'll have individual games where it seems like you pop off above everybody else. Is there something in particular that enables you to have performances like that?
Just my teammates, some maps, they're just, I get in the map more, or they want me to play X operator and just get in there, and, that's what I do. And sometimes, Gavin's taking that role or Dee's taking that role, so, just my teammates.
There's obviously nothing better than being able to win a major LAN internationally, but what would winning one more LAN at the very end of the year mean to you and the team?
It would feel great, ending the year on a dub again. I hope we win. I really want to. Just end the year on a high spot.
End the year on a high note. Sounds good. Gunnar, thanks a lot and good luck.
Thank you.
Foltz, it's been about a month since your last LAN game at this point. What's SSG's philosophy coming into finals this weekend?
In these finals, I think we're just using it as another stepping stone to really fix the things that went wrong previously for us. Just keep it simple, stay on the same page, and just continue to improve.
It's felt like almost every series against M80 has been close in some respects, and it's all been in the context of online competition. Is there any particular key to beating M80 to make sure you start off this weekend strong?
No, I think they're at like a bit of a disadvantage just because, after you do well, teams kind of look into you. And I'm not going to say like they got complacent after they won, but, I think we got very hungry after our last performance and didn't take it lightly, so I think that works in our favor.
Winning in stage 1 is obviously a great feeling, but what would it mean to you and the team to make sure that you ended this year off on a high note by getting a LAN win here in Philly?
I don't really think it would mean like a ton to us. I think as long as we were able to like walk away from this event and say, we played how we wanted to play, that's really all we're looking to do.
Awesome. Thanks, Foltz. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. Always nice to hear from our teams before we dive into the action. But as we heard from both of them, feeling confident, M80 especially, as they should as the major champs. But one thing we do know is that coming into this matchup against SSG, it has been close, it has been competitive every time they've faced.
Yeah, we've seen throughout the year both of these teams go up against each other, and I think the one difference aspect is when M80 loses to SSG, it's always a very close battle, whereas when SSG loses to M80, it's usually a blowout, and especially towards the later half of this year, M80's found a little bit more consistency since bringing on Fabian. The whole year's game plan was adding depth to their arsenal, more utility-based operators, more different flexible roles and flexibility on being able to entry the map, being able to play slow and fast, and we've seen everybody on the roster essentially adapt to that. Kino and Hot and Cold can bounce from shield to shield, Gunnar is being an exceptional entry, and Diffuser still managing to entry regardless if he's on a fragging op or a utility op like Nomad or Grim. So everybody on the roster besides Gavin, because the team has made it very clear they don't want to change him at all. We've seen M80 slowly get better and better, and if Munich is a testament to anything, the game plan has been working for them in full force.
Well, one thing we asked before the opening round of this regional final, and I think a lot of people were wondering, can M80 keep that Munich major winning form up going into the regional final? And I think the answer was a resounding yes.
Yeah, when you look at their statistics, we commended them in Munich for being a well-rounded team. Everybody doing their role, everyone doing their job. It wasn't one necessary player standing above the others, because when you look at the statistics, it's just based on who's in what role. Like Gunnar said, whoever is going to be on that entry is going to find those kills. And then you see Hot and Cold, who is one of the best IGLs currently in the world, and he is leading the team. So you have to be able to look at them owning their roles in each respective right.
And something that you even highlighted when we got back here is, them winning the Munich Major, they didn't really have anything impressive in terms of their attacking or defensive stats. They were just at the 50 range percentile. But that really speaks into how well this team is in their coordination. And you talk about, hot and cold being this best IGL in the world currently. It does really speak into existence of how well they play around that IGL and their ideology, all under one goal in mind. Doesn't matter if they're in a disadvantage or a man advantage. They all understand the win condition and what they have to do to get to said point, and they execute it flawlessly every single time. And I think that's really what allows them to punch above the weight of the rest of the teams here.
Well, one of the major contributors to that effort, and it's no surprise to hear me say this, but Gunnar has been far and away one of your top guys on this team. 42 kills across 3 maps against OXG, 10 kills clear of the nearest player in the lobby.
Yeah, everyone, we were saying that everyone's doing their job on this team, but so far, Gunnar, we saw it in the interview with Jacob, there are games where he just turns up and is able to single-handedly win a series for his team. So to say, he is being enabled by the rest of this team, but he is a great gunner, and the fact is his positioning is what is smart, because not only is he getting the kills, but he's staying alive. Yes, 42 kills is an impressive feat to be able to get as one lone man, but the one statistic that stands out to me is being able to get 12 opening kills in their match against OXG and only 2 deaths. He is able to have as many opening kills as the entire enemy team, and he's staying alive every single round as well. That is incredible for an entry to be able to accomplish.
Yeah, and something that we even talked about when I asked him about his playstyle and what he does, essentially just sum it up, he's basically playing 3D chess at all times. He's not only playing against the 5 opponents that are in front of him, he's really playing against himself. How can he counter himself? What can he do to make a round play out into his favor? And to go through those mental gymnastics while also putting up a KD of 42 and 20 plus 22, it really does speak into just the individual prowess that Gunnar really has in his own rights, and why he can really carry the momentum and carry a game on his back.
And it's crazy to see his growth. You're talking about 3D chess. I remember when he was on Sonics, and a lot of people thought he couldn't even count the fingers on his hand. So it's like the growth from them to now is impressive.
Well, he's one of those players that has such a strong mental game. We know that about him. We also know that about the SSG roster as a whole. Laxing, this is a team that is often complimented for their mental fortitude. They might need it here today because they're coming off a rather lackluster performance at the Munich Major. Great year overall until that point, but they're looking to respond.
Yeah, I think Fultz said it best. They have a target on M80's back. They're hungry, especially after their last loss. If you're going to talk about a team that has resilience, has the mental fortitude, SSG is going to instantly come to mind, and rightfully so. We've seen time and time again with this SSG roster where they immediately collapse, but then they immediately catapult themselves back up to the top. And, we talk about this being a grudge match. It absolutely is. Going into this year, they've played each other 6 times, where so far, SSG has only been at the bottom of that, where M80 does sit atop above only 1 win. But that really goes in to say, I do think that they can come into this matchup really more prepared than what we've seen from M80. I do agree, when you do get a loss exactly how they did in Munich, it does make you strive to be a better team, a better player, a better individual, whereas on the side of M80, you are focusing on that consistency, but you aren't as hungry as a team as that loses the way that the SSG did. And as you even talked about just recently, SSG, we've seen them at their highs, but we've also seen them at their lows. And at least from what we saw at the start of this playoffs, to even put them into this matchup, we saw them at their high of dominating Shopify Rebellion.
Well, one thing we've talked about, obviously, SSG slightly have come out on the losing end of this head-to-head in 2025. But statistically speaking, they actually have an edge. When you unpack it, look at the attacking percentage, the defensive percentage, they have been better than M80 as a whole.
And this is exactly what I'm talking about and exactly what Fultz said. Being hungry. They came into that match versus Shopify Rebellion prepared, ready, collapsing on Shopify Rebellion, making them fall for their mistakes, punishing them on those mistakes. Where sure, you could argue M80 played 1 more round or 1 more map compared to them versus Auction, but you have to look at the stats, you have to look at the reality, and you have to look at this matchup and the stylistic matchup within itself. Both teams are very aggressive. I think the upper hand falls into SSG's favor in terms of that aggression, but at the same time, there are variables that you have to look at this SSG roster that are going to be very big win conditions for this team.
Yeah, one of the things that we've been begging to see from SSG is a consistency, but another aspect is being able able to be more diverse in their play styles. They're really aggressive balls to the wall, but when a team has a good understanding on them, their statistics look amazing because when they're at the high, they're slamming against teams. But when they're at the low, they're getting ran over because they don't have diversity to be able to understand and read the stylistic matchup and swap to a more passive play style. And that's something that we hopefully can see coming into today.
Well, Laxing, those statistical advantages you pointed out, now it kind of comes down to how can they leverage that into their favor, right? What is it that they can do to look at those numbers and say, we have the edge here. How do we put M80 into a position where we can take advantage of that?
Yeah, I mean, there's 3 big factors that I immediately look at. One is their opening kills. I mean, Fox already highlighted Gunnar going 12-2 on those opening kills. They have to eliminate that factor. And if they do get the opening kill, 70% of the time they are converting it. They are leading in that sense. And then you have to look at Benja. He's playing that supportive utility op. He's bringing the sledge. He's bringing the buck. He's bringing the ram. He is causing chaos for the defenders to be moving them out, to making them uncomfortable, make comms crazy, catching a player slipping up and punishing. They need Benja to stay alive for these mid to late run executes because that is where they absolutely thrive and they can just go balls to the wall. And then a really big one is they need to be able to control that aggression. And in theory, it's very easy to think like, oh, you can just stop. Don't play aggressive. Don't play it. But in practice, they are a creature of habit. Aggression is their name of the game, but it is also their Achilles heel. And I really want to see in terms of this stylistic matchup, whereas they know they can get aggressive, they can rely on it, but you also have to rely on the timing. You have to rely on the situation that you find yourself in, whether that's going to be Fultz, whether it's going to be any single player to identify, maybe we slow down, maybe we take our foot off the gas, we go into the passenger seat, allow M80 to make these mistakes, and then capitalize on it, then re-aggress. And then I really think that's the biggest, the contention point for this team is if they can get around their own aggression, because again, it is really their Achilles heel.
Well, we've seen 6 different maps played between these two teams over the course of the year. A lot of different ins and outs and flows of those play styles, as you pointed out. Foxay, what do we have in store for us today?
I mean, if you're SSG, you're going to be obviously the team that wants to be able to go to maps that favor your side. And what I was going to say is that SSG loves the smaller maps, but right out the gate, picking Bank, I mean, obviously SSG is a decent Bank team. It is a little bit more primarily aggressive for a bigger map, but it still begs the question is, do you want to fight on M80's worst map, or do you want to fight on SSG's big map? And looking at it into Labs, which is something that all day today, when we were going over things behind the scenes, I was saying that SSG needed to bring it to smaller maps, a skyscraper, a club, something of the sort that's going to allow SSG to get aggressive and fight back. Going to 2 back-to-back big maps is going to test SSG's ability to trade. Their sporadic, spread out play style is not going to find as easy success on these maps.
What's interesting to me when you look at both these maps, again, they both recently played in the playoffs, just in the regular NAL playoffs, but both teams are picking the map that they lost to. So M80 beat Space Station on Bank 7-2, and then vice versa on Labs. SSG would beat M80, and now they're picking into each other's maps that they won. So it really makes me believe that they are practicing these maps pretty heavily in scrims. They also understand what they want to do against their opponent. But again, you have to look at those win conditions from SSG is getting those opening kills, stopping Gunnar from finding that comfort and being able to open up rounds. They need a lot of these factors to really play into fruition if they want to be able to win these rounds. And for me, for SSG, I do heavily believe they need to get a 2-0 here, because if it goes to Chalet, I can't really see them, especially with the momentum shifts that are going to be happening from time to time, I can't really see it going into their favor.
Interesting.
Well, I'm hearing from you, Laxing, an idea that maybe SSG do have what it takes to win this game against the major champs. Do you feel that way overall?
You know, I am going to say that because international play is completely irrelevant once it comes back into regional play, because fact of the matter is, when you're at an international level, you have to constantly change your playstyle or adapt on the fly, given you're playing against an EML team, given you're playing against an APEC team or an SAL team. In your own region, you know what to already expect. You already have those idiosyncrasies under your under your sleeve to be able to pull out at any given moment to understand what a team is doing. You just don't have that internationally. So for that alone, I think SSG really does have all the momentum and everything on their side to get over this hurdle of M80 and push themselves into a grand final.
I don't know. I like the point that you made that they need to be able to make it in a 2-0, because if it goes to Chalet, they lose. I disagree. I think SSG needs to get to Chalet to a more primarily aggressive map, because these 2 slower maps, M80 can slow that tempo down. How will SSG respond? I don't know if they have it yet to be able to respond, and for that, I'm going to go with what's tried and true, M80.
All right, for a spot in the grand final, M80 and SSG, it's the next chapter in this storied rivalry, so we're going to send it down to the stage. Jacob?
Good evening, Philadelphia! It is my honor for the first time in a good 4 years to say the following. Welcome to the North American League Regional Finals! We started the journey of this NAL season all the way back in June. We brought the 10 best teams from the region and said, have at it, figure it out yourselves. And boy, howdy did they. We brought the top 6 from the year into one bracket to close out the year, and the 3 teams left are all that stand between what you call a couple of SI spots, but these guys already know they're going to Paris. This weekend, it's all about finishing grudges, making sure that you don't end the year on a bad note, and walking out, again, for the first time in 4 years, North American League Regional Champion. Our first match to open the proceedings, the boys have already talked about it, the Stage 1 champions in Space Station Gaming, the Stage 2 champions in M80. But M80 have already done a little bit more extracurricular activity in that time. Your reigning, defending major champions. So I say it's about time we kick this off. Philly, city of brotherly love, are you ready? A little more than that, I said, are you ready? Your upper bracket final starts right now.
M80 does have a bunch of egos. It could hurt him. I mean, SSG, I gotta put him down again.
M80's biggest weakness is they've been shown to choke. There's issues with their mentality.
A couple of their players can't shoot.
They're a bunch of meatheads and they're gonna lose.
And they're just gonna get shit on.
They focus on the past too much, but we focus on the present, so.
I'm sorry you guys had to fly all the way out here just to lose, but you know, it is what it is. I feel very good, very confident for this tournament.
I gotta say, Ollie, I do enjoy when you finally hear some of those personalities come through. To hear the shit talk fly back and forth, and especially in the region like North America, I feel like we're famous for it. But it's a fitting matchup for it to happen too. As Jacob said, the Stage 1 champs on one side versus the Stage 2 / reigning major champs on the other. And unfortunately, given that success they had in that international extracurricular, I think we're both leaning a little bit toward the reigning major champs, aren't we?
I think we are, aren't we? And it looks like our social prediction is going to be as well. I don't know what it is. When I saw the maps, honestly, I thought to myself, interesting. I've got a feeling it's M80 and 2. Now, I know that that's quite a bold statement, and there is already there is already a little bit of sort of question mark in the maps anyway, given that this is meant to be M80's worst map, and M80 beat Space Station on it last time they played it. And then you flip over to Nighthaven Labs, and SSG have won the last 2 times that these 2 teams have played on that map against each other. So you start thinking to yourself, but then you sort of think of the run that M80 are on, and knowing Fabian as a coach and as a person, you kind of give it to him that you think he's not going to want to drop the ball here. Like, Munich's done, that's in the bag. It's now about furthering that. It's now about cementing it in the home region. This doesn't mean anything for SI. SI's in the bag for both of these 2 teams. This is purely for pride and prize money.
Well, and also, I think something that you said, I think, increasingly more and more as we've got to this regional final stage, which is we're looking to not just send teams to SI, but figure out who's the best team that we're sending and whether or not we are sending those best teams. And it's something that Foltz touched on in his interview that The Desk talked about, which is even if any of these teams go home, one, as you said, they're already qualified for SI, but two, this is all about form right now. This is all seeing that whether or not you win, whether or not you get that trophy, are you playing the best that you possibly can be right before SI? Or, I suppose to state it more accurately, are you on that upward trajectory and you're going to peak right when you hit the biggest and most important tournament in the scene? That's what both these teams are thinking about, and I can imagine, at least for this map, both these teams not trying to, well, I don't know. I was going to say don't want to start off too hot, but SSG started off their 2-0 against SR with a 7-1 on Clubhouse before an extremely close 8-7. So if anybody's going to start off hot, it will be SSG.
Benjamaster getting a lot of value out of the shock drone right here. I thought he was going to go for the triple there, but he's just going to keep himself alive, switch into the other drone, wait for some charges to reappear. Gunnar, all the way on this top floor. Maybe not gathering the kind of attention that he was sort of hoping for. It's going to be Ashen in that first engagement, taking Gaveni down. Gunnar now need to really find something. This roam clear. Holy, SSG, no flies on them today.
I couldn't even really quite get my bearings in that map. I knew we had Gunnar roaming on the top floor. I knew we had somebody moving around Marble, but I don't even know how a Tachanka's died in the process. Diffuser moving around the middle floor. I mean, it seems based off the operator lineup, it's not the craziest bank setup of all time, but it seems that everyone on the planet decided to roam on that middle and top floor. Kino now in a 1v5 to start the game, and SSG very much looking to start off hot on bank. Remember, this is their map pick, but as Ollie mentioned, this is one that, even though it is technically M80's 9th preference map, the last time they played SSG on it, they won 7-2. And even though it's their 9th preference, M80 are the kind of team where we can afford them the assumption that this is coming out for a reason and that we have something we can expect from them on it. Unfortunately, not much to be given in round one. It seems that Kino will be doing a lot of waiting and letting SSG set up.
SSG weren't taking any chances there, were they? There was drones kicking off. We were still opening up server wall. Everything was working through as if there was still 2, 3, 4 defenders alive there. They really weren't taking any chances despite a very efficient roam clear on that top floor. Ashen getting 3 kills from one window upstairs is a massive problem. And M80, I mean, why you commented on it at the time, Links, there's a Tachanka on the top floor. Like, that's your banker. That's your ace up your sleeve for when this is like getting down to the wire and you're in the final 30 seconds on the site. Never mind getting out there onto the roam game with a Tachanka. Like, that's borderline unheard of. So maybe it was a bit of a reaction to try and relieve a bit of the pressure that Gunnar was feeling. But it was a very quick start, and SSG certainly didn't waste any time. M80 aren't going to reattempt downstairs. They're instead going to stick to a rotation. Gets into open area and cafe. Maybe go for something, I don't know, I look at the lineup and I go, maybe they're going for something a little bit more turtle. They've got the clash. You can't really turtle down on this bomb site. And you look over and, well, this time it's Gunnar on the Scopos. So that's kind of anti-turtle, isn't it?
Well, especially when last time Gunnar picked the Vigil, got both of his support fallback roamers got taken down. So he's like, well, if I get cut off, I'll just teleport back to the site and we can just evade the entire round one issue before it even comes to a head. I'll say, if you're Dokkaebi in this series on the side of SSG, your job is to get in the building in lightning speed. Well, last time it was Ashen, I believe. In this go-around, it's Benja, but both players finding gaps pretty quick. This one, though, a little different. Ashen was going head-on into that roam clear, whereas this time, Benja's found not really a gap, more so as Blue Stairs is barricaded off. He immediately takes that control and secures an important position generally on this site. Oftentimes we'll see attackers take it early, or even defenders rotate downstairs and try to flank up it late. So that way, if an attacker is pushing through square, you might get shot from behind. Gunnar in the exact same spot, generally speaking, that he was in round one. So very much worried about getting cut off in round two.
There's some good information to support Gunnar this time, though. Diffuser's placed a couple of Valkyrie cameras out there, and one of them actually looks out onto the rappel. Dangerous position for Nuas to be playing right now, as he's a little bit vulnerable. Dokkaebi call comes through, so those Valkyrie cameras useless for the time being. A C4 ready and ripped, but nobody moving in just yet. Kino, he's in a bit of a world of hurt right now, but he's attracting a heck of a lot of attention. This time, it's M80 with that first blood.
No idea how Kino's managed to live that long, running back and forth through the fire in front of the CEO windows, by the way. But falls back, and Benjamaster's placed early on for that cutoff. At the halfway point of the round, he gets it. Evens the man count 4-4. And neither team really gaining much of an advantage in terms of utility taken off the board. Maybe Kino losing a C4 if he hadn't used it, but really the main thing it costs is just a bit more time for SSG. Got to spend an extra 10, 15 seconds clearing the top floor. It's not major, especially given it being a 4v4. But this round is looking like it's trending to a slow and late finish. 10, 15 seconds might not seem like a lot now. But depending on how things turn out, it could matter a whole hell of a lot. Especially Ollie with a clash down below, Kiva barriers being placed on the site, somebody getting loose and deciding to flank as well. So as Benja moves just a little bit closer, we need to see SSG pick up the pace.
They've really stalled out there, and I think that losing Ashen and that ability to search out some of those Valkyrie cameras, it's going to be a problem. You can see Kino is on the square Valkyrie camera right now, so he knows everything that's going on in square, and he's going to be able to feed it through. The barbed wire indication is going to be enough on its own. Diffuser will fall, though, giving the advantage now to SSG in the final 15.
Advantage goes their way, but still trying to open up reinforced walls. Gunner going big inside of the site, funneling into the double door one by one. SSG fall to the guns of M80. J90 on the backside, a backstab that unfortunately has no distraction to make it effective. M80 tie the game in round 2, falling back much, much, much quicker than they did in round 1.
Honestly, it all comes down to the Valkyrie cameras for me. The fact that the square Valkyrie camera was still there, yeah, you can lose a mute for an IQ as a 1-for-1, and it's going to benefit the defenders every day of the week. Mute, utility, set and forget. The mute jammers are already out there. Yeah, okay, the C4 may or may not have been used. However, it doesn't matter when you've got priceless utility and priceless information like those Valkyrie cameras, and you've just taken out the perfect operator to deal with them. Look at the position that can be held there by Gunner, just tucking in behind the back of the B-bomb chassis. We also had Hot and Cold rotating over on the Clash for that backstab, because guess what? They've got the square information. They know that they can rotate in through tellers and get somebody in through that archives room and bang at the bottom of those square stairs. And with Clash now, you can just place that shield and you are just another thorn in the side. Good recovery there from M80 to bring it back to 1 round apiece. And we go back down to the basement after a little bit more confidence and a little bit more time thinking about it. M80 are willing to go back down here for a reattempt, avoiding, interestingly, that top floor.
Well, it is interesting. I mean, you know, this is the primary side. I'm not going to fault them too much or question it too much, but we didn't talk about the bans much at the beginning, but one of the very important ones is the smoke taken off the board. A key operator for this site, I mean, normally what you see is either the smoke of the Goyo or Tachanka in the Goyo. In this case, obviously, smoke gone just by the ban phase, but also Goyo not being brought by M80. Instead, maybe realizing that losing those toxic canisters kind of pigeonholes you with your site denial. You know that the attack is going to bring a Twitch. Benjamaster brought it in round 1, bringing it again in round 3. Very understandable in case they bring the Vulcan packs and the mirror windows, which they'll continue to bring. Been really impressed with how SSG are maneuvering this Dokkaebi. No matter who's playing it, they have found some really tricky spots. Hard pings around the corner, just creeping in. Ooh, but he misses his opportunity. Gunner barely even enough damage to write home about. Big shot by Ashen. But again, it's just a mute taken down like round 2. It was an IQ for a mute. That favors M80. This time, Dokkaebi for a mute. It's a 4v4, but the ops being taken down still favor the defense.
Benja there just going to activate an FNAT as he tries to move through into tellers. I get the feeling that the gig is up, though. As you can start to see the drop-off happen. Gaveni, Diffuser, they don't need to hang around. They've wasted nearly half of the round at this point. If the drone count is to be believed, which is debatable, there could be 2 drones left. But more importantly, you've taken down that Dokkaebi. You've already damaged and weakened the attacking force that's going to be facing you. And it slowed SSG down. Now, the hatches are open. So there is a requirement now to keep a good eye on those hatches, because anybody can drop with a moment's notice. There's going to be no sound cue with hatches opening. However, that's maybe a worry for a little bit later on. We start to see the main wall now get open. Fultz has got the diffuser as well. Benja may be looking for a little bit of a walk down these main stairs. Now, the mirror window has been taken out again, so Kino's got a bit more of a difficult time. But Gaveni, brilliant swing. And this is where we start to see the power of the Tachanka. 17 fire canisters.
It's just comically absurd. It's frankly ridiculous. especially when you can get a lineup like that. I was going to say, one thing that SSG and a lot of teams like to do is either throw down the smokes, throw down on the ROU projector to deal with that Tachanka, but it seems they found a solution for that particular problem. The greater issue, though, this aggression, this late round game from M80. Swinging marble stairs, retaking all the way up to the top floor. That is excellent recognition by Gaveni. Sees the smoke canister go down bottom marble, recognizes the attack, might treat that as a given, feel comfortable to melee the barbed wire, swings ahead of it, and what does that mean? If the marble player's gone, you might be able to sprint up the staircase as SSG commit to the site and play vertical through 2 different floors. That is really great opportunity recognition by Gaveni and a really strong round from M80.
I love how Gaveni goes all the way up to Janitors and ends up getting the kill from Janitor's hatch right way through. Brilliant stuff and a good adaptation from M80. Just kind of goes to show that, you know, sometimes a little bit of a deeper roam, not always required, and you may be playing a little bit more into SSG's hands there. It was a much different way of clearing the roam there. Ashen was forced to get into the building. Because top floor wasn't being held, it wasn't as if you've got the wealth of window angles that you can play with when you're up there. And Ashen got some really fortunate timing, of course, in round 1 to be able to get 3 players from the 1 repel. There's definitely a mistake been made there by M80, as well as a good play being made by Ashen. But you see the difference, what happens when you're forced into a really tight space like Tellers to try and clear that roam game out. And as we've seen, whoever's playing the Dokkaebi hasn't been messing about. They've been straight into the building, whether it's been Benja, Ashen, whoever. So committing quite early and getting themselves into the site, but then M80 with the ability to get that trade-off nice and quickly, you can just see the benefit there, and that was really the win condition. As soon as that happens, players start dropping, and we start to see the round crumble and stall out a little bit for SSG. We are going to go to the top floor for round number 5, and of all operators to hide, Diffuser opted to hide the Solace. He's not really stayed hidden for long, though, as he takes a ton of damage as he walks up marble stairs.
I was going to say, maybe he could have afforded to hide it a little longer. Not something you can exactly predict, but caught just through just a glimpse through that double door. Ashen puts him down to quite low HP. Whether or not he recognizes that was a Solace, it is an operator that he knows is on the roam and an operator that is now quite low, and Diffuser, who I imagine would want to go for a retake down below later on, is going to have to be really confident in the decision he makes, that the timing or the positioning or the info works, because you don't want to chance it and then, well, just an errant shot might do you in. Always love when you see things like this. Yokai hopping out the skylight, giving information where SSG might be on the roof. Can also, as you can see, drone down to the bottom floor, as it is in the first CEO defense we've had so far this half, and one that M80 don't seem to be playing all too, I suppose, non-traditionally at the start. We've got a lot of the same positions. Diffuser will indeed drop down below, but again, because of that low HP, he's got to be careful. SSG have generally been good with their cutoffs, setting up on the roam. It's only when they've been initially repelled that we've had a big issue, and here we go. Ashen making my point exactly. Spots Gunner over by ATM and takes him down.
Diffuser's got a really difficult decision to make now. Going to be stood at the top of those blue stairs, knows that there's a player inside of Archives, but he doesn't know that that's the end of the attackers and the positionings that the attackers hold right now. Conscious someone could be on the window, potentially a sound cue. Nuas, he's going to be hiding out there. Ashen, looks like he kind of knows that something's going on as well. Diffuser really needs to commit to this engagement right now, but it looks like he's going to be missing this gunfight. Sometimes you can just get the feeling. Crosshair placement a little bit too high, bit uncertain, worried about the window player, and boom, Ashen gets his second. That frees him up now to use that skeleton key from below. The only thing going against SSG right now is the time.
At the time in the repel can always be an attacking team's undoing, but they have so many factors to try and support it and turn the odds in their favor, which it already, I say turn in their favor, the odds are already somewhat there. Skeleton key from below, RU projectors going through. Kino can spot it with those Warden glasses, but doesn't even need to. 2 kills fly SSG's way, and it's hot and cold in a 1v4. Turns to the backside, understandably so, and that engagement just, that doesn't favor anybody in hot and cold's position. It's currently the Ashen show right now for Space Station Gaming, involved in every single opening duel. I believe in the 2 rounds SSG have won, he's got at least a 3K. So big ups for, I suppose, the youngest player on SSG, but certainly not the newest. Been with the squad for almost, no, over 2 years now. still showing that when he is hot, he is fire.
Ashen at land's a special thing as well, because you just know that he's talking his smack to his opponents. And especially when it's like such a sort of close quarters environment. Players aren't too far away from each other there, and that is not the biggest of rooms. So you know that whatever Ashen is saying, it's very likely being heard right now. But pretty much single-handedly carrying over the line there. Ty was able to operate on his own. We often say that's a very good trait of good book players, that get in below and want to use that skeleton key to make the vert, whether that's to flush players out and assist people that are holding angles on the top floor, whether it's to remove utility, whatever it might be. There is a requirement to be able to do that in a solo way and to not have to have someone come in and drone you or be there with you, because it kind of takes away some of the beauty of it, and it certainly takes away some of the element of surprise. And to be able to pick up 2 kills there, very impressive indeed. Self-sufficient book player is what we like to see. And at 2-2, round 5, we're going to go down to the open area once again. This was where a Valkyrie camera was kind of the undoing of the round, and where M80 have relied quite a lot on information so far this game. If you look at what they've been bringing a lot of Valk, a little bit of Echo, plenty of cameras. They haven't got anything this time. They've got the Mozzie. That isn't always brought as an information operator, though. We have to be realistic about these things, and you can't always expect to be able to hack a drone and to get it into a useful position. Usually to put drones off from going through little drone holes and create little mini games in that way. They've not got any traditional information, and I do just wonder and worry a little bit, given how much they've relied on that in previous rounds.
There's at least, I would say, a plethora of indirect measures, because your point is absolutely a valid one. Who Newer's hopping in, just missing that opportunity as the fire extinguisher goes up in smoke. And you hop into stock, tripping one of those wires placed by Gunner early on. It seems the shots fired in the early game will not meet purchase on any defender or attacker. And going back to the talk about utility, a lot of that primary direct utility they don't have, but we got 2 sets of barbed wire, we got Denari trips, and even certain smaller things. Like, for example, if you see a lot of drones getting hit by a specific mute jammer or a Mozzie pest, you know they're trying to find information over in that area. It's nothing direct, but if you are paying attention as an M80 defender, there are quite a lot of things that, based off a sound cue or the presence of intel or lack thereof, could give you an indication.
Benja got a bit of info to go off there. He's going to be hanging out inside of Janitors now. Ashen. He's been the player to keep an eye on. He managed to open up there from lobby and took a great angle all the way down through the hallway. It's quite a direct approach right now. It's a little bit unsure as to how much vert is actually being done at this moment in time and who's holding that. We'll be cautious about the stairs, though. 30 seconds left. I'll be honest, it kind of looks like SSG haven't got too much to go on right now. But with a big kill onto Gunner and a plant being attempted, they're going to go for it anyway.
Who they'll go for unfortunately, Ashen gets his second kill of the round onto Benja. That turns what was already an extremely close affair to one potentially favoring the defense. With 12 seconds to go, a clash on the board. Kino takes a 1v1 on Printer. 3K for the mute so far, and Diffuser stuck beneath the stock hatch. It was a very quick play for SSG off the back of it, and even without that team kill, things might not have gone their way. But the majority of the kills were SSG's until Kino landed that C4 and until Ashen unfortunately hit that team kill. An opportunity for SSG to maybe retake their lead, and instead it's M80 moving up 3-2.
It kind of just felt like SSG had run out of time and kind of had to go and try and stick a plant. Because the fact that you've still got C4 players in position and that isn't being like accounted for and baited out, it kind of tells you the whole story, doesn't it? You know, you're sort of hoping to sneak one by there or for someone to be able to shoot the C4 out of the air. The nice kill from Benja. You wonder how Ashen managed to kill Benja as well. I guess he's come through the sort of beeper's door and just found a really unfortunate angle, but it kind of feels like it was behind him almost to some degree. Regardless, a chance for a 3-3 split here in our first map of the night. Back downstairs we go. It's been a 50-50 site so far, which is It's kind of unusual to say because the basement is where you expect the defenders to get a lion's share of their rounds on this defensive side. Looks like we're going for a little bit of hiding as well this time, as it's Gunnar that will be keeping himself hidden on the Cade. So whereas we've seen M80 play with open hatches and happy to roam a little bit more extensively, they're going to be trying to lock those off this time. That really could cause quite a few problems. Although, SSG have read into it beautifully because the Thatcher is in play.
I think it's a sensible selection from M80 and a sensible read from SSG. I mean, M80 for their basement defenses, it's kind of a given since we've seen this site 3 times now this half. But they brought a different lineup pretty much every single time. Not necessarily a different methodology, but the Goya we've only had in 2 of the 3 rounds. Tachanka is really the only consistent piece we've had since the beginning. And obviously, that's kind of to be expected when smoke's taken off the board. Uno, unfortunate for Benji right here. Oh, that's brutal. Little trickiness with that shot drone, and unfortunately gets shot by Gunnar playing with the TCSG inside a garage. Normally seeing a Rooney in this position. Instead, Gunnar going with the bit more of the difficult to use TCSG, but one that if any SSG defender has to go up against it will hit like a truck.
Benji's still going to be trying to make his pathing route in through garage. That's where his second shock drone has been pretty much every round. Actually starting to get worked on now as well. And you'd hope so. We've seen a good portion of the round so far. We're approaching the halfway mark.
Oh, this is...
Looks like we're going to be able to get the red hatch open as well. So shouldn't really be any problems from this point onwards. Fultz has still got enough pellets to try and get the server wall open as well, but I don't think they know quite what's waiting for them here in blue. Kino with the shotgun. Vulcan Pack's there as well. This is going to be harder than SSG realize, I think, to deal with.
It might be, but they're investing a lot of resources in it. Coming from behind, Ukino swings around. Flash hits at the exact right time. Not enough time to turn on those glasses, and Ashen with the first pick. Involved in every single opening duel this half, by the way, and the victor of 5 of them. And yet it still resulted in a half where M80 are resoundingly in the lead. 3-2, yet maybe, just maybe, Fultz, no, cannot get the post. Instead, J90 pushes deep, and his efforts are still all for naught. An SSG duo in the 2v3. Newer still holds the top floor. There's so little time to reset, to think of an alternate spot. The Shamika grenades have gone down. Yet Gunnar, throughout that entire frenzy, did not relinquish control of his C4. Did not think to use it, decided not to use it. Whatever the answer may be, he still has it. Newers has got to be good on this cover to make sure that they survive. Shot landed onto Gunnar, but Diffuser with the final 2. 4-2 for M80 moving into the side swap, but the highlight for me is unwasted potential from Ashen. 5 opening duel victories involved in every single opening duel, and yet somehow SSG can't even get a tie half.
That's where you start to see a little bit of a problem develop, isn't it? And I think that in part it's due to who that opening engagement has been on and M80's ability to have a little bit more strength and depth. They're not solely reliant on individuals to pop off. And that can be said just from the very way that we've seen this game develop. Been a team performance throughout there from M80. I haven't seen anyone really overperform. Maybe the only one that you could a slight overperform is potentially Kino. And even then, I think you're kind of clutching at straws a little bit. 7-5. Kino can go 7-5.5. Why not? He could have done a better job of holding blue, though. And if that round had gone pear-shaped, I think we would have been going pretty heavy on the Warden with 2 Vulcan Packs, a shotgun at close range that's dying like that in blue.
Hey, we can give him a pass. And
he's
you know
Warden!
What? Hey, listen, okay? Sometimes the lights are too bright. Sometimes they're too bright. Happens to everybody. Plus, it's a 4-2 half. They won the round. I'm not complaining. I'm perfectly fine with it. You really got to feel for SSG, though. Like I said, a lot of openings given by Ashen. Then again, I do want to clarify. It's not their opening kills. They're not necessarily like early rounds that SSG won. I mean, Ashen got the opening pick in round 5, but it came at 29 seconds left. I think Ashen was probably the best setup for an opening kill, but it's not like SSG were trending towards some massive victory in that round, or Ashen got them a lot of control early on. Was it a good pick? Was it an important pick? Absolutely. And that was a very close round. So I don't want to give the assumption that this is, you know, SSG completely wasting these big opening kills by Ashen. There's still, I think, some general, team issues at the moment, particularly as that half went on. M80 were playing a little bit closer to the site, and SSG were spending a little bit more time trying to break through it. I think that's served M80's playstyle, at least for those defenses, very well. The start here, trying to channel some of that SSG energy, quickly moving into dirt. Barbed wire already meleeed. Once that dissipates, and once they take care of that other Vulcan pack, it seems like they'll try to put the hammer onto J90 as soon as possible.
Not an easy spot for J90 to try and play in right now. When does he pop the Vulcan pack? Oh, well, it gets popped for him. That kind of makes the decision for him there. Hot and Cold is now just going to be waiting for that fire to dissipate, to try and push in off the back of it. We've got Gunnar moving up these spiral stairs as well. Joe could be called just as he gets to the top. Should be able to give him the information that he desires. Benja playing inside of Archives. Not a lot of potential for a trade between these three players on the periphery. There's going to be no trade required already as Fultz takes Diffuser down, catches him lacking outside. That's going to give an advantage to SSG right now. There's a lot of stuff being thrown at these two server players. Now, Ashen's been able to join into that mixture as well. Bit of an oversight there from M80 not to try and push J90 sooner, maybe. Now going to try and wait for Kino to come in on that top side. He ain't going to lose that engagement again.
That catches J90 lacking. Yeah, I was about to say. He knows how this blue stairs position goes, knows a quick swing with the 612 might just be enough to get the job done. Ashen now trapped in a world of hurt behind the server stack. It's been tenacious plays from both of these teams. Started out with Fultz moving into electrical, taking a swing outside very late in the game. And I admire both of these teams trying to constantly find opportunities and find openings. It just so happens that at least in round 7, M80 have turned a lot more of those or converted a lot more of those into successes. And when you look at the utility they have to bolster this 4v2, it's really quite strong. Out of Dokkaebi calls, maybe. But he's got a line directly on the player in square. They've got the Blackbeard and the Candelas for the site as well. Deathmark Tracker's also giving him information. Just sees the Malusi spot up. Is a 1v1. Maybe Fultz wins that and things are different. The Gunner wins it today and it makes a strong round even more dominant. 27 seconds to go. Making the most of those Vulcan packs. Hot and Cold just creeps in. The fire not dissipating, but also not stretching far enough. And so now the Goyo finds himself trapped in gold. All his utility used and minimal positioning or opportunities available. M80 looking to move up 5-2 as SSG's pick seems like M80's map.
Very similar to the way that we saw SSG close out the rounds in a strong fashion after they got early advantages. Still looking to get that plant down, still looking to put the pressure onto that solo defender, even though they've got 3 bodies to spare. Timeout called by call out here. Maybe was hoping that the side swap would be something to ignite the players. Obviously the problems on the attack now, they're problems for another map. There must be something a little bit deeper going on here because we are seeing a very early tactical timeout brought into this defensive half. I wish we had listenings links. Feels like the kind of time we should have listenings, you know?
I mean, I kind of get the idea because you say it's early for the defensive half, but it's kind of, you know, circumstance, right? You're down 5-2 on Bank. You're expecting this to go a lot better given its placement in the series. I imagine some of the things Call Out might be saying. I mean, especially there. That is now, what, opening kill number 6 this whole series? And failed conversion number, what, 5?
Yeah.
I mean, you can't be letting that happen. Sorry, failed conversion number 4, completely different situation. Negates the whole point.
It's poor though, you know, make no mistake about it. I think the problem with their attacks, from what I can surmise, and I've been thinking about it even during the game as it's been going on, I just think that SSG is so slow. Like, which is a really weird thing to say about that team. but they were able to get those opening picks, and they just stalled out and didn't really do anything with it. Now, is that a comment on SSG, or is it more of a comment on M80 of how they can still feel like 5 bodies even though they're down at 4? You know, because they're that active, they're that busy, they're that proficient with that movement. There's probably a little bit of both, right? So there's a little bit of that going in there as well. But this game, if SSG don't get sorted whatever they need to sort, then this game really starts to run away, because M80 have shown us that they can attack. They've attacked the most difficult bomb site there. Again, not very successful in the opening portion of the round. It did take them quite a lot of time to clear out the player, and they did lose somebody at the start as well. Diffuser was gone. Like, they'd lost the gridlock. They were expecting flanks. They were expecting all sorts. And that didn't happen. We didn't see any of the track stingers sent out. I think Diffuser was still out on his drone when he got taken out. So there's that you can throw into there as well. Consistently losing these man advantage situations, it just comes down to timing and teamwork. And I think that's something that SSG are going to need to try and get a good handle on here. I mean, look at Action.
I was going to say, I mean, again, one small thing, but it's like a big thing on the attack changes. We comment the Dokkaebi, and every single of the first 3 rounds, Dokkaebi's involved in an engagement in the first few ones. Drops off, attack suddenly becomes slow. Here, SSG not really getting too aggressive outside of those set positions on the previous round. M80 effectively clear them, and what the hell do we have here? Ashen's like, I'm just going to rat. Let me take advantage of this. Oh, please just shoot him. Just do it, please. There we go. Tempting us. Ashen knows what we want. Whether or not it's been capitalized on, opening kill number 6 for Ashen at the moment. SSG continuing a 6 opening kill streak since round 3. Really poor droning from M80, gotta point it out. Might be traded, but losing the Blackbeard for the Cade. M80 might just try to pick up the pace. Yes, indeed. Diffuser sprinting through the toxic canister. Biffs the nade, dies on top of it. 3v3 as it's an extremely bizarre round 8.
Again, another situation where we're seeing these kills coming in thick and fast. This time, though, SSG in the driver's seat. Top floor has been kind to them so far, but it has cost them quite a lot to get to this point. They only have 1 C4 left for denial, if the round even comes to that. The hard breachers. The only bodies left standing for M80 right now. It looks like their gig is up. Fultz got a pretty good line of sight here onto Hot and Cold as he's announcing himself outside of that stock. Go on, just bang him through the wall. It looks so doable from this angle, but you know there's loads of stuff in between. Might get a chance here onto Gunnar and Will. Gunnar trying to make something happen there, but Hot and Cold not really in a position to work off the back of it or even get that trade out. This is clutching at straws stuff right now, as M80 don't expect to be in these sorts of positions. Bit of damage put into Fultz there, but everybody knows where Hot and Cold is now. He's gonna have to hit some lifers if he wants to get out of this one alive. Gets the down onto the first, but he's put even more low in the process. Only a matter of time there until Fultz hits the swing and SSG pick up what feels like the first round in a long old time here, Links.
Oh, it's been a long time. I mean, been 3 rounds since round 4. I guess 4, technically, if you include the one that just finished. And whether or not it was called in that timeout or was just a decision by Ashen or the team afterwards, they decided to go for the rat early. Clearly pays off. Expose a little bit of a gap in M80's drone game and takes down the Blackbeard early. I don't think M80's call to pick up the pace after is all that bad. In fact, I think you'll see a lot of teams, SSG included, who might go down a player, and you know the logical decision when you've just attained a 5v4 is, okay, you know, the opponent's just lost a body, they'll probably chill out for a little bit, they might be a little scared. And so you try to play off that assumption, right? Try to say, okay, SSG will assume we'll slow down, we'll pick up the pace. Things just get weird around stock. Diffuser, I think, also like flashed as well as running through the smoke canister. Just kind of ends up getting caught out in a weird spot. Big kill from Chan, I know, to take down Cavini hopping into stock. But really just a good mini play by Ashen to get that opening. Kind of starts things off right and takes down an important player early on. Got to see a little bit more, though. Got to see a little bit more. I imagine M80, again, talk about assumptions, we can afford them. Think we can afford them. That in this round we'll see them pick up their drone game. Of course, if they don't, sure, we'll talk about it. Hopefully we see something a little bit different from SSG, and it seems here, Ollie? I was about to say, maybe have a bit more close of a sight setup. We do have rotate holes being made up top.
It's slightly different, isn't it? We've got the Azami being brought this time. We've also got the Two-Brow, so those hatches are going to be a bit trickier to open, but Maverick counters that quite nicely anyway, so it's not going to be the biggest deal in the world. It may just take a little bit more time. But of course, you've got the problem then of, you know, which hatches do you go for? You've got the secondary hard breach as well, which is going to get affected by those Zoto canisters, but it's a time thing. It's not something that's really going to stop the round dead in its tracks. Early round drone work there for Diffuser. He's not wasted any time. He's already into Banana upstairs. Looks like the target is going to be Vengermaster here as Gaveni coming through, and you can just see him pre-selecting there his death mark. Got the inkling from that early info. Back hatch opened already. That gives a really nice option for a little bit later on. Ooh, you got to be careful there. Kino. I had horrible vision of him pushing blue there, and we could see there wasn't a silhouette there, but I had a horrible vision of that shield just getting bashed to the side, and next thing a shotgun swings and takes him out. But alas, he will live to fight another day, and this roam has been very quickly cleared right now with M80.
I think also SSG just playing a bit further back, which that seems to be the call that was made after that timeout. I mean, we see them go to CEO after losing basement. It's a site where you're kind of forced to all play within trading distance of each other. So is that a decision? Is that the site? Who knows? But as we go to basement, clearly the case. Playing a lot closer together. Sure, maybe somebody playing around blue, but that's more an isolated position, similar to how Kino is playing it. Everybody else trying to hold around the site, so Kino hops in with the blitz, sprinting after two different players in gold, but that is rough goings for Kino. Ashen swings around the corner, downs another. I think that might not have been the call, unfortunately, as SSG were waiting for it. This new, a bit more passive play from SSG is working out quite nicely in the past 2 rounds, and now it might be time for M80 to take another look.
Could be time for that tactical timeout from M80. I don't think it would be seen as too early right now. SSG have had some good success there on a couple of those defensive sides. They've used their tack, and it's worked out really well. We aren't going to see it just yet, though. Maybe let it draw level to a tie game. Maybe see what these next round of bans are going to be. Ying and an Echo. Both have been used by both sides. It does make sense. Going to go into that open area and staff room now. For a moment, we nearly saw a bit of a carbon copy of a lineup that M80 brought to defend at the very same side. It's nice to see that we've got SSG now operating at different levels. When we've praised this team the most, Lynx, we've said that they have got an ability to play fast, they've got an ability to play slow. And it felt like today, all they'd remembered was the ability to play fast and not knowing when to just take that foot off a little bit. And just let your opponents make the mistakes into you or force the clock onto them in a lot of cases. And it just feels like they've managed to find that rhythm over the course of the last couple of rounds. And kind of look at it, it's kind of on M80 to respond right now because they may be looking a little bit flat-footed at the minute.
Oh, absolutely. SSG put forth a really strong counter argument. Gotta commend them for the performance they've had in the past 2 rounds. And it's the point where we you know, now we have to stop affording M80 those assumptions. Now the onus really is on them. We got to see them pick it up. Not necessarily the pace, but I think just get a better handle on what SSG are now doing to them. The tertiary side might be the spot to do it. You cannot just pretty much all play on the bottom floor or all play on the top floor. You got to have a little bit more of a split setup here, and that will naturally, intrinsically afford a little bit more openings to M80. Some positions to cut off, some roamers to push straight up. They could do either. They could send Kino in to maybe square, for example, then try to have somebody cut off from the lobby on the opposite side. There are at least more opportunities for it on this site, just because it'll force SSG to not play the style they wanted to and were able to do on CEO and Lockers. Foltz having some shots fly his way early on, but I think it's going to be a little bit of time before we see any lethal engagements.
Yeah, it really ought to be. At this point, you kind of don't want to see M80 just running headlong into it. And where SSG have sort of shone in the last couple of rounds is when they've held back just a little bit. We call there hot and cold just to give him a bit more to try and move through, but already he's circling. A lot of bodies, a lot of outlines knocking around inside of this Archive Tellers area. It just looks like they're going to slip the net on him. Able to rotate out through or toward main, but I mean, how's going to not have been able to pick up that kill? Surely there was a bit of an angle there. Is hot and cold going to go all the way here? Don't forget he's got the kit as well, Lings.
He'll make it deep. First kill of the map so far, excuse me. Makes it all the way, and that's really good information because he's pushed deep, and Gunner has the hallway cut off, so he can tell if anybody's rotating up. So that gives Hot and Cold the confidence to make that play, knows he can push all the way into Archives, and then, of course, take that aggressive line, take down Newers, and now they can back off. This is such big control established from M80. Right around the site, SSG also not really roaming on the top floor. They've got the whole bomb site surrounded right now.
M80 in a really nice spot. Minute left on the clock. Plenty of time to try and work this pick. Another doe could be called there. C4 attempted on the vert, but not successful. A drop there into admin office, but J9O's there with a response. Isn't going to be traded, is in fact going to find a second, but it might not matter. Fultz now has it all to do. We spoke of the importance of Valkyrie cameras when M80 were on that defensive side. There's Valkyrie cameras here, but I don't think they're going to be enough.
Well, he's got the kill and can slip back into the Archives teller's position. Unfortunately, it's that shield that's covering for the moment. Normally, you want the active gun, but for Fultz's concern right now, he wants a head poking out. He wants a shot that he can land. And now, with Gavini falling off, maybe he just might. Kino will play front, find the information, relay it to the gridlock, be the one that draws all of that attention. It'll keep Fultz boxed in inside a small office. Feet show themselves for just a little bit, but you'd want any other gun on the planet rather than that MPX right now to deal with this engagement. Hunting for information, Gavini finally pops out. M80 up 6-4 on SSG's pick. And the moment they got control of Archives tellers, they didn't waste a single second.
I really love that quick play. It's kind of funny, isn't it? Because it's been Dokkaebi all day that has been making those quick plays, no matter who has been on that operator. Hot and Cold didn't have a kill until the start of that map, but he was straight on in there, opening up the round for his team. Taking a little bit of advantage, I think, of the sort of slow play style that SSG had gotten themselves into over the past couple of rounds. Maybe that was some time for SSG to play things a little bit quicker. I know we've praised them on the slow play, but it doesn't mean that their quick play or their more aggressive play doesn't work out. This is an aggressive round, make no mistake, from M80. And now they've got themselves onto map point right now, still with that tactical timeout in their hand if they need it. We go to the top floor then for what could be the final round of map number 1.
It could absolutely, but I still think, given the strengths we've seen from SSG this half, I don't think overtime is out of the question by any stretch. The CEO and Lockers, obviously they both won it previously, but on that site, there's just a lot more openings that you can go for. I would, no pun intended because it's open area, but you're able to slip through front lobby with a Dokkaebi, creep your way into tellers if there's a little bit of a gap, just because there's so much more space you have to cover. You can't really sit inside of the site or immediately around the site like you can for CEO or Lockers. And when SSG have been in very easily tradable positions, when they haven't left a gap, because it's kind of impossible to leave gaps on sites like this if you anchor, I think this could be a very strong performance these couple rounds to push us to OT. I don't think that's out of the question whatsoever.
Do you want a little fun fact?
I love fun facts.
8 out of the 10 rounds that we've seen, a player has had a 3K or better. Like, this has been one of the heaviest multi-kill games I can remember watching. And it's been all sorts of different players as well. It's not just been one.
That's what I was going to say.
More on the side of M80, it's fair to say, 5 to 3. But that kind of represents itself in the scoreline. Fuse's position right now is quite interesting. Underneath with IQ's scanner. We've had the Sense gadget go out as well, so that's ready to be activated as and when. It kind of feels like M80 is setting themselves up for something here. We start to see Gunnar hopping on in. We'll be trying to get that wall open as well. Nades just to force back the clash for the time being. That exothermic has been placed, the nade affording that time, but it's going to be Hot and Cold, the first player to fall. Ashen, again with another opening pick in this map.
A really nice angle from inside of Janitor all the way to the square rappel, I think. Get another one too as Gunnar, who was hopping over the railing for dear life as the Clash put down her shield. Still taken out in the process. And these closer setups have been so good for SSG that this round seems like a bit of a foregone conclusion. There's no air in this setup. There's nothing for M80 to slip through to break open. They're going to need to take fights and just win them straight up. Janano loses a lot of health. Nade goes out, lands at the Clash's feet. Another player in stock as well. So there are theoretical opportunities. It's just the feasible ones that M80 are long on right now. SSG are doing a good job staying disciplined, not swinging all that much, biding their time and playing their positions. It's the name of the game for the last 30 seconds. And with these many DMRs, I mean, the TCSG, the M14, and the AR-15, they've got the angles to do it, but the ROU goes in. Diffuser now putting both the diffuser down, finally spots him. Oh, but the shot, oh, just barely goes wide. Viewers lets a few fly, but then finally lands the ones most important. Really good play by M80, but unfortunately spotted by Space Station Gaming, and now just one round away from OT.
It was a nice attempt to get the plan down there, but it was always going to be a really difficult one. You've got that ROU projector. You've got that slight off angle, but it just wasn't enough of an off angle to make it work. Tactical timeout now being used, I believe. Fabian wants his time to say his piece to the team. A far closer game than we would have anticipated had you just looked at the map preference and gone, oh, it's 9th preference for M80. No worries. We're on the brink of overtime right here. It's a hell of a camera shot as well. Fabian like fully darked out, like in the shadows, like no light on him. Looks like Batman right now.
Just looming over this M80 squad. As you know, in all likelihood, next site's going to be lockers from SSG. That's good and bad for both teams. Both teams will take this tactical timeout to really iron out what they want to do, but of course, M80 with that, obviously, technically speaking, not a controlled variable, but effectively, be pretty surprising if SSG went to the one site well, extending out the one site they've lost, but the one site they have looked definitely weaker on than the other two. And I think in hindsight, one thing I would have liked to see maybe on CEO, a little bit more pressure from below. Very lateral take. SSG have not really been giving too many fights on that top floor. A buck might have been nice in hindsight, similar to what SSG did, but of course, overall, the highlight for me really has been SSG trading really well. And honestly, it's the team play. I mean, we were talking about Ashen a lot early on, and I think, you know, we still can for very fair reasons. I mean, he just got another opening pick in that round, so he's up to what, I think 8-1 so far this game. But the defensive half has really been a team effort. Sure, we've had a Fultz 3K and a Newers 3K, but Ollie, for me, this has been a team game for SSG to make this comeback.
And they've played well, haven't they? It's not been an easy game. It's been almost a classic SSG game in a lot of ways because it's not been so straightforward. It's been a little bit of a brawl. It's been a, you know, a dirty street fight almost. Let's see what we have in store for the potential final round. Of course, overtime is still a possibility. To remind everyone, Nighthaven Labs and Chalet are going to be the two maps left inside of this series. Of course, Nighthaven Labs a guarantee, Chalet if required. And then, of course, a whole other series after that. SR are sat waiting right now. Waiting to see who they will be going up against. The winner of this series, of course, through into that finals. Loser dropping down into that game against SR a little bit later on.
First bit of hard destruction comes on that top floor. And Medi looking to make sure that every nook and cranny is cleared. Beanie believe, yep, losing a lot of HP to that C4 thrown out by Ashen. But they at least gain peace of mind that the top and middle floors are clear. Well, the issue is now you have to run into the thing that's been SSG's saving grace so far. And look at the utility they've got to support it. Shamika canisters and Vulcan packs. Ironically, no smoke, despite the fact that smoke is available for SSG. But you got plenty. Both C4s might be used, but a lot of plant denial on the site. No clear method or no clear avenue by which Kino can get in on this blitz. Tried gold last time, was repelled quite quickly. Might just be going for more default plant, perhaps? He doesn't even have diffuser.
It's quite early posture in this, isn't it? Oh. What? Kino, come on! I mean, you can't even give that, like... It feels criminal that we've got to give that to Ashen as another opening pick because anybody could have hit that shot.
I definitely, unfortunately, think Kino maybe disrespecting that angle a little too much. He gets really aggressive on the breach, and the Grim actually hadn't opened it yet. He was actively placing the breach as Ashen swung around the corner. I think it's a combination of, I mean, maybe Kino exposing himself a little bit, but if any player is going to take advantage of a moment like that, flip that basic assumption on its head, it would be Ashen. He makes it work. No C4 to play in this late round, though. So as Gunnar pushes deep, as the Clash is on the top floor, M80 able to gain some forward momentum. Hot and Cold pushing all the way through. Might be able to get this diffuser down, dodging the firebolts as J9O's default lineup is itself turned on its head. Takes advantage of the assumption, and to be fair, the lack of eyesight, the smoke grenade blinding J9O from gaining any new information. So it's a 3v3 SSG with enough guns to fight M80, enough health to do so too. But look at this angle from Hot and Cold. It's just a trade. Things level out again. But on the verticality that's so firmly in M80's favor, what can they land? A very quick shot as Newer's on the cover, and another attempt. Where's Gavini all the way across? Can he get there in time? Can he land it? Yes, he can! Regulation for M80, 7-5 on SSG's pick. And looking to Nighthaven, 1-0 in the series.
M80 really giving us something to get a little bit nervous about there with that flank going down. The way that that round started, of course, with Kino going down as well. Another opening pick for Action. That has got to be the most opening engagements from a single player I have ever seen in a map of Rainbow Six Siege. He was absolutely everywhere. 9-1, ended +8, and it still wasn't enough for his team to pull it over the line. We're going to cut to a very short break. After that, we'll be back with the guys in the studio to break it down.
Available now.
Hey, and we are back. 7-5 M80. Take it. Really was a matter of SSG playing their game, and it looked like they were playing it well. But M80, simple, cool, calm, collected, they get the job done.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. I mean, Gunnar even said, you know, in that short little interview, the pregame interviews, you know, we're just going to stick to our consistency. We aren't focused on what we did in Munich. We just want to play our own game of Siege, and that's exactly what we saw. I don't really think that they had a lot of the control within this game. I honestly thought SSG did look better. They just couldn't execute, where M80, they just played to their defaults. They played to those win conditions. As I said, you know, it doesn't matter if they're in a man disadvantage. They will play for the win condition, and they will execute it time and time again. And it was big multi-frags from so many of the players across the board, where again, it speaks into the over-aggression that we've talked about with SSG.
Well, Jacob had a moment to catch up with our players after that matchup. Here's him down on the sidelines.
Kino, last time you played Space Station on Bank, that was a 7-2, went your way, but this time they were a lot more tenacious and won a lot more of those entry engagements. What's it going to take to make sure that in map 2 you don't have that same problem?
I think they were ready this map. They had a lot of small counters that just, you know, took the run that way. We're ready for Labs. It's our pick, and I'm confident. And even if they have counters, I think we're good. Clear game.
Lax and Fox were joking in the back, by the way. The idea of Kino being able to play on stage, maybe a confidence thing, maybe not. You looked like you were feeling this game. How are you feeling overall, just in NAL finals in general so far?
Oh, I feel good. I played the last NAL finals back in 2021, and playing on stage was amazing. I feel like the whole team powers up on stage. It's just the environment, everything's just, it's just nice.
I feel you. Good luck in map 2.
Oh, we appreciate you doing that, Jacob. Well, Kino, obviously a strong player, one of the top contenders in this game, consistently performing, as was Gunnar. The conversation from this one, it felt like it ebbed and flowed from what is SSG doing well to what is M80 simply just being more consistent with their gameplay. And Laxing, it just felt like they didn't have to do anything crazy. They could buckle down and just keep consistent to win it.
They didn't, and that's the main key takeaway, is M80 didn't have to get overzealous. They didn't have to reach their hand out further than they needed to. They just let SSG really play into their own game, punishing them on their mistakes time and time again. And I think Kino was right. They did come into this match ready, far more prepared than the last time we saw them on this bank. But again, it's SSG really beating themselves, and M80 just punishing them every time and time again. And I don't know what it's going to take for SSG to really reel things back in and understand the round is in their favor, to just stop for a second and think. But if you're not going to do that, again, you're going to struggle against a team like M80, because as Fox candidly put it, if they need to play slow, they'll play slow. If they need to play aggressive, they'll play aggressive. And we saw that back and forth throughout this entire match. M80 was constantly changing their flow, constantly changing their tempo, and it's what got them over the edge of beating SSG again and now going into a map 2.
Well, before this map, you broke down what the win conditions were for SSG, and if they could hit them, they would be able to take this one. Fox, it really felt like they hit those win conditions. It felt like they were right there.
They did, and that's what Lax is highlighting. When it came to the opening kills department and needing them, that's exactly what we saw SSG do, specifically Ashen. I mean, out of 12 rounds, he had 9 opening kills, 1 opening death. To be that involved in the opening engagements is something that is outstanding when it comes on Ashen's part, individually being able to get those kills. And he's one of the main spearheads for SSG, being able to constantly dominate in that department. The biggest issue goes into the next factor, which is the over-aggression and not knowing when to slow down. We talk about M80 doing both. We couldn't see that from SSG. The over-aggression was the biggest downfall when it came to their attacks and struggling. And then we saw it bleed into, it wasn't that much, but 1 or 2 rounds that ended up costing them the game, specifically in that last round. And that was the biggest downfall for SSG, the over-aggression, not being able to manage it. And that is where SSG is shooting themselves in the foot, because the whole game through, you have the opening kill, you have the man advantage, you have the round, like Lax said. All you have to do is just follow through, focus on the trades, but SSG seems to be losing the fundamentals a little bit when they get in those moments, and they just keep going when they shouldn't be.
And again, I thought they looked significantly better on this match. I think they really did come in prepared. They just did not execute well. And every single of those attacking rounds or defensive rounds on the basement, it didn't make sense, because on the attacking side, they got aggressive early on, but then once it got to the late round, you're using all your utility, you're not playing off of it, you're letting time dwindle down, then you're rushing something that doesn't need to be rushed, you lose out the round. Then even on the defenses, the first defensive half, they immediately get aggressive on baseman, where M80 always played it safe. They just let them play into it, and they would win it. And then there was one round where I believe Benja was in garage. They could have waited for the take to happen. Then Benja collapsed. He gets too overzealous. They lose that control. And then even in that last round, Bolt's on Clash, gets aggressive, goes up white stairs, where he could have just played around it, wait for a retake, use that shield, be oppressive, force the players back, feed the info, and it doesn't happen. It's just the over-aggression, time and time again. As I said, it is a double-edged sword. As much as it does push them past many points, it also is their Achilles heels and makes them trip time and time again.
Okay, does this make you think maybe SSG don't have it? I know you initially predicted them here. Are you going to stick with them?
I am going to stick with them. The resilience is still within themselves, but it is so imperative that they can circumvent around their own aggression and understand when and where it is necessary and how they can reel it in.
You're throwing out some big words. I'm getting lost in translation. No, I don't agree. I think SSG, I think when it comes to them being over-aggressive, you're going to big map after big map. We talked about it. I feel like in the map ban phase, yes, they came more prepared, but it seemed like it was lost from the get-go, and M80's just playing their game. After that loss, you're going into a map labs. You have to be able to at least now acknowledge, okay, these are the rounds we lost because of the over-aggression, but I don't want SSG to completely revert back to just playing slow. The successor with their labs is the fact that they're so spread out, but a lot of teams like Wildcard, like M80, understand how to be able to adapt to it. So I'm hoping we see brand new labs coming out of SSG.
Well, clearly this is the exact kind of winner's bracket final energy you want. 9 multi-kills over the course of that first map, getting the crowd hype, getting into this one. Map 2, SSG and M80 starts now.
I mean, 9 multi-kills, 9 opening kills, 12 rounds, not 9 rounds, unfortunately, so can't have full symmetry there. But it was an incredible game between these two teams, and fortunately for SSG, we're not able to get the best of it. But as we move on to Nighthaven, though, Ollie, this one's a weird one, kind of like Bank. It's SSG's pick, but the last time they played it, M80 demolished them on it. Yet here we go on a Nighthaven, M80's pick. And similarly, SSG, 2 previous victories, both in regulation. What is going on here?
I know, it's weird, isn't it? You know, 8th out of 9th preference map for SSG. The last 2 times that these two teams have played it, SSG have won. It was like a 7-2, a 7-4. So it's not even like close games, like a 7-2 is a stomp. I'm sat here really scratching my head as to why M80 have let this map through against SSG and why they've picked it. But at the same time, I'm excited because I'm thinking to myself, well, if they have let it through and they have picked it, then surely they are about to right some wrongs on this map against SSG right now and to take the series as a 2-0. I had a feeling, didn't I, Lynx? I said, look, if it's M80, it's in 2. Now, so far, that is holding true. Because if SSG win, we need all 3. And if M80 win, it could be done in 2.
I mean, definitely based off... Actually, I was going to say based off the trajectory, it could be M80 done in 2. But, and while I thought that was kind of a hotter take, I'm a little more sympathetic to it now. I got to have some faith in SSG. I got to. I mean, it's the Stage 1 and Stage 2 champs facing off right now, a team that always seems to power up when things seem to be going against them. Actually, not to interrupt myself again, maybe that does mean SSG are going to win 2-0 because we're in the upper bracket, not the lower bracket, so this is really not lock-in time just yet. We've got a whole life to spend, then they face Shopify, then they lock in, blow our minds, and that's when the comeback actually starts. So a little too early for that. They've still got a life left.
And that life left is often where we see SSG thrive. Like, their back needs to be up against the wall. They need to go 1 down in the series.
They need
that's
a
where we see.
Honestly,
that's where we see the
loss.
best seed. They need a loss. That's why it's the best of 3. What I will say though is if we see a similar trend here from Ashen, he's going to start breaking some records.
There it is. One blemish on that opening kill stat. I think we're getting 10-0 on Nighthaven. It's actually crazy. 10-0, 3-7 loss from SSG.
It's possible though, isn't it? Ooh, okay. Cavani there just trying to make something happen quickly in toward Rafters. As are the rest of SSG, as are the rest of M80 right now, sorry. This SSG defense is going to be on that basement level. So top floor control isn't necessarily a requirement, but it's always a nice thing to have, especially if a lot of bodies are on this inside. Can you land your shots, Gunnar? Well, it turns out yes. Ironically, Benji would have been better if he just stayed still there. Drone hole doing him a little bit dirty, and that could be a bit of a go button right now. As M80 look to push off the back of that and push and shove these players further down cargo.
Ooh, Newer's forced all the way back. Staircase is always a bit tricky for the shield, but what a pinch. I don't even know where Gavini was. Gavini dropped sight. Hopping down into Animus for that kill, unfortunately. Kino left behind is to 3v3. Make that a 3v2. Full control of one of the sites. Only one, though. That's important because Diffuser recognizes it, hits the prone, waits for the rotation in, and through the wall, Gavini with the finisher. M80 smell and taste blood in the water after that opening pick and do not let up off the gas.
There was a bit of hesitation there, wasn't there, from SSG? It kind of felt like they weren't too sure on what exactly was going on there, and there was a real advantage taken by M80. Opening pick, yeah, granted, but just with the speed and the way that we saw M80 opening on into that map, Gavini at the start, throwing the Ramboogie drone just to open up the barricade and have an aggressive angle onto anyone that could have been playing upstairs inside of rafters. Immediately, we've got Diffuser on the book coming up there as well. The top floor was cleared within seconds. Benja getting caught out on a drone hole and then finished off as he tries to rotate. And at that moment, SSG going, you know what? We probably can't stay up here anymore. We're going to have to rotate, maybe play for a retake a little bit later on and just try and dig in a little bit. And bang. We don't often see shield play working out. How many times have we spoken about shields and stairs this year, it feels like, Lings? It feels like it's been every time we've seen a shield play and it's been on the stairs, we've never seen it worked off. It worked out there. A lot of things going M80's way.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I think a big reason is just the full commitment from the team. Gavini hopping down Animus as well, gets the cutoff onto Newers. M80 so emboldened by it, bringing out 2 shields. Didn't talk about the ban phase much, but really it's pretty standard Nighthaven. Likely gonna have 2 hard breach bans, and if you're gonna have 2 hard breach bans, it'll probably be the 2 ranged breaches. On the opposite side, likely have at least 1 hard breach denial ban. In this case, Bandits left up. Benja Master will bring it in round 2. As the only soft destruction for M80 is unfortunately gone in the first round. Diffuser bringing that sledge. No further options. Another quick roam clear, as you will need to bring the pressure on this top floor. It's middle floor defense, and so you're going to have a couple players moving around the second floor position. Unfortunately, Kino not gaining anything beyond that initial momentum, as he's forced off because of the Banshee. See if the Azami, the final piece that's kind of extended, will fall to this pinch, but no. She too will decide to fall back pretty quickly. SSG starting to consolidate on this top floor, and none of the shields able to gain momentum like they did in round 1.
Nice use of the Kiva barricade there to get back to a little bit of safety by Ashen. Still, you feel like Hot and Cold has got a bit of an axe grind with this shield. He's going to be able to push up and just further flush these defenders down. Both shields being allowed up, it's one of the benefits of Nighthaven Labs as a map, is the hard breach gets so heavily pressured. If you're a shield team, you should be a pretty good Nighthaven team because you are very often going to get both Blitz and the Monty available for you to play with. Well, that might not be any good if someone's on the flank. Benja just got cold feet at the last second there. I thought he was going to full commit and end up going through electrical, but he just holds off for the time being. And this stall out only benefits one side. It only benefits SSG right now. Another potential push up these stairs, but you can feel the uncertainty here. Hot and Cold knows there's somebody in the site, and I don't think there's sufficient vert pressure to be able to deal with that player.
Ooh. I was gonna say it's very quiet control for SSG at the moment, but it gets very loud the moment I say that. Everything ends in about a second from Space Station Gaming, but it is quiet control up until the very end there. Because sure, Benja finally hits that flank and Gavini's waiting for it. But the main thing the defense had was just control of the site and awareness of where M80 were pushing from. Whether it was information or just a good read on the attack. They heard those shields clomping around. They could always kind of triangulate where the attack would come from based on where that Monty or where that Blitz were rotating around the middle floor. And they played off it quite well. Can't really fault SSG too much, as they, of course, got the opening pick. But even before that, just setting up the proper utility to ward off any kind of rush onto the top floor. It was a good setup and a really great finish from SSG and a good round to tie the game.
Nice to see SSG dragging one back straight away here, especially with how one-sided round number 1 was. Still going to be skirting away from that main point, which, in my eyes on Nighthaven, is going to be that server's bomb site. We're going everywhere but right now. Down into kitchen here for round number 3. We're in the basement in round 1, mid-floor in round 2. Really avoiding that position for the time being. But maybe they feel like it's a little bit played out. Maybe they want to keep things a little bit more unpredictable. Speaking of unpredictable, do you predict that there would be a pulse played on a Nighthaven Labs? Not a bad shout there from J9O. Good amount of information available on that pulse scanner. Could be a requirement here to try and push through and get rid of him inside of the basement if that's where they choose to play. Currently in storage for the time being, just trying to get an idea of where this push is going to mount from. Is it going to mount from more of an electrical side, or is it going to be a bit of a flatter push through that main area? Kino straight on in on this blitz, already trying to bear people down. Kino on blitz today, it's been a little bit 50-50, hasn't it? It's been a little bit, you know, hit or miss, you could say. Already forcing out a little bit of util here. Those keeper barricades are being used just to fortify positions held upstairs, but I mean, Fultz is there on the clash, so he could just kind of front up to this a little bit.
Yeah, it has been very 50-50. In fact, I think mathematically it is. Kino played shields 4 rounds on Bank, only won 2 of them. This go round, played 2 rounds on Nighthaven, only won 1 of them. So exactly 50-50 at the moment for Kino on this shield success rate. I think SSG are just ready for it. Maybe not necessarily with M80 in particular, though. Obviously, Kino known to play shields. I think it's just something that they're able to deal with. They're bringing the right utility, though. A good piece of it, unfortunately, falls down. Benjamaster pushed through connector. Gunner on a hell of a long angle, able to take down the Azami rotating back. I don't think Cavini expected that one. Clash swinging around the corner, gun out. J9O also with some support. The shield unfortunately drops below the sub 50 point. Not gaining any pace, not getting any success for M80 at the moment. First round went their way off the back of a quick reaction, and since then, opening kill or not, SSG have had complete control of Nighthaven.
Yeah, there's obviously a reason why we're not going to that primary bomb site, isn't there? SSG just taking on a bit of a tour right now. Not giving us any reason to give any hope to M80 either. Wouldn't be surprised to see a fairly early tactical timeout. Bandit and the Thermite. Thermite going to round out that complement of hard breachers. And the denial on the flip side to go with it. Both electrification ops taken out in the Cade and the Bandit. Finally, round 4, we will go to command and servers. You better hope that it's a good round for M80, otherwise they will be taking that tactical timeout. SSG doing such a good job of holding little pockets and portions of the map. I like the use of the Azami and that sort of extension into those Kiba barricades. Couple that with the clash, and you've got some really strong architect ability to be able to shut down some of these rooms and make it just so difficult, regardless of whether shields are up or not. You do wonder, is it worth getting rid of that Azami in favor of one of those electrification denial? You know that you're very likely going to end up on a Maverick anyway on this map. Teams that have good Maverick players tend to do quite well on the attack of Labs for that reason. It hasn't been a path, really, that M80 have gone down here. Still wanting to try and get away with the secondary hard breach gadgets. And as such, we're having to remove the electrification to do that.
It's a logical follow-up on Nighthaven. Simplify things on that front. I mean, just kind of the natural trajectory of a Nighthaven game with the hard breach and the hard breach denial bans. But continuing with that natural trajectory, I mean, SSG, they decide to ban the Thermite because they certainly don't need to ban the shields. It's been a bit too inconsistent for M80 so far. Kino will decide to bring it out, not the Blitz. Blackbeard this time. Look towards that second floor. What kind of initiative he can find. Ashen taking an aggressive angle on Garage, by the way. Trying to channel some of that energy on Bank. It was something that SSG did do well in isolated moments on their defenses. Well, they don't find anything yet. Nobody's going to be complaining all that much. Newer's put to low HP. Gunner going hunting through the middle floor. But it's just a standard opening for this second floor. Just trying to find where the defense might be weakest, see what openings there are. It'll likely be about 30 to 45 more seconds before we get anything to write home about.
Going to try and take a bit of an alternate angle this time. Going to be moving on through the hallway. Got a chance at making something happen here through Connector. Kino's just going to try and buddy up with him for the time being on that Blackbeard, but with half of the wall being left soft, it's very difficult to try and make progress through that portion. C4 over the top. Looks like it may be a bit too late. No, catches hot and cold perfectly. Actually sent straight out of the window there. That's diffuser cold on the ground, happened to be recovered. First blood going in favor of SSG here, and oh dear, Kino.
Just seems too easy for Benji at the moment. For SSG generally, it's his first 3 kills of the game so far, well, the map, excuse me. Fultz getting in their face. Ashen deciding to get involved. Flawless for SSG as the past 3 have basically been all but that. Only 2 players from SSG have died in the past 3 rounds. And that tactical timeout wasn't worthwhile before this round. I can tell you that Fabian is definitely going to hit it now.
Yeah, from the shadows, he is going to be barking some orders at this M80 roster. They had a good time on Bank. It didn't all go their way. We nearly went to an overtime. But this has been incredibly one-sided. The most one-sided the series has felt so far. Even when Ashen was getting every opening pick under the sun over on Bank, it didn't feel this bad for M80. They came into this match with extreme confidence. They moved through the map at lightning speed, forced the defenders down back to the site, and were able to pick them up on crossfires when they did. And since then, what have we seen? We've kind of just seen a bit of a lack of an ability to do anything about these defensive positions, walking head-on into well-known problems on Nighthaven Labs. That C4 that Benji just ripped over electrical, it's the oldest trick in the book. And yet, boom, it catches them out. And it's the first couple of drips and drops that start the avalanche. And after that, well, I mean, flawless round. Feels like it's been almost a flawless half up until this point for SSG. Back down to the basement we go. This is the only site that they have lost so far.
Given how well SSG have countered the shield play since then, I almost just don't feel like we can really rely on the success from round 1. We can acknowledge it, can recognize that obviously M80 got the opening pick, take down Benja, able to push very quickly through the middle floor down to the bottom, and admittedly coordinating, cut off some defenders rotating back to site quite well. But SSG have fully realized what M80 are trying to do with the Blitz, with the Blackbeard. It might be a reason that Kino instead decides to go to the Monty. Bring a shield that typically moves a little slower, indicates maybe a bit more of a full clear or a very, very minimal direct. Unclear which style they're going for right now, but they will see the Animus wall is soft at the moment, as SSG actually going into that action phase had 3 reinforcements left in their pocket. See if Cavini is able to take advantage of this. Both his can openers will instead go to the other wall, but little pressure onto the site already being applied by M80.
Cavini there just going to scope out a default plant spot as well, and it looks like he might be able to set himself up quite a nice drone to go with that. Kino again on this roam clear with a shield, this time with the Monty. It's going to be an opening kill for Gunner this time as Ashen will fall, taking the Solus out. Can't ask for much better. Kino does need to be cautious now. Fultz and Benja are both going to be inside a cafeteria. Under the cover of that Dokubi call, they are going to have to hightail and leg it out of there because they know that there is going to be a shield bearing down on them. If they fall out on this sort of periphery, it really is going to make it difficult for those side players. Fortunately, they managed to get back and stabilize a little bit, and Gunnar will be the next player out of there. Ashen hitting the lol. Ashen died first blood. That's just the kind of thing that he does.
Well, and the main thing that gave M80 that first blood was Gunnar's been holding that cutoff all the way outside of a connector, basically like every round where they've been clearing the top floor, and it's worked. Gunnar's the only player on M80 to get opening picks so far, currently 3-0. But it's a good position. But once M80 actually get in the building, the struggles still seem to be there at least a little bit. As the Dokubi's taken down, 1:10 seconds remaining, and you've got to just walk into the matrix that SSG have set up on that bottom floor. You've got time to get some of this soft destruction. You've got the utility for it as well. You've got some secondary smoke grenades and some frag grenades to maneuver players around inside of the site. But SSG aren't really overplaying their hand. It's been M80 who have been struggling to make this shield work, and through the floor, Kino shot a little from behind. Very isolated right now, I want to point out. No guns immediately supporting him. Utility flying his way. Gavini trying to find an angle around the corner. Will make it happen. Now Benja in a difficult spot. Cut off on the opposite side of the staircase. Vertical angle open right above him. Instead decides to push deep. And maybe dies and regrets it. Newer's trying to support. He'll fall back now. 2v4 for SSG. Not a lot of time for M80 to move in, but so many angles in the positions, they can make that work. No lead acquired after this round, but at least narrow SSGs by just a little bit. Good smoke canister placement. But finally, after that brawl on Exo stairs, M80 finds some bit of success.
It's crazy how M80 can look so good at the ending, closing portion of a round there. Taken down through Exo stairs. The teamwork, that little 1-2 punch dynamic from Kino and Gaveni was flawless. When Gaveni was reloading and Benja was like, now's my time to strike, bang, Kino hits him with the D-shield, blasts him with the pistol, saves his teammate, and ultimately saves the round. And you think to yourself, there's that level of coordination there from that M80 roster, and it's only happening on the basement side. Like, how is this happening? What's going on? Like, why can't they just do this elsewhere? Hot and Cold getting in on the action. 2 kills. Brilliant. As Kino's pushing one down, bang, he's there coming down cargo stairs. They took Exo and cargo in perfect synchronization and were then able to further execute onto the site, pinch out the final player, done and dusted. And you just think, why can't you do that on every site? Like, it's only basement, you know?
Oh, and even then, I mean, part of it is just kind of having that Expo situation presented to you and making the best of it, getting the better on the kills. But you know, I don't watch. I do think there were some good things that round, but I don't watch it and I'm like, oh, 3-3 seems very likely now, or 3-3 even seems somewhat likely. I think it's possible, absolutely. I don't think SSG will run away with it, but it's not the kind of round I had in mind when I was thinking about what I would need to see from M80 in order to feel like they're making a bit more of a comeback or making a bit more of a concerted effort in this series. On the middle floor, going back to the second site SSG defended, there's that roam clear that really faltered, and then of course when M80 transitioned to the middle floor, constantly trying to find a doorway that's not watched, a rotate hole that's unguarded, could never find anything. Maybe switching to the Monty this go around, maybe that'll help. Maybe the Monty will draw all of that chaos and all that malevolent energy around him, so the guns can start feasting upon it. But at least for right now, just doing about the basics. Opening up the IT wall, getting the drones on the top floor. Is there really, aside from Aqua, not that many SSG defenders?
It's been the order of Nighthaven so far, hasn't it? M80 have moved very quickly during the early portion of the round. Already taking control here of the top of Catwalk. And with an ability to start to try and affect onto that site. A lot of soft breach this time as well. You're running the Book and the Ram. Expecting to get max value out of that. Ashen is going to be upstairs on that mute. Could be a little bit of a problem. Will be some information kicking around here as well. Attempted C4 from Ashen. But he is batted back. Fultz. He's got the potential really to try and zap Kino out there on the Monty, but will just be forced out. I'm kind of surprised that he's given up that position. I thought he would hold that a little bit firmer, especially given the significant chip damage onto Kino from that early C4. It looks like M80 have managed to crowbar their way into that top floor. It's taken them so much time, though. They haven't even got any of that vert going yet, and they've already got 50 seconds. Now you can hear that skeleton key starting to rip out. Hot and Cold has spent his boogie drones, so that at least is going to be something. But you start thinking about an execute here. When you've still got that clash up and no real way of dealing with it, it is going to be a tricky one. Ashen again with an opening pick, this time onto Hot and Cold.
Seems like trending SSG at the moment. Clash continuing to stall out Kino, stall out Gavini, gun supporting her around the corner. SSG's setup remains unpenetrable at the moment. The shield not panning out whatsoever. SSG have disrespected it to demoralizing results. Diffuser pushing through, might just find something, but with everything going wrong, even just a little glimmer of hope isn't enough for M80 on their attacking side. 4-2 for SSG, completely wiping away the stain of Bank.
Well, SSG feeling like they are in the driver's seat here, and this is why we throw this map in as a little bit of a question mark in the series. SSG have beaten M80 on this map twice inside of the last 5 months. 7-4 and a 7-2. And I've not really seen anything today, Lynx, that gives me any reason to believe it could be different this time around.
No, I haven't either, unfortunately. SSG's mastery of these defenses is really quite impressive. I mean, it's really just a lot of the highlights we saw on Bank. Never playing, too isolated from each other, never really getting out of position where nobody can immediately, or at least pretty soon after calling it, get support. We saw that on sites like Lockers, and we saw that on CEO, but it really felt like we saw that translated, generally speaking, over the course of the whole game. Even if there was one person who was maybe a bit too far away, the other four were doing just fine. They were bringing the right utility, they were playing the right positions, and I also think that when they saw M80 clearly leaning into a win condition, they tried to do their best to stop it. They were triple swinging the Monty, throwing every bit of utility at them, knowing that if they're able to take that down, that's going to substantially alter M80's plans. It was a good game plan, it was a good execution. For SSG, I think just showing that this map was not going to be, or this series as well, was not going to be the easy fight that maybe M80 thought it would be. See how their attacks fare. But at least for me right now, I'm feeling very, very good about Space Station.
It was never going to be an easy fight for M80 on this map.
10 seconds to insertion.
They have a 32.5% attacking win percentage. One of the lower ones that I can remember seeing. It just draw into question why this was a map that they chose inside of the series. Or why they let it allowed it through. Even to allow it through, never mind to pick it. Now, okay, 60% win percentage on that defense, but still, like, that isn't really gonna bolster it up. It's not night and day different from SSG themselves. SSG themselves are a 60% win percentage on the defense, so you're expecting a fairly good defender side. Is really where push starts to come to shove. Diffuser somehow managed to get back to site, and then even more somehow manages to get downed in the process. Can only think that that's good work from Benja below on the book, opening those lines of sight. Should be recovered here. You can see there, skeleton keyhole just at the bottom of that mirror window. Kind of rendering it almost a little bit useless at this point. We've spoken about self-sufficient book players. Benja is up there with the best of them.
Feels like Benja's always been really good on that lurk when he is just given a little bit of information, but really just gets to play off his game sense. Has a task in front of him, separated from the rest of the team. Even going back to his G2 days, it's something that it seemed like he could do very, very well. A good buck play right now is going to be extremely important for SSG's chances. Taking down the player or pushing them out around the A bomb chassis in that mirror window is excellent, but if this clash gets set up, she could be a big problem. So opening up these angles, both applying the pressure, but also just denying positions that she can walk in front of safely, that's really going to help Space Station. You can see it paying off. Of course, Diffuser down early, but then also Hot and Cold now on 1 HP. Really applying a lot of pressure to M80 right now, and he's still got 19 shots.
And plenty of time and no sign of a defender coming down to search him out. Say again, Kino was like, I'm going to try and take this problem on head on. He's so aware, so ready for it. Kill's going to trade on the site. Hot and cold, trying to force Ashen into a less than favorable position. Maybe Diffuser can come around, swing the corner and make something happen. Keeps his teammate safe. Hot and cold on 1 HP right now. There is an advantage, but it is slight for M80.
You can see Hot and Cold, by the way, sprinting over to Aqua, anticipating that somebody might try to go for a backstab. Immediately gets in that position, brings the fight to Newers, yet it's Benja, who's been so good for SSG so far. Self-flash, unfortunately, maybe buys M80 a few critical seconds, especially with Diffuser and Hot and Cold, both on 1 HP. Only the IGL of M80 now. It's around the corner, Benja going for the pre-fire. Hot and Cold's got to have his gun up. Not much you can do with the shotgun, so close! Benja on for 3. Bottom floor and the top, getting the job done for Space Station.
Hot and Cold's just overheated there ever so slightly. I feel like he just needs to play it a little bit more passively. Take the shield out, Diffuser's down. It's a 1v1. The hard part's done. You're in red time. Benja's not going to be able to get that plant down. You've just got to stay alive. Hightail it out of there, risk leaving, use some of the vert that Benja made at the start of the round. Anything but challenging 1-1 directly there when he's got the skeleton key at such close range. Diffuser had worked overtime and then some to keep his team in that one. Hot and Cold, you've just got to stay, you've just got to get the shield out. Could be one of those moments that you look back on and kick yourself later. Obviously, the game is far more than one tiny mistake like that. But you've opened the door and let Benjamaster in, and he's 8-4 right now for his troubles. SSG 2 rounds away from sending this to Chalet in, well, what wouldn't be record time, would have been a similar result that we have seen between these two teams before. A 7-2 scoreline. It's not been unusual, it's happened before.
I'm just making good on that promise, I suppose. And M80 are using their tactical timeout. We'll need to figure out solutions in round to stave off that possibility. Have to be 2 full regulation games at a minimum if M80 want to take the 2-0 and be our first team in the grand final of the NAL Regionals. But with the pace they're setting right now, it seems very, very unlikely to occur. Feels like the names have swapped, but the performances, I suppose the performances have swapped as well, but in terms of quality, fortunately for M80, looking unconvincing on those attacks and not a lot of time to really make a strong effort on their defenses. They'll go to storage just like SSG did, mirroring their own site selection. But even if the shields maybe aren't the thing for SSG like they weren't the thing for M80, at least you had Benja throwing in something different. They've also got the Dokkaebi available. Remember how much forward momentum SSG were able to gain no matter who was playing that operator. The fact that she's available is a good sign that SSG might be able to deal a incredible blow to M80's confidence.
Ashen, the rock and striker this time. Bringing a couple of nades, a couple of tin openers. You're trying to get the work done. Newers. Just going to be getting shot out there just ever so slightly. Good information being held by Gunnar right now. And 3 C4s to make good on that info. First one gets sent out there. J90 could be on for one here. The Dokkaebi call's ringing out. He knows there's someone there. Shotgun at close range. Kino does need to be cautious, but can instead choose to just back up a little bit. Not wanting to give his life away so early. Plethora of information right now for M80 as they've not only got the pulse, but they've also got the Valkyrie and the camera placed upstairs as well. If they don't get a C4 kill off the back of all this information, it'd be a dying shame, but I'm already seeing 2 C4s gone and the plant going down.
Well, I mean, with a successful one, SSG just completely slipping into the site. Everyone from M80 is so concerned about maybe finding that vertical play or contemplating a backstab. SSG completely swapped sides, hopping through the single window, and now put the focus and the spotlight on M80, who have got to worry about these vertical angles, worry about the window. Eva barrier goes out. That's the only one left for Gavini. It's immediately broken open. J90 finds 2, slapped back. Map point for SSG. 4 rounds up over M80. Feeling fired up after a loss on Bank.
SSG are finding some incredible gaps right now, and they are making some plays that it's top siege. It's world-class stuff. And I've got to say it. I'm not taking anything away from SSG right now, but what are M80 doing? They've got a Pulse and they've got a Valkyrie. No one's playing below. You're defending storage. Somebody is just going to hop in and plant if you give them the space to do so. We flicked over to the plant going down. There was nothing in the site. It was just open. I'm not talking much barbed wire, no cameras, no info. Like, just nada. Zip. It's the hardest site to retake on the map. As soon as you get out of that window as an attacker, you have won the round, and it takes an enormous throw to do anything but that. I am just left scratching my head as to how this map has been let in this series and how M80 have picked it.
It's very bizarre. It's also just, there's another weird trend throughout the course of this whole series. It slipped by, I think, unnoticed, because it wasn't as comical as when SSG were doing it, but M80 also leading in opening picks right now. It's only 5-3, so again, it's not like 8-1 like it was for SSG, or I think 8 or 9-2. But it's still a situation where M80 are getting the advantage in a lot of these rounds. Both of the attacks so far, opening kill. Same with their defenses. Gunner 3-0 on that side. Now on the attacks, to be fair, they're coming very late in the game. 1 minute or 49 seconds left. But SSG just continuing to prove that their understanding, their mastery of Nighthaven might be more than even we or the desk fully anticipated. As Benja just slips in to I think even a pre-made hole in the floor maybe, finds Gunner right off the rip.
Well, welcome everybody. You're currently watching SSG, the best team in the world.
All right.
Contrasted with SSG, the worst team in the world, who could come out at any time. But this is just how you go with SSG. Sometimes you see them on a hot day and they are just hot property. And nothing you can do is going to slow them down. Gunner, already falling. No fancy cameras this time. No Valkyrie, no Maestro to flick onto. He's left with defaults and a BP. Whereas information is going to be at the fingertips of these SSG players. Hot and cold. Finds a kill, drags one back, takes Benja down. Double positive, by the way, 10 and 5, a big player to get rid of. C4 attempted before the inevitable. Well, the inevitable was the mirror window dying to the X-Kairos pellets, not Ashen managing to thread the needle and take Hot and Cold out. A keeper barricade to plug up the gap, but that is only a temporary measure. An advantage here for SSG, and one that you better believe they are going to leverage.
Got the utility to do it too. Full Capital utility, almost full Grim utility. I mean, we even got all 4 flashes. Viewers can just check boxes and use a Rotero drone. There's still plenty of utility to expend. Still a lot more leverage to force down on M80. Keep them at bay and create further opportunities to finish this 7-2. Gavini holding on to Garage. No decision other than this. You've got to make some kind of play, catch them off guard. The Flores slips in, but Newer still gets the kill. Just hops up through the smoke, makes it a 4v2. Now SSG start to move. Diffuser, not even enough time to react. Dominance on Nighthaven Labs. Enough for us to question whose map really was it? Was it an M80 pick or a victory for SSG that they had penciled in even before map 1 got underway?
There's been a little bit of memeing in the past with Fabian and map bans, and I am waiting for the Twitter exploding later on, because there's going to be a bit of discussion about this map. A 7-2 drumming on Nighthaven Labs. M80 left looking for answers, as we are now in a straight shootout best of 1 in our first match of the day.
how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Available now.
guys. Nobody to left. Nobody to left. Nobody to left. Let's go. Nobody here. Nobody there.
Nobody here?
Yeah, nobody.
Got me, on the pillar, on the pillar.
Nice.
Pillar left.
Let's fucking go. Fucking shit.
Ashton, it certainly looked like map 1 was just a warm-up for map 2, a very close bank into a fast Labs. Is that an accurate statement, especially with Benja popping off the way that he did?
Yeah, I think we have a really good read on these guys, even on bank. Like you just saw on our attacks, like we were getting the first pick a lot, but then like we were just too slow towards the mid-round and just like to actually take the space and stuff. But Labs, we kind of turned that around on our attacks. And then on our defense, like it was just keeping it simple. Just playing, how we need to play and just, letting our intuition take over, and it cranked them, so.
Map 3 is Chalet. The only time that you've played them on Chalet this year, they won it, but it was still a tight contest. What's the key to making sure that you can close this series out?
Yeah, just keeping it simple, Like we have all our fundamentals in place. We don't have to do anything special. We just need to play our, check our boxes and all that type of, the small things, right? It's about the small things at the end of the day. So making sure we can control everything that's in our control.
All right, good luck in map 3. Jonah?
7-2 on their opponent's map pick. SSG have answered, and we have heard it. We said they looked like the winning team on map 1, but they couldn't quite come away with it. Laxing on map 2, they definitely looked like the winning team, and they dominated M80.
Absolutely. I mean, nothing changes but the weather in some senses. I mean, the last time they played M80 on this, it was a 7-2. It was the exact same result here today, and we heard it best here from Ashen is, what was the difference from Bank into this Nighthaven Labs was their pacing. Again, we talked about their aggression always is going to be their spearhead, but it's also their Achilles heel. You heard Ashen say once it got to that mid to late round, they slowed down. They didn't rely on that aggression anymore, where this time they did play aggressive pretty, all the way through and through. And it really does speak into the existence of how well this team can be when they're all on the same page, when they're all using that aggressive nature together to put that pressure onto their team. And we did talk about Benja. I mean, him also being able to find success, using that utility. I mean, a flawless half on that attacking transition, using that buck, using that Doki, getting that information, forcing the defense to feel uncomfortable. This is exactly the win condition that SSG needed going into that bank. But fact of the matter is, we're seeing it implemented now. Now we're going to map 3 where they are locked in.
Yeah, I love the placing of tempo as a word when it comes to SSG, just because if we look at the way that they've played Labs before, they'd always be spread out. Players on opposite sides of the maps. I mean, big proponent to it is if you watch games when they played against Wildcard, they'd be so split up. Teams understand we can just 2-on-1 any entrance from SSG, shut it down, get the opening pick, fall back. That's all we saw this time. SSG would play aggressive together off the start. Once they would get that advantage, that's when they would slow it down because the aggression was going to come later on once they put M80 into dire positions. Once M80 had to split up to compensate for the lack of man, that's where SSG would go for the 2-on-1s or the pushes or the crossfires. And that's what we wanted to see. And I'm glad that we saw that quick transition from Bank into Labs. Chalet is a completely different story. It's a very aggressive map. So again, we'll have to see the adaptation from SSG continue to progress.
Well, a key factor in that adaptation, in their overall performance, Benja had a great game. Not the player you normally see at the top of the standings. It was Ashton in map 1. This time it was Benja leading the charge.
Yeah, and again, I said, he's really the big win condition for this team because he brings that utility, whether it's on defense, whether it's on attack. But again, what I really want to focus on is those attacking halves because he is going to be disruptive, whether he's bringing the buck, whether he's bringing the Dokkaebi, because one, you're getting the information on the Dokkaebi, so they're able to collapse aggressively onto those players, find those opening picks, put them into their favor. But then when it gets to the mid to the late round, that's where we see the buck really come into play. You're going to be moving pieces around. You're going to be making the defenders feel uncomfortable. And that is where Benja will thrive. That is where SSG will thrive because you're going to be more often than not catching a player off guard because they're forced out of position. You're making comms hectic, and that's when you collapse. That's when you converge. That's when you get aggressive, when the comms are hectic on the defensive half because you can't replicate success off of that. It is very hard in those moments where high pressure, high octane moments typically get to players. And again, disrupting the communication, that is the biggest factor that Benja brings to this team specifically on those attacking halves.
All right, map 3. Chalet is next. This crowd, by the way, has been incredible. I know they're going to bring the energy now. It is map 3, someone to the grand finals, someone to the lower bracket, and it starts right now.
It's always the funny thing when you get like a really exciting upper bracket game because it's like, one, this is not the last we'll see from either of these teams, but in particular with tonight's game, we're going to see one of these teams in like the next hour and a half once this series ends. So somebody's in for a bit of a long night, and depending on I don't know if you're either an SSG or an M80 fan, maybe you're sad they'll lose, but maybe you're just excited to see them again. But I can tell you, Ollie, I am excited to see Chalet. They were talking about small maps and how much SSG like them before map number 1. We've gone through 2 big ones, and now SSG, they have their little playground.
Do they though? Like, really do SSG have their little playground? Because when you start looking at a little bit of history, and like, okay, history has actually been entirely accurate for this series, by the way. I just want to throw that out there. SSG picked the map, and M80 win. M80 picked the map, SSG win. Chalet is the decider. M80, fourth preference. Of recent times, they're only on a 7-1 record on this map, losing it to FaZe about a month ago.
Whatever.
It happens, right? It was a 7-5, it happens. They have beat SSG twice the last 2 times that they have played this map. Now, 7-5, 8-7, so not the most convincing of scorelines, it's fair to say, but it is a win nonetheless. And this is where I just start to maybe huff on a little bit of that EU copium and think that, well, is Fabian playing checkers or is he playing chess? Is he letting Nighthaven Labs through as not a troll, but as a little bit of like we'll keep our map all nice and small, we won't show too much, and we'll let Chalet in as the decider because we know we're super comfortable there. Like, it's a bold play, and I'm not suggesting that that's wrong. I'm just chatting, I'm just spitting about it. But you do start to wonder a little bit.
I can literally sniff the cope a continent away.
Well, I mean, that's fine. What does it smell like?
Smells like a lack of pride.
How is that a lack of pride?
Maybe Fabian's let a map through it. He's purposefully thrown Nighthaven Labs to lure them onto Chalet. My genius, the greatest coach of all time. He's playing 4-dimensional chess. What do you mean? What do you mean, Ollie?
I'll tell you what I mean. I mean that history
Perhaps SSG, the all-American squad, are just a little better. Huh? Do you consider that?
No, I've not considered that.
Okay, well, never mind.
Because guess what?
What?
SSG are not an all-American squad.
I know, but like spiritually.
No, not spiritually.
I think technically speaking, M80 are actually the all-American squad now, which is weird to say because given the iteration of the M80 rosters over the years, the M80 name has just become so detached from any one nationality that I'm just like, whatever. But I actually think technically speaking, M80 is the all-American team in this matchup. If we want to be accurate.
And we do like to be accurate.
We pride ourselves on
there's one thing we pride ourselves on, it's accuracy. Thanks for bearing with us. We've managed to get ourselves back into the game. Just inside of the ban phase now, Azami and the Blackbeard taken out. A Warden and a Twitch. It's a bit of potluck as to what you expect when you're coming into a map of Chalet in terms of the bans. Now, I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen a shield targeted, but then again, M80, they weren't the best with the shields, realistically, when they were available on Nighthaven Labs. Now, of course, different map, different rule set. Shields can have varying levels of effect dependent on the map that they are played on. But it isn't something that SSG are going to shy away from here. Yeah, they're going to remove the BB, they're going to remove one of the shields, but that wasn't really the spearhead. You're going to be looking toward a Blitz, you're going to be looking toward a Monty. Neither of which, interestingly, picked for round number 1 here. But it is going to be a Bar Games defense. SSG kicking things off here. Not playing the mirror. Mirror available. Capcan instead going to be played. And what is that for a trip? It looked quite high to me.
I actually didn't get a glimpse on it.
It was over inside a bathroom. It was going from like solar to through bathroom and then into like the piano room, but it looked super high.
Honestly, I just appreciate getting one that's like that. That's like 3 different rooms. Do you think anybody ever just gets like bored and they're just like trying to see like all the different stuff they can do. I mean, like generally like stuff like that happens, but I feel like Denari, this is the most just like, I got like 45 minutes to kill, why not? I'll load up a map and just see what weird stuff I can make happen.
Yeah. I think you've got to, haven't you? Especially with the amount that these guys are playing, like in scrims and like if they're early or something like that. They're just like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna go and throw some trips around. Yeah, there it is. Goes from inside of the bathtub. It's currently blocked by Ashen. We want to talk about your Denari, not the fact that you're up and pressed against the window. And it goes all the way to piano window.
Oh, it's actually really cool. Kino 2 is like, what the hell am I looking at? See the now, I feel standard Glaz standing in the smoke. Fultz with the first though. Ooh, Ashen with the second. Whatever information M80 had, seems it only went to Gunner. Somehow immediately flies back into a 3v3. Not really sure how that happens. Seemed to be from Ivy window almost entirely, because everything else has been SSG bleeding M80 dry. Hefty pre-fire around the corner, and I'm in disbelief that M80 have an advantage after the early round that we had. Gunner with 3 kills to get them there. And of course, Kino keeping a lid on the flank. Janino, just unfortunate. Gets spotted, has to fall back. Here Gunner tripping one of the Aruni gates, will lose his life and dies to a cap can! No way! Poor no due diligence and crazy game sense from J9O. Welcome to Chalet.
And again, we flip back onto SSG being the best team in the world. Like a round that looked unwinnable. Some out there have managed to find a way. Really quite a slow burn to the round as well. Like opening kills coming in around the minute 20 mark. And a cap can to finish it off. I commented at the start, I was like, man, they're not playing a mirror. That's a little bit weird. Usually you'd want a mirror if you're going to play barring games. They've got a cap can instead. Like, oh, okay, yeah. Cap can's just going to get the final kill with the EDD. Yep. No problem whatsoever. SSG starting as they mean to go on here on their defenses of Chalet. And, I mean, let's be honest, sometimes there's a bit of momentum that gets thrown in there as well. And obviously they've got that momentum coming in from Nighthaven Labs. We're expecting them to do well on their defenses here. It's really where their attacks that I'm expecting them to struggle. They've got a very, very low attacking win percentage on Chalet. It's around like 36%. Kind of similar to where we saw M80 falling when we were playing Nighthaven Labs. M80 a much more well-rounded team on this map though. But if the momentum and the game keeps trending in this direction, I'm not sure how much these statistics are going to matter.
I'm not sure either. It also feels like, to Ashen's point in the interview, we really have seen a consistent SSG over the course of the series, with the one shortcoming has been a slow attacking side on Bank, which Ollie and I talked about during the game. And aside from that, these defenses have been quite nice. On Bank, it was really the close and, you know, the more conservative play that we highlighted. But on Nighthaven and so far on Chalet, the aggression's been completely unthwarted. Unstoppable. Now on Master Bedroom, Gunner the Lion goes down first. Player, I imagine, was wanting to watch some of those windows, pull some of those cutoff angles. Gavini will move in as the ex-Kairos go down on the reinforcement. A lot of utility being dumped into the second floor. 2 sets of a set of nades and a set of flashbangs. I think M80 with a little bit more work to do.
J9O can just sort of sit and play this piano angle for the time being. Gaveni, is he in a position to start walking up solar stairs? Doesn't really feel like it. Not a lot of work has been done on that top floor at the moment. Fultz, he's just outside harassing right now. The Toxic Babes are going to pinch from both sides there, and Gaveni will fall. Venger, he sees to it that Diffuser is sent out of the round. Any hope of dealing with that top floor from like a roam clear perspective has just been dashed in the early portion of this round. Ashen has now taken up a position on these solar stairs. And you kind of fancy his chances, especially if he's patient. Venger eventually will be taken down, but it feels like a consolation prize at the moment. There's still such a long way to go. And if this kill comes in onto Ashen, then maybe. But it's going to require a huge play from Hot and Cold, and one that he just hasn't got in his locker at the moment.
And even though round 1 for SSG comes down to a 1v2 from J90, it's still 2 rounds so far that I think have pretty much been SSG rounds in the aggregate. That one obviously doesn't really need much explanation. The only control M80 actually got in the map felt like Solar Stairs, which they ended up losing, and then Dining, which ended up being where the last player alive, Hot and Cold, came from. And then in round 1, the only person who's able to get kills from M80 was Gunner, sitting on Ivy window. Everything else, the actual attempt to clear the roam, completely faltered. Now, of course, that's not to completely minimize Gunner's impact. I mean, if the attack is going to push players into you and you're holding a cutoff angle, your job is to shoot them. I can't really criticize Gunner for doing his job. It'd be unfair to do so. But it's the point that while that went right, so much else went wrong in round 1 for M80. And it was really only that cutoff angle that saved them. And then in round 2, you just never get anything started for the attacking side. No tactical timeout taken before round 3. But I mean, obviously, if they lose this, Fabian will be pressing the pause button, and you can just see that SSG are feeling even more confident.
I'm kind of surprised, you know. You can lose 2 rounds, fine. I think it's the way that the 2 rounds have been lost so far. SSG are looking pretty unstoppable at the moment. You're going to have to come up with a way of trying to deal with that. Gunner trying to get a bit of value out of Brava's Kludge drone at the moment. Will get taken out, though. I think he's able to snag the Banshee in the process, but it's kind of neither here nor there. Just sort of takes it out of the picture. Something less to worry about at a later portion of the round. There isn't going to be too much in terms of soft destruction on this side, on this M80 lineup, which does always cause a little bit of an alarm bell, especially when you know that you're going to be attacking one of these mid-floor sites. A lot of that is going to be required to disrupt some of those players inside of the side. That's the kind of value we like to see out of a Kludge drone. Is he going to go for the gate as well? Oh, why not? Save a little piece of burn means you don't have to waste something getting through that as well. Still seeing this Denari trip placement as well from Ashen. Clearly a favorite of his right now. So my comment on it being a little bit high, it is, but it's perfect for both windows. So it really doesn't matter. I kind of like it. I might nick that one for myself.
I was about to say, yeah, I for one like it too, but I don't even think it's too high. I think if you're vaulting in that window, I think it hits you. I will say that is huge Brava play, not just in terms of the utility hack, but there's a gap it completely created over on the trophy side right now. All utility over there taken out, so Kino will hop in the window. Only thing that might give him away is maybe any bar, but I think it's been destroyed. Still SSG, what is this? Couldn't go on a disadvantage if their life depended on it. Viewer's Shin is spotted, but he's able to dodge around the corner pretty quickly. Really nothing to note for the M80 side, aside from that big utility they found. That Kludge drone just goes to completely no effect, entirely minimized. Free Fire gets Kino around the corner, and Hot and Cold in another, I mean, not unwinnable situation, but another difficult one. Inside of West Main, he's been spotted, he's known. A 3-way crossfire right now, he's completely in the middle of this triangle. Could maybe find a way in. He's able to go through the doorway, but no. The angles are they're just too good. SSG building off that Night Haven momentum 3-0, and it's going to take quite a lot to stop this train.
Surely we see the timeout coming. M80, it's not even like they're anywhere near on this map. We're not seeing them get meaningful control. We're not seeing them generate any sort of rhythm or pace. It's kind of shocking, especially given how map 1 of the series went. Like, I was expecting this to be a pretty decent game for M80. There was a lot of opportunities for them. So far, we've just kind of seen them squander it. They even got the opening pick in that last round. Which, I mean, it hasn't been a great indicator from the series as a whole as to what's going to happen. But it's still been something. still a series with an incredible amount of multi-kills as well. Every single round so far having a 3K of its own, whether it be Gunnar, Nuers, or Benja. Kind of feel like the clutch in round 1 from J90 sort of knocked a little bit of the wind out of M80 sails, and it was like, oh man, yeah, we are just back on Nighthaven Labs, just reskinned at the moment, aren't we? Because it's not been that sort of reset that they wanted going into it. And for SSG to attract a Denari ban out of all things, like, Lynx, that's wild. They're rent-free right now.
They are, and I mean, I feel like we have talked about the Denari more than the Denari's actually had this massive impact. I mean, I might be wrong, you know, especially when the action's flying. Sometimes it's a bit hard to track when a trip mine is activated, when it's truly a problem. And I think, to be fair, I think SSG setups have clearly been good enough to where it's like, okay, well, it's really hard to deal with that whole bathroom and piano window setup. It kind of really stops you from hopping in two of the main windows we see a lot of attacking teams hop through. So don't get me wrong, I don't think it's unwarranted, but to your point, it's just one of those things where it's like, I truly don't know if it's really been that effective to merit a ban, but also for M80, I don't really know what else you would take off the board. I can say pretty confidently, see M80 do the thing where you don't play anything, any operator of a certain category for 3 rounds, and then what do you know? Double shield the moment we hit round 4.
A classic. Oh yeah, shields are available, and we are going to play them. But I don't know that that's something that SSG are too worried about, because the shields didn't cause too many problems on Labs. Granted, different map, different landscape for shields to play in. Maybe it can be a little bit easier sometimes to play a shield on Chalet. I don't think that SSG are going to be quaking in their boots at the prospect of it. They are going to be playing a mirror themselves, so whereas I commented in round 1 that the mirror wasn't played for bar games and it is a usual op to bring, it is going to be here inside of round 4. So they're also taking advantage of the old, we're not going to play something until that final ban comes in. Plenty of information right now. No clear way to get through the breach, though. Both tin openers already used. And the wall into office is still reinforced. Hot and Cold's going to be pushing himself up main stairs now, but it's going to be an Ivy double push through. But if SSG want to, they could just sort of hold really the long and passive kind of angles onto these positions and hold on for a little bit longer. Instead, we're going to see a bit of a drop from Benja, but he's going to leave a couple of teammates upstairs.
Leave a couple upstairs, but at least for this immediate position, M80 doing okay right now. They've got control of the library, can look down, do that bottom floor, but with SSG with 5 people alive, I feel like inherently this has got to favor them. It's them who get the benefit of time, them who are up 3-0 in the series with all the confidence to speak of. Diffuser does get active. Even though there's a quick trade, it's M80 still taking the lion's share of control. Even Gavini waiting late, catching Fultz off guard. Here's the follow through we needed. Breath out of Gunnar, a sigh of relief. First round on Chalet, and a dominant one at that.
Well, all they need to do is play a couple of shields. How are we not doing that from the start? Jokes aside, M80 managing to get around over the line there. Far much more sort of set up for a big 3-2-1 than we've seen them play previously. That hasn't been the playstyle. That hasn't been the order of the day so far today. There's been good elements of teamwork. There's been nice coordinated pushes, but not to that kind of degree. SSG unable to hold on in the side despite their best efforts. Nice little two-piece from Gunnar there to close it out. Literally 180 for that second kill onto Ashen. Finally, M80 have broken a bit of a deadlock.
Located by attackers.
Only their 3rd round in the past 2 maps so far. Feels pretty crazy to say. Still time for them to get something happening here and work a somewhat favorable half on Bank. I mean, it isn't on Chalet, sorry, it isn't going to be fully favorable.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
They've got just less than a 50% attacking win rate on this map, so you would expect just less than a 3-3 split, maybe a 4-2. Still chance for that. They've made a play, but they've made it a little bit late. Gunnar, you need to be careful, my friend. Taking a lot of damage early on there. We know how up for it SSG are with these early engagements. You need to get yourself to the roof and start holding some of those passive angles.
It also makes you wonder, SSG, like, you know, we kind of, we played a little bit more together in that round, or at least fell back, and I was going to say a little quicker, but really they did, and they fell back with 40 seconds left, but we allowed M80 situation where they could 5v5 clear on the side with 2 shields. Maybe we don't do that. Maybe we get in their face again. Maybe we just get obnoxious. It's one of the things we're known for. It's one of the things we've been doing well so far on Nighthaven and Chalet, and putting the gunner to 1 HP seems to be evidence of that. M80 continuing with the double shield play. We'll hop in the library quite quick. And there is still one player moving around this position. Oh, unfortunate Ella. Ooh, getting out in time. No Denari trips to speak of. Instead, it's the Clash knocking that shield back. In a position I don't think Kino expected on the library stairs. But a big reason why Newers was able to get away and was not shot to pieces by that M80 clear.
Gonna pick the opening kill up onto Ashen as well in round number 5. Newers thinking about maybe trying to find something, but he could go looking. Not gonna help him though. There isn't much out there. A lot of the action's happening here on the balcony. J9O, he's already spent some Toxic Babe canisters trying to keep himself safe there, but a brilliant play from Kino. Under the cover of the Finker Boost as well, just to get that increased ADS speed. M80 starting to try and put the pain on here, but Newers has got a brilliant.
Ooh, a good flank, but one that Kino was aware of. Or excuse me, Hot and Cold, able to turn around and catch in time. Diffuser moving up the blue stairs, try and cover his team. Able to take down Newers, who was looking to get aggressive. So now it's only Benja and Fultz that remain in a position where I don't think M80 really need to go for kills. Could be in a position where they could just slip in, try to put that diffuser down in an off spot, even push deep if they decide to. Maybe ill-advised, as Kino full standing, exposes all of his legs to Benja, falls down. Diffuser giving another 1v1. M80 letting it slip away. Hot and Cold now to get active with the pistol, and everyone running for the hills. SSG know the game to play now. Only 10 seconds remaining. Hot and Cold got to decide, plant the case or go for the kills. And on opposite sides of the map, there's no world in which Hot and Cold wins that. 1 is all they will get. Moving into the final round of this half, SSG just confirmed their lead.
Brilliantly played there by SSG. 3 versus 2, 2 shields. You've got to break that down into 1v1s. You've got to be willing to take an engagement and dip out the moment things get a little bit too heated. That's what we saw them do. Kino, again, the attention gets dragged toward them because of what they play and the role that they're on. But playing on that blitz role, yeah, there's going to be moments where you get shot. I just feel like there was a little bit more time than M80 really played with there. They could have backed up a little bit. They could have leveraged that 3 versus 2 a lot better than they had have done. Diffuser had already done monumental work to drag that round to any sort of an advantage. That flick onto Newers at the top of blue stairs was fantastic. And it just overheated a little bit, and I think that's partly due to the nature of the series that we found ourselves in right now, and that is that they are kind of scrapping at things. They're snatching, trying to make things happen, as opposed to letting it really come to them. That's the position that they're finding themselves in right now. 30 seconds, and you're in a 3 versus 2. You've maybe just got to hold it back a little bit, gain a bit more information, coordinate the shield push a little bit more. Send the Monty in to do that sort of job. Full shield extended. Leverage the blitz to take those more aggressive gunfights where you've got a little bit more of the element of surprise. Blitz doesn't work great over distance. Monty does. Some of the small differences there. I'm sure that wasn't the content of the timeout. I mean, Kino doesn't need anyone to tell him how to play blitz, but in the heat of the moment, they're the mistakes that really matter.
10 seconds left before insertion.
And the kind of things that sometimes 8-7 games can hinge on, but the kind of thing that just makes what's already looking like an SSG map even more so. The final round, no Denari on the board, so that's been the case for a couple rounds. You got to bring some substitutes. Oh, Chain, I know. So close on that one. Kind of amazed that nobody from M80 even got tagged with that shot. Not sure who it was coming over that rock, but pretty lucky they are escaping from that with all their HP. But to make up for the loss of the Dinar, we've got Grzmots, we've got F-Knots. Got plenty of traps to speak of. Clutch drone spotted early, unfortunate. SSG will continue this aggressive playstyle, playing very deep on the roam. Viewers in particular, Benja and both 6 and 3 and 8 and 3 respectively. Benja continuing with that performance from the second map. It seems like, I mean, you can roam all you want, but as long as you don't walk in front of these windows, which easier said than done, but as long as you don't walk in front of them, Mady have really struggled to find anything in the early game.
Seems like a bit of a slower round, doesn't it? Minute 50 mark. Still yet to find an opening engagement. Pace of this game so far has been, you know, kills around the 2:30. Minute 30. Is it on cue? Benjamaster takes Diffuser down on the striker. So it's that secondary utility that's going to be lost right now. Just another occasion where that opening kill rains and pours in the direction of SSG. Bulls expecting more than he's going to be getting, I think, up there. I don't think that you're going to be getting pressured all too difficult, especially if your team continue to pick apart this attack limb from limb. Gunnar finds a little bit of brief success, but Fultz eventually gets pushed by Gaveni. Well, it's kind of feeling like a bit of an inevitable end. Minute left on the clock, 4 versus 2. Yeah, you've got the Deimos, you've got the Lion. Got a chance, maybe. But don't feel like we've seen the level of teamwork required from this M80 roster in terms of these clears. They've not even knocked on library door.
Also doesn't feel like the kind of team who is going to let M80 get comfortable. Right as I say that, Benja hops out the bathroom window. I mean, shoots Gunnar in the back. Another 1vx for Hot and Cold to resign himself towards. Not much you can do with 15 seconds remaining with Gunnar getting hopped out on like that. A 5-1 half for SSG, making Nighthaven look small and insignificant in comparison. Newer's tagged up quite heavily. Hot and Cold gunning for an exit, and he won't even get that. SSG denying everything from the entrance to the exits. A 4-round lead on M80 at the moment. And while their attacks have not nearly been as impressive as their defenses, a 5-1 half, that takes a lot to squander.
Especially with the mental that's going to be on that M80 side right now. Like, they have been downtrodden. They need a monumental comeback. They've used the tactical timeout. SSG, yeah, they might not be the best attacking team on Chalet, but they only need a couple of rounds. And when you put it into context of what those couple of rounds are for, a spot in the regional finals, I'm sure they'll be able to pull something out of the bag here. Much more traditional bans for Chalet in this second half of the map as well. Architects removed, Zami and Castle, and a Ying and a Dokkaebi. It's kind of what we come to expect. I feel like I'm not saying we went into Troll Town with the bans earlier on, but just felt a little bit more random. Certainly didn't do SSG any harm though. They were able to come away with 5 of those opening 6 rounds, and the pressure now really on M80. SSG, of course, still with the tactical timeout should they choose to use it. But realistically, this is where the microscope focuses in on this defense. Downstairs we go for our first then. Heading over into dining and kitchen. Now, when we saw M80 attacking this, we didn't really see that typical full map clear. It was much more of a half clear attempting through sort of solar and trophy. I want to know what SSG do for theirs. I want to know if they go for the full clear or if they too just go for something a little bit more half clear-esque. They've certainly got the tools to go for either. We've got the sledge, so that can be full clear, it can be half clear. It doesn't really matter. You've got the, well, I mean, you had a blitz with some flashes, and the blitz has now got 1 less because I think Fultz needs to remember which keys Mealy is buying to. But is it even going to matter? Gunner, first player down. It started off as the Ashen Show on this opening pick, but it's kind of transitioned into just whoever wants it on SSG, right?
And outside of the opening picks or not, it's really transitioned to the Benja Show. A lot of work with that utility, a lot of work on that verticality. Not with the buck this time, but still finding a kill down below the site itself. And Ashen now getting involved. I mean, this is just a slaughter. Brutality from SSG, threatening map and series point. Just a couple rounds away from the grand final. As SSG, or excuse me, M80 mount a little bit of a fight. The word little is the most operative in that sentence. Gavini with a long angle onto Newers, but the site's been lost. Basically just Denari playing this little playground of his own making. Nice shot on Ashen. Need to land a pre-fire onto Newers. And now we've got something to talk about. Sees the line! How does he find all of these kills? You could say 1v1s presenting themselves to him, but that's Gavini finding one gunfight where it seems like there's no opportunity.
I think that's the little bit of a slap in the face that M80 needed to give to Space Station right now. They needed to let them know that it wasn't all going to go their way and that M80 have a little bit of fight left in this tank. That could be the difference maker right there. Little bit of a momentum shift, bit of belief now between the players, and some confidence on Gaveni. We spoke about this being a series of multi-kills. There haven't been many multi-kills that have been clutch like that and have won rounds for teams. That's one of them right there. 4 kills on the round, 1 versus 3. And the start of what could be a fairly monumental comeback here. As mentioned, SSG, not the greatest attacking win percentage on Chalet. 36%, 9 out of 25 rounds. These aren't big numbers that we're dealing with. Teams typically trend quite close to 50-50. It's scarily possible right now, Lynx.
It's possible. I can conceive of it. But again, I need to see a little bit more. I'm always going to be skeptical of moments like this. As much as I would love to see plays like that from Gavini, never gonna complain about more of that. Just got to see a little bit more first. But it's not 6-2. It's 5-2. And one, that's evidence that I can count. But more importantly, it means that the game is not over if SSG win 1 round. There is actually time for M80 to mount some kind of compelling argument, some kind of information that says, hey, it's not just Gavini finding these admittedly crazy engagements. There's something a bit more to offer here. A bar game's defense, where M80 are pushed quite deep onto the polar opposite side of the map. Can you get Gunner back in time with Ashen on bathroom window, players on solar window, utility being destroyed on the actual library position? It's not that they can't, but M80, while they might have good positions, they've also got players that are generally cut off, and SSG are in a good position to deal with them.
Ashen going to start moving up these solar stairs now. Barbire's already been dealt with for him, and you can hear the Capital bolts going out. Nice swing from Gunner, though. Finds one, immediately traded. That's the more important. Benja, keeping things level right now. They have lost the Blackbeard. They have lost that pushing power to move through this top floor. And if Hot and Cold isn't careful, he's going to get pinched.
But they didn't even know about Gunner. And if they didn't know about Gunner, do they know about Hot and Cold around the corner? Fultz stunned by the Gershmot, just peeking with the gun. Hot and Cold spots the barrel. And now the game is afoot. Can sit on the backside. Meanwhile, Benchamaster looking for the front. Newers himself with his back turn, but Hot and Cold's got diffuser, and yet he's spotted by Space Station. It's all faulty. A phony flank from Hot and Cold, one that nets only 1 kill, and fleeting, tenuous control at best. Kino can toss this C4 over top of blue stairs if he wanted to. He's got no reason. He's got no information. It's SSG who still have the lead, who've got 4 rounds over M80 and are 1 away from the grand final.
It'd be difficult to pinpoint who's had the biggest impact on this SSG roster if you were forced to pick an individual for this series. There's an argument to say you could look toward a player like Ashen. But his opening kills on Bank, they didn't result in the game being won. For me, you'd much rather look toward a player like Benja, who has consistently been in the right place at the right time across the 2 maps that SSG have been successful in so far. +5 on Nighthaven Labs, 2-2 on the entry, and here and now, 14-5, 2-0 on the entry. But it's the refrags that he's able to get. It's the positions that we're finding him in so far. An incredible impact from that player on the side of SSG right now. M80, really with their back up against the wall. A flashy round from Gaveni isn't going to be enough to keep them in this. I thought they had a chance there, especially with Hot and Cold's positioning, to really make something happen. And yeah, he gets one, but everything was just so properly and quickly reacted to by SSG. It made no odds in the end.
It just seems that the odds are going against M80 more and more as these rounds go on. Bank looking even more like a close affair in hindsight than it already was, and it felt like in the moment. Fultz, who wanted to go for a rush outside of this window previously, and unfortunately, because of this Denari setup, I think thought better of it. Well, he'll meet the same thing this go around and make the rotation all the same. Fuser with the first. Long angle acquired on Ashen. I actually think through feet holes, in fact. So maybe SSG getting a little overconfident. Maybe not the greatest drone work, and I mean, based off what we saw on the previous round, definitely can occur. Still some further options. Benjo worked his way up into Fireplace. Something SSG have been good about doing, get him positioned in spots. Defense doesn't anticipate.
Oh, Fultz needs to be cautious there, just walking through main lobby. Caught out in the FNAT. Tanked a shotgun through the floor as well. Ashen's fallen this round, so losing the hard breach, you're not likely going to see the full idea of what SSG wanted to achieve here. Not even got any secondary to back it up, so really are just going to be looking to try and pressure with this Monty. It's even more imperative that Fultz stays alive now. Gunner, nice little off angle here on Library Stairs. Keep an eye on not only the hopping, but anybody walking from across Library side as well. Now, of course, going to be Fultz on that Monty. A little one-for-one trade. Don't often see that. Oh, brilliant pop-up from Gaveni as well. And Fultz is going to try and make something happen here, but you just feel like he's going to be clutching at straws. Just turns his back.
Fair play. Well, victory will not be coming in that round, unfortunately. Monty stabbed the back right at the very end. Still a bit of a go for M80 to climb, but really just around that, honestly, SSG didn't seem like they even got into whatsoever. Diffuser able to get the kill early on. You have Benja creeping up the Fireplace stairs. You've got plenty of issues that you can spot, plenty of opportunities you might be able to see, but Gavini popping up like that, as you mentioned, unfortunately everything for SSG falling a bit by the wayside, but these things happen. We'll give credit to M80 for repelling it, especially for Gavini holding out inside of bar and games. Good to see solo roam positions like that working out very nicely. And also, I think, again, just proving that Denari can be really quite a problem. We didn't talk about it much, but there is an insane trip setup that M80 have on that side of the map, one that basically goes across both rooms in bar and games. So, can't blame Benja too much for accidentally falling prey to that.
6-3. At what point, as an M80 fan, do you start to believe site selection? Are we really going to start basing a comeback on site selection? Well, maybe. Kitchen dining. It's been won before by M80. Opening pick from Benja. But it required a 4K from Gaveni and a 1 versus 3 clutch to get it over the line. So it was not a close round by any stretch. It should have been stamp out for SSG. But they just left the door ajar and let Gaveni get back into it 1 kill at a time, just presenting themselves in 1 versus 1s. Now you'd hope that SSG wouldn't do the same given, or if they got themselves into the same position. But you never know. Gaveni, who's the man of the moment last time we saw the site, he's going to be tucked downstairs inside a bar right now. The majority of the forces for this SSG side are going to be making their way up to that top floor, looking to try and clear out any sort of roam game that could be going on up there. Bit of an aggressive push in here from Jane. I know he must have some info, but no, Diffuser just takes him down.
Well, takes him down, but does distract quite heavily. Takes Diffuser's attention over to the bedroom window. That allows Fultz the opportunity to move in. Unfortunately, just based on the way things pan out, intentional or not, the plan does not go SSG's way, and down in the 2v3. A full roam clear, but minimal ability to actually transfer down to the bottom floor at the moment. So it'll have to be a reset from Space Station. All things considered, I mean, it's not ideal, especially as the breach is not open. I could see maybe a blitz pushing in and a glass covering on a long angle, but gonna have to be something crafty from SSG in this late round, because right now it's likely gonna require somebody from M80 to peak before we start having this conversation.
Yeah, you get the feeling that it requires a little bit of a mess up, don't you? Now, there's no C4 and there's no impacts. They do have hot and cold on the Solus, but I don't know that a plant is gonna happen. Ashen will find one. Gunner there for a trade. Ashen with it all to do now.
All to do, and M80 with information on his position. No diffuser control, but 55 seconds to play with. And a gun that really packs a punch. Will he anticipate this verticality? Hot and Cold's cutting off a line between these sites at the moment as another player pushes up deeper. Ooh, spots him for a second. And Gunner backs off. No need to get aggressive in this 1v2. Especially now that Ashen's been spotted. Let him come to you. Continue backing up. They cede control of the site. Good plays by M80. Maneuvering the situation to the best of their abilities. Now with 20 seconds left. Hot and Cold's got the Specchio scanner. He's got direct line on it. So Ashen will rotate off. The clock and M80 are working it so well at the moment. Dashing any chance of hopes without a shot being fired until absolutely necessary. Now we've got something to talk about with 2 in a row, and repelling the SSG early game, and then they're playing the 2v1 perfectly.
M80 now have our undivided attention as they have pulled themselves back into this game 1 round at a time. Still not over, and still not even at an overtime. But it's been enough to force out the timeout from call out. Solus, the MVP of that round. Definitely can't play any of those diffuser baiting games. Am I planting? Am I not? When there's a Solus in play. That is not going to be a game that works out too well at all. Where we saw M80 really excel on Bank and SSG kind of fall short, a lot of it was in SSG's lack of ability to play quickly. And that was the first half of Bank. Opening picks really wasn't a problem for SSG. Ashen was there in the conversation. He was in all 6 of those opening engagements on the attacking half, and he won all but 1 of them. This time it's a little bit different. The opening pick is far more dominated toward that M80 side, but we're still seeing that slight lack of speed in the sort of mid to late round. Now, there was an explosive bit at the start there from Fultz as he's pushing through and able to really start to make something happen. We saw Jane I know hopping through double window as he obviously thought he had a bit of information and did, you know, was able to trade himself or get himself traded. So it was still a worthy cause, and it worked out in terms of gaining ground and an equal man count. But we're again starting to see that slight stall out from SSG. It's something that Ashen spoke about between one of the games in a little interview that he was doing toward Jacob, saying, you know, we just recognized we were a little bit slow.
5 seconds remaining.
And if they can recognize that they are slow here as well and do something about it this time, they've only got to get one round here. But every round that goes by that goes M80's way, the confidence is going to swell on that roster.
It's not even that they'll feel more emboldened to take a risk, they'll just feel a bit more capable. And right as I say that, hot and cold finding Benja early. An important frag, as Benja's been able to maneuver around these hidden and unknown spots of the map and run into spots where M80 least expect. Oh, that's unfortunate. Happens to the best of us, though. As SSG, despite the 4v5, move into the site, and Kino just throws a C4. SSG, I don't think accounting for that one quite as nicely. The collapse might be rapid from Space Station Gaming, as after the tactical timeout, they're in a position to be dealt the worst loss they've suffered on Chalet so far. Just one player after another. No support, no cover. And in the case of Fultz, no information as to M80's on-site capabilities. So I think the solution here, maybe just take the 2 minutes and extend that tactical timeout.
Get yourself onto the roof. You can't use the coach, but you can still, you know, yourselves. I mean, is the play really to go quick? Like, I know that I just criticized them for going a little bit too slowly, but there's a time and a place to work with that pace. We comment about teams that can operate at different levels and turn it on and off in a fixture, not just between maps. J9O grabs his first. Shouldn't really get more than that. Let's be honest. There's quite a bit of info here and a player on those library stairs. But the library stair player needs to be super cautious. Peek at the right time or just disengage entirely. Instead, Glingers. He waits around for a little bit too long. Now Hot and Cold's in a really difficult spot, especially with that hatch reinforced. He can't get out of here.
Well, he can't get out, and most importantly, I almost want to tell SSG, maybe you don't clear him. I mean, obviously the verticality's got to worry about, but as he uses the C4, you know he's there. That's a control variable. You can spend time finding the other two players, maybe try to work that 1v1, but you know it's a 2v2 on site. Instead, they push deep. I can't fault them for that either. It's an easy pre-fire, knowing he's in that corner. With 35 seconds left, you can't use all these breach charges, but you can get a bit more information. Kino, use that C4 early, so you can hop in this window, with Diffuser revealing his position too. Shotgun around the corner is a big threat, but he's been tagged up. J9 has already showed he's proficient at getting these late round frags, at playing patient, at creeping in. And his Diffuser hops back. It's gotta be J9O, who's down the sentry, who's only got the warden to deal with, who spots him in stock, who just needs to land one more shot! All 5 for J9O! Comeback dreams dashed, and SSG in the grand final.
J9O, what a player. What a moment for him to step up for his team. It looked like a dead cert for M80 as a round. And somehow they managed to navigate their way through a very difficult setup of players. But M80 gave themselves up one player at a time. And against someone like J9O, you cannot afford to do that. What a way to close the series, especially given how many times we've spoken about the sheer amount of multi-kills in this game as a whole. Bank was littered. Fewer in Nighthaven Labs, but a lot over on Chalet and an ace to close. We're going to send it over to Jacob on the stage for an interview.
We'll get to me in just a second. But oh my God, SSG are alive and going to the grand finals. I want to pull someone in real fast because his dad's in the crowd. I figured it was a good opportunity for it. Everyone make some noise for Newers, everyone. Just from our perspective, it felt like map 1 was just a warm-up for both map 2 and 3. Does that feel accurate? Because you really turned the house around completely in both maps 2 and 3.
Nah, map 1, they played a good game on Bank. They had our number for sure. But map 2 and 3, clinical.
There wasn't an opportunity for you guys to play with a crowd in Munich, given how that campaign went, but how good does it feel now to play in front of a hometown crowd here in Philadelphia?
It's awesome. Last time I did this was Charlotte, I think, and the NA crowd's definitely the best, so.
What do you think you want for Grand Final going into tomorrow? Is there one you'd rather face? Do you want the rematch against M80 to just beat them 2 times in the weekend, or do you like SR instead?
Doesn't matter to me. Whoever plays a better game, that game.
Fair play. Everybody, one more hand for Newers. We'll get the full breakdown about how that series went after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai 2 amours. Paris, toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
3,
Wait.
2, 1. Drop him.
Stock.
Stock kill me.
1v1. You fucking like that, though!
SSG to the grand final. They dethrone the major champs. So we've got a special guest here on the desk joining us. Folks, welcome. Congrats on the win. It was quite a series, and it got a little hairy there on map 3, but you guys come out victorious, dethroning, albeit briefly, the major champions. How does it feel post-match?
It feels great. Honestly, the thing that means the most to me is that we came out and we played just good Siege as a team. You know, coming into this event, we weren't really like trying to focus on like a end goal, like get first or anything like that. Like we just wanted to come out here, really improve and just play some good Siege and get like more reps under our belt, because throughout the year we've struggled to find consistency. Like sometimes we'll have really high highs and then we'll have very like low lows. So really just like, you know, brushing that off and just really down in on ourselves and finding the SSG that everybody wants to see.
Yeah, and now that you guys beat the major champs, does it feel like you're major champs in a way? No, that's a bad joke. But essentially, in the pre-desk, me and Lax were talking a lot about the keys to success for SSG. The 3 main points: 1 was opening kills, 2 was Benja finding comfortability, and the 3rd one was managing aggression. I feel like in each different map, you guys were able to excel in different aspects of those. One, when it came to map 1, you guys were dominating the opening kills. I mean, Ashen had 9 opening kills.
Yeah.
First, is that something that you guys even noticed when you guys were inside the server?
I could definitely tell like Liam was pretty fired up, because like the first round he like didn't pick his like base operator and he just went out and like murdered like 3 dudes, and I was just droning everybody, didn't even leave spawn. And then once Liam's feeling like that, like I always just kind of like, we just let him go and let him go do his thing. And he was playing incredible. I think we messed up some of the late rounds. And, you know, that was on us, but I think Liam was going out there getting nasty and doing his job, but, you know, we weren't able to really close out some of those late rounds. And I haven't watched it back, but it felt like they were close, like some of them. Yeah.
That's the nature of Bank, too. It really comes down to the wire a lot of the times, especially in the later round. But with managing that aggression and losing the opening kills, we saw it on map 2 and map 3. That's something that you guys were doing very well, just getting that opening kill on Labs and being able to slow down, waiting for the execute. Is that something that you guys noticed from map 1 going into map 2 is, hey, we're bleeding out these last few rounds? That's something we need to focus on going into map 2?
Yes. So like on some of the executes on late round on Bank especially, we were kind of like setting up too slow for the end of our round, and they were able to hit like rotations, and they would get like what we call powered, with a lot of people on their defense would get aggressive. And it was like they were just winning those 4v4 situations. So we were like, on the second map, we either need to go really slow and milk these guys out late round, or we need to speed up and catch them when they're falling back. Like we were kind of in that middle ground on Bank, and I think we did a good job on the last 2 maps of doing one or the other very decisively.
I think that's something that me and Lax, just because we passed by real quick, the last round on Bank, why did you go up white stairs on Clash?
I was just trying to pull. I was like, what am I gonna do? Run through the site with Clash? You know, there's hashes everywhere. I was like, if I can just get one guy to look at me, maybe my team will win the round.
Tell me a little bit more about this 3rd map, kind of the flow, how it went. There was a moment there where M80 started to mount a little comeback. We saw Gavini start to make a bit of a play. You start to maybe shake you guys a little bit. I mean, when you're facing a little bit of a comeback like that, what's the mentality there? How do you guys make sure to stay in the lead and close it out?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things after a clutch like that is like, you know, we were in a 4v1. Like we did the right thing, brushed it off. Dude just hit some shots. We probably, you know, made some mistakes. We're in control of this game. Like brush it off. Let's go next. Let's hammer these dudes.
Yeah, you have as much of a lead to be able to get through it, and I believe the last round was closed out by J9O in the little 2v1. It was like a split-second 2v1. So essentially, you need big plays to be able to bounce back against those big plays. But when it comes to big players, Benja was step 2 on the SSG success list. We didn't talk about him, but he had an amazing series so far, and we've seen his struggles and, you know, progression throughout the year. Is that something that you guys have been trying to get him to feel more comfortable in these roles? What is, I guess, the direct correlation to him having a amazing LAN tournament? I mean, best of 3 today.
I am not sure. I can't really put my finger on it, but one thing I can say confidently, as a player that used to be in a more aggressive role, is when your team's playing bad, like it's hard to succeed on, especially like a lurk role. Like he's catching rotations, he's hitting lurks, and if our front's getting shut down and we're playing bad as a team, he's going to be put in bad spots. So I think that's something that's a little bit overlooked, is when a team's playing bad, as a result, like especially players with certain roles will, not collect as much. And I think, at least from my POV, that's really what I try to focus on.
Okay, I think that's what we saw. And then when we talk about your tempo and how you guys were managing your aggression, I felt like you guys did a great job at managing M80's aggression as well, specifically on map 3. We saw them run sometimes the blitz and the Monty and the double shield just getting in your face. How do you guys go about managing a team that's so prominent on the shields? And, they got 2 shield players.
Yeah.
It's probably really annoying.
Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty clear what they wanted to do right after they banned Inari. I was like, okay, this is what we're doing now. And then so I was like, I just pull out the Clash, let's get some traps going, and then, we live in the fire. So like we were like, let's do it. Like put the hands up, let's roll.
Thoughts? I kind of want to know a little bit more about like the player mentality on a stage like this with a crowd like this. Obviously, it's not the major scale where you just were, but NA rivalries in this intimate environment where you can almost hear your opponents just like a few feet away. Yeah. What's that like? How does that change your approach into the given match?
I mean, I love it. Like, it brings me back to, you guys know, like when we play in Vegas, like you be able to talk smack to your NA brothers, and there's just a little more passion when you can just see the dudes right there. And you're also playing on land, which is great. And, even though the crowd here is not as big as like a major, it's still like you can hear them get loud, and you can kind of ride momentum off even that. So yeah, I love it. Yeah.
That's sweet. Well, that win, and a great one at that, carries you guys to the grand final tomorrow, where you will await the winner of the matchup coming up in just a bit. It is M80 who will now take on Shopify Rebellion in the lower final to see who eventually plays you guys in the grand final. But Fox, we could end up seeing a rematch come the grand final if M80 are able to take down Shopify Rebellion, the match that we have coming up in just a bit. I mean, any early thoughts about that one?
I mean, it's going to be hard for M80 with the performance they put up. It still was good, but Shopify is on that lower bracket run. Everybody knows how strong the lower bracket run is. I'm sure you guys are very familiar with it. Yeah. I guess that's my final question, too. Is that something that you guys are worried about with the team just building momentum towards a lower bracket to meet you guys in the finals, if Shopify is the team that victors?
No, I think we've got a SQ figured out. So if those guys make it, I'm not worried about that one. So.
Well, listen, folks, thank you so much for joining us. This has been a lot of fun, calm, cool, and collected as always. And yeah, crushed it out here, man. So good luck in the grand final.
Thank you.
All right, well, we are going to step aside for just a few minutes, and when we come back, we're going to get the stage set for our lower final to see who will meet Fultz and SSG in the grand final tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai 2 amours.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Available now.
the major champions sent to the lower bracket where Shopify Rebellion has been lying in wait. This is the NAL Regional Finals here in beautiful local host Philly in Philadelphia. It has been a wild ride already, and we are just one match in. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Jonas Willinger here with Foxe and Laxing as we dive in to our second matchup of the day. Major champs dethroned Laxing. That's not something we say very often, but we did know that coming back to North America here in the regional finals, it is a different game.
I mean, it's like I called it. I said SSG easily could knock out M80, put them in the lower bracket finals, and that's exactly what happened. But that was at a very, very big cost of a very intense match for both these teams. Just SSG had the mental resilience to get by.
And you'd think maybe after a major win, maybe M80's not playing on full cylinders. They took their foot off the gas a little bit, but that's not what we saw. And then after the loss, all the players had their heads down, but they were focused, listening to Fabian, trying to make sure that they get on the right track going into this next matchup. So I don't expect it to be an easy ride for SR.
Have you guys had a chance to pop out there yet? Check out the vibes, check out the venue?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. It's always fun to be in these environments because, again, the crowd is really what makes this special. So, I mean, I owe a lot to the crowd for this because it just makes this game. I mean, we even heard it from Fultz. I mean, being able to ride the momentum as a player, hearing the crowd get wild, doesn't even need to be the biggest crowd. NA just has the best crowds.
Yeah, the community is amazing because a lot of the people here are people that have been playing for a long time. I'm sure there's also some newcomers, so it's a lot of familiar faces. You get to see a lot of people that have been around to other events in NA as well. So it's nice because you feel more of a connection, I guess, with the people that are there because you know that they've been there for years on years.
You guys doing a little meet and greet tomorrow or something like that? I heard some rumors.
Yeah, I think so.
You know, quick fist bumps, maybe a couple pictures. I definitely want to,
yeah, you're not trying to get sick.
I don't want to get sick, especially the holidays right around the corner, but I'm definitely, try to show some face a little bit.
I think a lot of people got deodorant out there. It smells a lot better than some other events. Yeah, exactly.
Well, to shift gears to the match at hand, here we are. Shopify Rebellion taking on M80. Our very own Caliber Jacob caught up with players just a few minutes ago to see how they were feeling ahead of this lower bracket brawl.
Hot and cold, still one game left, one life overall. Not the first time you've had to be in a lower bracket situation in order to make the grand finals. Is there any first impression about why that first series didn't go the way you were hoping?
I think our first impression is just we were shaking in our boots a little bit. Like, we've had problems in scrims for the past couple weeks with, comms here and there, and I think those problems have kind of just transitioned into game day, maybe a little more heightened. So we got to relax a bit, get back on the same page, and hopefully it'll go better.
Definitely a fast turnaround time between last game and this one. Is there anything about needing to go quickly from one to the other that's a little bit weird, or do you still feel that you're warmed up to go into map 2 or series 2 and it won't be that big of a deal?
I always like playing back-to-backs because, yeah, like you said, you're warmed up, at least shooting-wise, comms-wise. They haven't warmed up yet, so hopefully that gives us an advantage going into it.
All right, sounds good. Good luck. Super, 2 games in the lower bracket so far because we did play some of this bracket off or online at this point. Is there anything about this mindset that's going to be different now that you're playing on LAN?
No, not really. I think every team kind of came into this event with maybe not the best prep just because it's the old patch on the new season. But I mean, it'll be nice to not play SSG. We played them like 100 times, so that'll be fun.
You and Rexon were the last 2 guys who are still playing or are now on a team with an opportunity to go back-to-back as NAL champions, technically, because we haven't had a proper regional finals in 4 years. What would it mean to you guys, not just to go back-to-back in that sense, but also to still walk away from 2025 with a LAN victory?
I mean, it's always nice to kind of have bragging rights. Obviously, I think all the teams here have achieved their main goal of making SI. So yeah, I mean, I didn't really think about it in terms of going back-to-back because it's 4 years ago when I was a player. But I mean, yeah, that'd be cool to kind of run it full circle.
Really just playing it up for the memes at that point. It's still back-to-back even if it only happened a little while ago. Dude, awesome. Thank you very much and good luck.
Well, thanks, Jacob, for getting that done down there. Good to hear from Super. Good to hear from the guys as they get ready for this game. Shopify Rebellion, though, this is a team that has not had an easy road to get to this point. Laxing knocked out in the upper bracket right away. Had to grind their way through the lowers. 3 best-of-3s just to get to this point, but they are still alive. They're still fighting.
Yeah, pressure makes diamonds, and, all of SR is no slouches to that by any means. Obviously, falling in that lower bracket early on, a very big loss to SSG really lit the fire underneath him. And then we have seen this tremendous run all the way through the lower bracket, now up until this point where we get to see them on LAN. And let me tell you, for being an old player, being able to play on land always is a significantly better environment, especially when you got a crowd in front of it. Being able to ride that momentum, being around your players, having that camaraderie just within reach always paints the picture to be a little different.
Well, Canadian's one of these guys we've talked about. We know how much he thrives in environments like this. But you also talked about him a couple weeks ago when we got into the regional finals, how maybe his underperformance was holding the team back, but how when he started to step things up and play well, the team followed suit.
Yeah, it's something that we've highlighted time and time again with this SR roster is Troy's impact and whether he's finding impact or not. And yes, 59% isn't anything crazy by any means, but in comparison to his match versus SSG, he was sitting at a 43%. The impact simply wasn't there. It was something that we touched up on going into that Dark Zero match where we were like, okay, if Troy isn't getting on the board, we at least need to see some sort of impact come into fruition, whether it was on the shields, whether it was getting a couple extra frags. But what we did see in that first match versus Dark Zero was the shields being implemented, was him being able to take space, was him being able to orchestrate and facilitate rounds that were going into their favor, and he himself was also getting frags, which is why you're seeing this impact come from your IGL, and especially for everyone to rally behind the IGL, you're going to be looking at that player the most throughout every single round, and if he's popping off, the rest of the team is going to rally behind that and pop off with him as well.
I mean, you have to look at Canadian, but his impression on the team doesn't necessarily come from the kills specifically, it comes from being able to lead the team. And that's something that SR has found themselves lacking a little bit, is in the strategy. So since they've had their run throughout the lower bracket, we've seen the strategy improve. Canadian's also getting kills. So if they can stay on trend and keep improving, it doesn't matter whether Canadian's getting kills or not because he's IGLing the rest of the team. They're all under one ideology. That's what SR needs to aim forward to. And if they don't have that and Canadian's not getting the kills, then you're really wasting away such a talented and historied player by not listening to the strategy because you know at the end of the day, probability is he's not going to be putting up a huge amount of kills like the rest of the players on the team.
And he's someone we do like to talk a lot about. On the flip side, someone maybe who doesn't get enough attention from the people out there, and this is classic for support players, is someone like Surf, who really can be the backbone of this roster at its best.
He is the absolute glue of this roster. I've highlighted him as many times as I possibly can. Unfortunately, we couldn't highlight him through Munich because all of them seem to taper off, but Surf really has stepped up his performance as an individual and his growth coming onto this SR roster. I mean, I've been loving following Surf's growth all the way back when he first initially joined the league where he didn't really have a lot of show forth, but then to start his run with that Cloud9, then to find him here on SR time and time again. I say he's the backbone of this roster just for the simple fact he plays this support role so damn well. If he is allowed to open up the site, help get an attack going, he is always going to be that player you're going to rely on, which is why it amplifies and allows these other players to find success because you can focus on what's in front of you because Surf is always going to be in that back line supporting you, allowing you to be able to have a fallback. And especially in high pressure, high octane moments, we also see Surf come in with these big clutches when in many situations, some players kind of give up all hope when odds are all stacked against them, but Surf time and time again has these amazing clutches, regains the momentum, puts everyone back in track, and then you just see them get over these hurdles time and time again, which is why you have to highlight Surf because he really is the joints that attaches all of these ligaments to make a solid foundation for this team.
He's a consistent backliner. He's a player that you're going to want to have if it push comes to shove and it's a 1v1 situation. Also, fun fact, I believe his brother's playing in the T2 Element tournament tomorrow.
Okay.
It's just runs in the bloodline at this point.
Well, we obviously just saw them, but we'll talk a little bit about them too. They did struggle a little bit. We'll mention M80, the major champs, who still need to get things back in order to take this regional final and crown themselves the NA champions officially, but they did not have the best game against SSG. I think we all saw that. They came out strong, had a good map 1, able to take the win there, but losing the next 2 maps, not able to close it out.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue, I mean, I'm glad Hot and Cold was able to highlight it in the fact that they were shaking a little bit because it really did look like that. They weren't really connected when it came to pushes. Slow on the start. A lot of the pressure was put on the back of the Shields or the X Factor player, which was Kino, to make something happen. And if he didn't, the entries weren't necessarily already there. On Bank map 1, they were bleeding kills. I mean, Ashen got 9 opening kills. M80 was not getting opening kills. But then slowly but surely, it still went even man trade. I mean, the next map, it was 4 opening kills kills to 5, and then it followed suit in the third map. So it's a situation where M80 was not able to find that succession when it came into the opening kills. It's not something that they've, not experienced before, but they didn't have responses to what was going on. Their problem solving was very slow, and it usually was just, let's just put a shield here, or let's just put a Ying here, and that wasn't working against SSG.
And I think when you look at it, again, back to those stylistic matchups, is you're versing a team like SSG that is always going to be aggressive for the most front. And we saw what Fultz was talking about in those moments of just, we had to dial it back, we had to reel it in. But again, it's just something that this M80 roster has to come into this match where I think it is going to be more of an equilibrium that you're playing against a team like SR that is more methodical, is going to try to counter-strike. You aren't going to always be oppressed by a team like SR because they don't have two, big, strong opening players like a player from Ashen, like a player from Benja that's going to be lurking around. There are different factors coming into this matchup where I think they will be able to find their stride at a lot faster pace than what they were against SSG.
And the guy we just saw on the screen, Kino, I feel like the correlation today is based off of his success. If he's able to be that problem solving with the shields or with the Ying or with the glass, and if he can find the success, M80 will too. But we just saw it after map 1, map 2 came around, and that's where Kino just fell off a little bit. And that's the biggest issue right now, is it can't just be all on one player's shoulders. If he's making the distraction, the entries have to be able to play around him. But the fear that Hot and Cold was talking about is probably what was preventing those players from being able to do that.
I was going to say, what really worries me is, what we heard with Hot and Cold talking about, practices really hasn't been good. Comms, little problems are now bleeding into actual match day. That is a very big cause for concern. It's something that we also highlighted. Teams, when they win majors, they tend to fall off. We're clearly seeing it now. And, these little things, yes, they might seem minute and small, but as they ramp up in matches and you start losing, they start to manifest and grow into something big. And we've been here time and time again. Sure, you can identify these problems as they're happening, but it is so hard to rectify them in those moments, to be able to fix them in those moments when they keep rearing their ugly head. And the man on the screen is the one person you are absolutely going to have to be able to make these plays happen, make these rounds work in their favor. He's the one that's going to be leading it. So it's going to be even more imperative that Hot and Cold really starts to find that rhythm, shut down any extra bit of ideas that are coming from the kitchen, and focus on that one goal and that one ideology that everyone can get behind so they can have a flawless round.
Well, we saw Bank, Chalet, we saw some Labs in there in our first best of 3 Shopify Rebellion. They did have a chance to sit on the sidelines and watch how that unfolded. So does that affect, you think, their decision-making here?
I think it affects Shopify Rebellion's decision-making to pick out Labs, which M80 just got 7-2'd on by SSG, which makes a lot of sense. It didn't really look like M80 had good understanding of how they wanted to be able to attack against the sites and be able to defend themselves. So Shopify Rebellion is using that knowledge that they just got from this best of 3 to be able to take it, counter-strat, and hopefully get a free map.
The Clubhouse, I don't necessarily agree with it, because they're probably picking Clubhouse of trying to pick apart what SSG did exactly to SR in their matchup, but I just don't think that's going to be a good testament of what SR really can bring to the table, because they got absolutely shut down. There's not really a lot you're going to hone in on. Obviously, I'm not there for the map bans, but then going to Chalet, if we go that distance, but I'm going to say the first 2 maps really heavily SR in my opinion here. I'm kind of really questioning the Clubhouse pick. It's a very default map. It's a simple map. I would have rather seen that be the first map, so that way, we can really see if M80's fixing their mistakes that were made throughout their series versus SSG. But honestly, I think they kind of are gambling with this map choice.
I'm not the biggest fan of these maps for SR, just because it paints the picture of, yes, Labs is a good map for them, but when it comes to Clubhouse and Chalet, something that we wanted to see from SR is less relying on guns, more on the strategy. When you look at maps like Clubhouse and Chalet, to me that still screams the picture of SR has Spoid, SR has Rexen, SR has Ambi. Oh, we're going to be able to problem solve just by shooting our way out of the problem. And I hope that we don't see that. I hope we can see Canadian be able to IGL behind the troops. But in my opinion, they need to be able to win map 1, because I think the latter 2 is M80's favorite maps.
Well, tell me how you feel about this overall. 2 of the 3 same maps from the last series. M80 just lost it. Shopify Rebellion laxing their hungry. Where do you fall? I know you had SSG against M80 this time. Can you do the same thing with Shopify?
I can't, just for the simple fact of what Hot and Cold said in that interview. It's not to say that, that they can't bounce back. They're a major winning team. They easily can bounce back. But again, it's those little things that bleed into the match. Those are always the harder things to fix, because when they're happening in that moment, you are relying on players in that moment to fix it and address it. But more often than not, that takes an off season to really address those problems. Then that will then end up leading into SI. So I'm not really confident just hearing that end game interview from Hot and Cold. And for those reasons alone, on top of SR having a very strong showing in their lower bracket run, it's really hard to go against SR.
Yeah.
Okay.
SR also has been here since the start of the day, likewise with the other teams waiting for this game to happen, whereas M80 just played a match. They're warmed up. SR was sitting.
There's that case.
Just trying to warm up themselves, but it's not at the same level. And I don't think any of these teams are going to be gassed out at this level just after one best of 3. So to me, if anything, I just think M80 has good maps in the latter 2. So that being said, they also have the momentum, I guess, of playing. Yes, they did lose, but now they want to be able to bounce back. And if anybody's going to bounce back, it's going to be a player like Hot and Cold, where once his team gets a setback, he's always the player that turns up for his team.
You kept me on my toes for a second there, but you're going with M80, and you're going with Shopify Rebellion?
I am going with Shopify
Rebellion.
Correct.
All right. This one's going to be interesting. I guess final prediction here. Can we get a map count? Do you think this is going all the way?
I think it definitely goes all the way, but I think it's going to be a 2-1. I think they both win their respective maps. I think Clubhouse will be the closer of the two between Labs and Club, but overall, yeah, SR takes it.
I think M80 takes it in 2-1.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. You said that about SSG M80.
A dead clock's right twice a day. Dead clock's right twice a day.
And then a live clock's is wrong 2 times a day.
I thought it was a broken
I guess we'll
clock.
see. Oh, yeah, you're right. I mean, same thing. Works both ways.
Dead clock, man. Well, tell me a little bit more. You said Hot and Cold is the kind of guy to bounce back, Fox. And I want a little bit more from you on that before we dive in. Our players are just finishing up. He's the kind of guy, right, in that IGL position who has a lot of impact on his team. A lot of chance to influence every single round. When you think about bouncing back, is it with the IGLing? Is it with changing something up, shifting the way they're playing it? Or do you think just individually playing better is enough?
I mean, the whole team's going to look to their spokesperson, the IGL, to be able to be confident going in this match, because if your IGL isn't confident with what he's calling, everyone's going to second guess themselves and play for themselves. And also, I said it because Hot and Cold is one of those players every single time throughout the last year, he plays with a chip on his shoulder whenever he individually performs bad the game before or his team loses, because every single matchup means the world to him specifically. It doesn't matter if it's a major, doesn't matter if it's a regional game or just an online regular NAL game. He is going to bounce back regardless after a lackluster performance, and we've seen it time again. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is the matchup where Hot and Cold could be leading the charge, not only in the IGL room, but also in the kill room.
But again, I have to rely on when we played and what our experiences were. And again, just the small things that are then bleeding into actual game days. And he didn't just say it was one problem, it's multiple things. But a bigger one for me is the communication. Yes, you can look to your IGL. Yes, you can focus on that aspect of what he's going to do to be able to lead the charge. But again, it really comes down to each individual player being able to relay this information, being able to talk, being able to play off one another in these situations, not necessarily needing to be micromanaged. And again, if the excuse is, yes, our first series, there was a lot of issues that bled in from this past week, then what's going to be the excuse going into this first map if it doesn't go into your favor? Then what is it going to be? Then what are you then going to post blame onto? Because you're going to start running out of things at this point. So we have to see something completely different than what we just even saw in the most recent Labs versus SSG.
Well, strangely enough, the most talked about player of M80 at the entire Munich Major wasn't a player at all. It was the coach. It was Fabian, right? How does he approach this? We know that he can get intense, he can get emotional, he really wants his guys to succeed. Is this a situation where he steps up, gets loud, gets in their face and says, here are all the things we need to fix, here is how we're going to do it? Like, where does he come in as a coach in this moment to get his guys back on track?
I mean, he just has to be the voice of reason, and I believe that's what he's been doing. I don't think this is a situation where he's going to get loud or put the pressure or get into the heads of his own players, because at the end of the day, to them, invite is the goal. So it's all about correcting the mistakes. It's not something to put his players down about. The stakes aren't as high as M80's levels that they would love to achieve, but he is going to be very intense. He's going to be like a strict teacher or some sort that is going to make sure that everyone is doing the right things. But we've heard him before talk about it, that he only gets difficult on his players when they're doing things wrong. It's not just if they're losing rounds. Sometimes you show up and a game just doesn't go your way. But the intense aspect is absolutely there, because before the series started, I saw the M80 guys standing in the corner. I was going to walk up to them before their match, and Fabian just death stared me and was like,
he's like, don't you dare come over here.
Not right now.
Amazing.
And I was like, all right, sorry.
Not the SSG guys, though. Let me come over.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what got him over the edge.
It was you, not him.
It was you.
A little more relaxed.
Yeah.
No, not me, but like just the atmosphere. I mean, you also heard from
You were
Fultz in the
vibes.
interview. He was pretty relaxed.
Yeah,
Just calm, cool, collect.
You were vibes, and they were like, dude, if the Tom Brady is Siege is talking to us, we're definitely going to be winning.
We got to drop this Tom Brady. Like I said, I got interviewed by the news station because I was the only person that was out on the floor at the time. They were like, let's just grab this guy. He looks like, maybe we could use him.
Right. Wild. Well, Shopify Rebellion and M80, they go toe-to-toe in our lower bracket final to send one more team to the grand final in just a few minutes. We're going to be right back with Jacob to hype things up when we come back.
Is it good to be alive on a Saturday night in Philadelphia or what? There are two realities about this weekend. The first is we are crowning a North American regional final champion on land for the first time in 4 years. The other reality is not as sweet. We do have to send somebody home tonight, and it doesn't get any easier for M80 either. Everybody, for the first time this weekend, please say hello to Shopify Rebellion. This is the 5th time in 2025 these two teams are going off. They've played once in regular season and playoffs both stages so far. Shopify Rebellion won the first 2 times, M80 won the back 2 times. This is the rubber match, the grudge match to end all grudge matches. This is where we decide our second semifinalist, and there are no more takebacks in 2025. Whoever wins this one gets the glory and a grand final slot. Whoever loses goes home tonight. And Philadelphia, Pennsylvania will bear witness to the grudge match. Make some noise. Your lower bracket final starts right now.
And it will potentially decide whether we get a little bit of a repeat, Ollie, where SSG won stage 1 or M80 won stage 2 will deny us the opportunity to see a new champion, or if Shopify Rebellion, making their lower bracket run, can take down an M80 that, as the desk mentioned, based off Hot and Cold's interview, maybe is still trying to figure a lot of things out.
It seems like there's some problems over at M8, doesn't it? You know, Hot and Cold was talking about, you know, problems that were sort of translating in scrims and hadn't necessarily disappeared entirely before this week had commenced as they maybe would want to. There's not a lot separating them on the social vote, though. 50-50 right now between the M80 and Shopify Rebellion. Now, of course, there is an advantage to having already played a game. You're a little bit more warmed up. It's not like we're playing these games online, don't forget. These players are in venue right now. So it's not as if SR have been sat at home just going through the motions. They've been on site with some warm-up PCs. I do not doubt that. But it's not as if they've been sat there getting hot, ready for this M80 team. And on the flip side, M80, they've been through quite the battle to get to this point so far. A little bit of a break, back up against the wall. It's difficult to know who to fancy on this one, Link.
It is difficult. I really think we have to always give the warm factor its weight. Even though you lose a series, I think just getting a full 3 maps of Rainbow Six under your belt going in. Sure, let's say you have a 3-map series after that. I'm sure by the time you get to map 3, that advantage has worn off a little bit. But for that first map, having basically, you know, just slotting back into what you've already been doing, same system, maybe not necessarily the same map, though. Ironically, in this case, one of the same ones we had previously in our prior series. But most certainly, when you're basically just kind of doing the same thing, same stage, same rhythm, might be a different opponent, but it weighs quite heavily. Whereas Shopify, a team that they themselves have sometimes had a bit of trouble getting the full team coordination underway. It's something that you got to consider. It's the individuals from Shopify who have been one of, if not the best component. Spoit, Surf, Rexon, they could pop off and make the Rebellion shine. But it's been, which, and weird thing to say with Canadian at the helm, it's been the overall strategy and the coordination that has at times felt like it's taken a back seat, or not that it's taken a back seat, that it's never really got going in the way we would and usually do expect for a team like that. Of course, both these two teams are some of the top 3 in North America. Even if they lose, they will have that marker. So there's only so much we can kind of harp on and criticize Ollie. But it is something to consider going into this game, especially when the talk is about a team that's warm going against a team that's cold. The individuals from M80, all 5 of them, might just be shooting a little bit straighter at the start of this series.
And let's be honest, they're going to have to be shooting a little bit straighter because they weren't fantastic in that opening series. You look at the flip side, I feel like SR have got some of the most consistent performers throughout North America at the moment. Now, if you look at the finals in isolation, they have 4 of their 5 players inside of the top 10 rated by EPS. that is consistency. Make no mistake, they have got the most players inside of that top 10. So you've got to look at that and give them the benefit of the doubt. Now, granted, they've maybe played a few more games to get to this point, given that they've been on a lower bracket run. However, there is always that thing in Siege where the teams that come through the lower bracket don't tend to face any downside. We very often see teams come out of a lower bracket and either win whole championships or make a very deep run into the finals. And I think that that's what SR are really looking to try and work through and work toward today, because there's no reason why they can't come in here and take advantage of an M80 that is a little bit slightly bruised.
Well, we'll see how much advantage they are able to take. We should be getting back into the game right now. Won't have to delay Nighthaven Labs any longer. This was map number 2 in our series, SSG versus M80 earlier. And you might have forgot because it went by rather quick. Very, 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 very one-sided scoreline favoring SSG. And of course went to Chalet, and that's why M80's here. But while SR might have been waiting on the sidelines, might have seen what happened to M80, I doubt the game plan will have changed all that much. Typically, when you are playing on the day, those things don't happen. What it might do is make you feel a little more confident, maybe give you a little bit of an insight. But it will just make SR feel a bit more comfortable picking this map into M80. Very interesting ban phase to start out. Not often we get to have kind of some meat to dig into on Nighthaven Labs, Ollie, because no hard breaching and, well, only one hard breach to now ban out the gate. Instead, it is a Monty Buck ban from M80.
Yeah. So, I quite like this. In fact, I really like the Buck ban. I think it forces you into an avenue. I mean, okay, Deimos is a thing, and you would expect a Deimos to be played instead of the Buck, and a lot of people do and will play that with the shotgun. I mean, do we dig into the Buck ban and how it's kind of targeted and nuanced, or do we just talk about Gunnar crouched in a corner on Caveira?
We kind of got to address that.
Seems more exciting, doesn't it?
Well, just more relevant, more pertinent, really.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Like, is that the culmination of going back to a map that you've just lost already today? It's like, you know what? You know what we needed on that map? We needed a cow.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Bobby's like, I run the numbers, I run the statistics. I figured out the mathematical solution for our issues. Gunnar, you need, literally, the computer requires you to sit bottom house's cap. If you don't do it, we will lose the series. Which, I will say, if SR don't drone this and Gunnar goes crazy, hell of a momentum shift from the previous series. Ooh, well, that's not great. Oh, well, that's a bummer. No Caveira for us.
No highlight either, it seems.
No highlight, no Caveira. No, nothing, really. Now, guess what? Now you get to hear us talk for 3 minutes about a Buck ban. Have fun. We're really going to get into the
Do you want to open?
Well, so if you don't know, Buck is basically this up. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to have a quick break as we get everything figured out. So don't go anywhere. I'll be right back after this.
I think Shopify can be difficult to face. The matches always go long. The results usually the same. We always win.
I think M80 is a little bit too confident, too cocky.
I think their playstyle isn't very dynamic. They're one-dimensional.
Gunner, we know you are lurking.
Yeah, they suck.
You know, I think we could all appreciate a little brevity from Spoit, making his opinions on M80 known. And I will say, to kind of go back to something said at the beginning of that, Ollie, somewhat ironic to say that they are overconfident, giving we arguably, again, not to harken back to that interview too much, but getting an M80 that might be a little too humble, all things considered. Might need a little bit more confidence and a bit more ego.
It feels like they do, doesn't it? I want to see them play with a little bit more of that flair that we know this M80 roster can have. Now, it was teased a little bit before we had to hit the rehost. However, it has been stuck here as well. Gunner is going to be playing that Cav. But I think from the chat in the old chat, it maybe looks like it's kind of known. Ambi, I don't know if he's seen Ashen getting a load of opening picks and maybe wants to set a record of his own. But he certainly started the right way if that is the case. A very early kill onto Diffuser.
Might have been a nice shot from Ambi. Also, just given the area, the timing, might have just been a spray through a barricade. Not entirely sure. But an opening kill nonetheless. 1-0 if he wants to break Ashen's score. He'd have to get at least 9-1. So it'll have to be at least a, I guess, 10-round game. Could go either way, but need at least 10 rounds if he wants to get there as soon as possible. On the second floor, the Legion, in terms of the utility, might not be the most important thing, but getting that advantage and also just taking down somebody who might have gone for a rotate later on is great. Arguably most importantly, though, when you have a Cav like this, she thrives in kind of these 5v5 settings. Not because she's helping a lot, but, all right, well, she's definitely spotted now. Not because she's, like, helping the team a lot, but if you have 4 players, you can kind of keep the site on lock and afford to have somebody off site. But in a 4v5, Gunner's got to start considering, okay, what if I need to fall back? Like, what if somebody goes down up top? Like, how am I going to get there? And he can still roam. Like, you're still going to try and get a lot of that Cav benefit, especially with 1:18 seconds left. But Gunner's got to be a bit more careful about the flanks he decides to go for.
A horrible sound, isn't it, Cav's pistol? Because you just hear it in the distance and you're just like, oh, man.
Anxiety-inducing.
Can we really ignore this, or do we have to try and send for it? And I think that's maybe where SR are at the moment. It's that decision of, do we just try and ignore it and push up rafters anyway, knowing that we've got a Cav hot on our heels? Canadian certainly doesn't seem relaxed there in that position. More drone work going on, and Gunner just harassing at the bottom of those cargo stairs. Doing a really good job. SR have 2 options. Either waste time and try and get the Cav, or go for this site execute. And it looks like they're going for the latter.
But a good trade from SR. Canadian taking the bait, Spoit on the follow-up. It's 101 Rainbow Six from the Rebellion at the moment, and nobody can criticize him for that. Surf will go down, giving M80 a good opportunity to fight back. Huge kill from Kino. Levels things up to a 2v2. Might seem weird to level things up to equilibrium, but in a case where SR are fighting for any opening they can get, trying to make the most happen. But now, 5 seconds remaining. Gunner still in the wind, sprinting up Aqua. What angle can he find with 1 player in Garage? Takes the first 1v1, but Diffuser goes down. And that means 2 guns are alive. SR with the first. Basically only securing what little control they need to get an execute.
Just going to show there that you can still just execute on site and you genuinely can ignore a Cav, because the site's light. They've got the opening pick. They know there's 1 player off site. So there's a huge advantage to be gained by just taking the fight directly to those site players, overwhelming them with utility. A far more technical round than we've been used to seeing between SSG and M80. SR really bringing a lot of structure, getting the plant down there, forcing the 2 versus 2. Brilliant crossfire. You got 1 player obviously on the plant where it's gone down on pillar, another player tucked into rafters. No one's over peeking, no one's overplaying the hand, just playing to that win condition, which is nice, because SR of previous, there's been a little bit of a question there as to what is the leadership? Is the leadership as good as it once was? There's a big battle in this game for me between two of the better IGLs inside of not only the world at the moment, but inside of North America. You've got Hot and Cold on one side, who has been a phenomenal IGL, and obviously you've got Canadian, who speaks for himself. But as of recently, there's been a little bit more question thrown in that SR side.
And to continue focusing on that for a moment, I mean, seeing plays like what we saw between Canadian and Spoit fills me with a lot of confidence. I think landing trades like that is harder than people think, because if you don't have a crossfire and you're trying to trade from the exact same way Canadian died from, because Canadian's trying to bait the swing, then Spoit goes in for the trade. If you're trying to do that, it's very easy for Spoit to time it a little too early and then ends up just getting collatted in the same spray. And it's very easy to do it just a little late as well, and then the player you're trying to trade on falls behind cover, which the Azami had right there, a Kiba barrier at hand. And so I really got to give credit to Canadian Spoit right there, timing it perfectly to land a really difficult kind of very direct but one-way trade. Something that is a bit harder to do than I think people think, and it's the kind of plays that if SR are able to continue making it work like that, this could be a really good team game from them. Of course, only one round in, but I already like what I'm seeing.
Not messing around getting that breach open either. Nice combination of the Maverick and a Flores Rotero drone used there. Commented earlier on the Nighthaven Labs game that teams that have a good Maverick player tend to have an easier time on this map just through the very nature of it. And it's almost recognized here because Harbreach is not being targeted at all. Instead, it's the Monty. It's trying to remove that information away from Canadian. Loves playing a Monty whenever it's up. And as such, SR have a slightly easier time on attack because the Monty's targeted. Our breach is left a little bit more open. Rexon just going to be seeing if he can peek an angle there. Got a bit of barbed wire at his feet, not too much of a problem. It's the Kiba barricade that he's really trying to take advantage of there. But already, Spoit on that catwalk. It's not as if M80 have really held it with any sort of gumption. Yeah, they've wasted a good portion of time, but look at what it's cost SR to get to that point. Nothing that they weren't already willing to spend.
But it is still a lot of time to spend. You can be willing to do it, but you still have to be ready to prepare, or ready and prepared to deal with the consequences. Flashbang goes in, Gunner aiming for a pre-fire. The flashbang and utility, perfect for SR at the moment. Still an even trade though, until Rexon gets active. You lose the Capital in the process. Smoke canisters being gone will be nice to put this diffuser down, but the Rebellion coming from the opposite side at the moment, while they have an advantage, Hot and Cold could drop down, go for that C4, and SR need to be careful not to funnel in. Diffuser could hop up as well, controlling both the electrical swing and the rotate hop in. Both positions go massive. Hot and Cold will now rotate around as a result. Unfortunately, I think Ambi dropping down the hatch. Can't cover Canadian going for the defuse plant. Unfortunate situation for SR, and it's M80 just playing the positions they held since the beginning of the round and not giving them up.
Nice to see M8 to be rewarded there for playing a little bit more patiently, not actively looking for those engagements, not trying to really catch everyone off guard by playing a cav down below, not trying to go for anything too cheesy, just keeping things nice and simple, playing into the inherent advantages that is defense in Rainbow Six Siege. Nice little bit of a mini play there. It was a good attempt at trying to hold on to that connector. But ultimately, it was a fairly one-dimensional approach when it really came down to it. SR took good control. They weren't able to really take as much advantage as maybe they would have wanted to. To the mid-floor we go there for round number 3. I'm almost, you know, Lynx, breathing a bit of a sigh of relief that M80 have got themselves around, because there was a world where I just felt like SR come in this, regardless of M80 being warmed up or not. There was a world where I just thought SR might come in and just walk all over this.
It was something I was a little worried about too. Not that I thought that to be, I wasn't picturing like a really one-sided 2 maps, you know, 7-2, 7-3. But I was picturing a kind of like, you know, maybe overtime 1 map, but a regulation victory 2-0 for the other for SR. And while that might not be what we think of as a dominant scoreline, I think for a team like M80, we kind of expect a bit more from that. Gunnar had enough of playing closer to the site in round 2, decides to hop out the window, puts Canadian to 1 HP with the Boss G, so it takes as much damage as he deals. Going back to that last round, just very briefly, things might have turned differently, as with how well coordinated SR were, it was actually one little thing that might have cost them. A team flash. As the guy swinging out of IT gets completely blinded, full white as he's taking that fight. Goes to show that even when SR are coordinating very well, even sometimes slight little things can go wrong like that and be a pretty big difference maker in the round. Given that SR are really prioritizing to executes and going for the plant, which is not a big shock for the Rebellion, small things like that can harm the team, just like they losing a lot of HP early on. That's going to be your planter. And even if a C4 goes wide or an impact is used, that's enough HP to make a difference.
Canadian looking to get a bit more value out of his operator here in Flores, getting those Rotero drones and making sure that they're used, as you mentioned, already sitting fairly low. Definitely doesn't want to go down with anything left in his pockets. Not gonna need to do too much here and just try and tuck himself into the bomb site, take advantage of the ACOG, see if he can get any Boss G shots out there. Definitely a bit of a frame up for a hop in here from Spoit. He's tempted to get himself into the bottom of garage there. But I'm not sure if his team has done sufficient work just yet. There's a bit of work going on upstairs as Surf start to stun out. There's a Dokkaebi call, which should give him the information, but Kino, shotgun on the swing. No one there for the trade. Another player falling now. Hot and Cold didn't need to land the headshot, but will anyway. It's going to see Canadian out. The diffuser cold on the ground. And SR kind of scattered to the wind here in round 3.
A bit of an about face from the previous 2. Nice shot by Gunnar. M80 have taken a markedly different approach since their outing on Nighthaven. 2 and 3 looking a lot different than the first. Playing closer together, playing on the site, even that Vigil, just going for an early play, moving through the map, maybe not quickly, but pretty consistently, always making a direction back towards the site, and then Gunnar's basically anchoring by the end there. They had their fun in the first one, and now this go around, M80 deciding to play a lot closer. It's working out so far. We'll see if SR have anything to do in the ban phase that might change things, but honestly, I don't know, maybe take down the Azami could be a good one. Be the Bandit instead. Can't really blame them all that much either. Because you have a situation now where you've got a bunch of hard breach now banned, M80 opting to ban the Ram, but full hard breaching capabilities available to SR with minimal hard breach denial aside from the mute or the Tubarao. kind of feels crazy the attack's down right now.
Changing mag.
Gunnar there clearly feeling a little bit hard done to that he didn't get the secure of the kill onto Canadian at the start of that round, asking him what HP he was on. Damage on that Boss G is insane. I was just having a quick look over the previous fixtures between these two teams on this map of Nighthaven Labs. You got 2 players inside of the last 5 months. Both 8-7s, but to different teams. Most recently, 3 months ago, it was a win for M80. And then 5 months ago, it was a win for Shopify, but the same scoreline, 8-7. So both of those matches go in the distance. Now, we've done a pretty good job with history so far today, in the way that previous fixtures have gone, and then the results of games today. I wouldn't be surprised if it repeats itself here in this fixture as well, particularly on this map, because it has been shown that there isn't too much separating these two teams when it comes to labs, and it often comes down to 1 round and 1 round only. Now, it's early days, we're only round number 4, but still it's something to keep an eye out on for the future. Looking toward a basement attack now, and kind of a little bit of an invitation to get right in here has been left by M80, given that they've just left the Animus wall entirely soft there. Should be able to work through 3 mute jammers placed on that main breach, but it isn't going to stop it from being opened.
Sort of the situation the defense is just resigning themselves to play. I mean, the only mute jammers to deny that hard breach. You're accepting you need to find alternate ways. Not gonna be able to stall as much on the site. That requires more of a roam presence. Likely part of the reason that Canadian immediately swaps onto the blitz. get a little bit more pressure when you're running inside the building. Hot and Cold trying to make sure he doesn't get, well, I suppose, too satisfied with their current position. Swings out, puts the Blitz to half HP. You can see him hopping into the garage, put to 1 HP now by the players on rafters. SR doing a lot less diligence than it seemed like they were doing on the first round. Rexon's still able to hop in here, get a nice little 1v1. But M80's broader setup still in their control. Good finish by Gavin. C4 lands at Canadian's feet, blows him up. I gave high praise to SR at the start, Ollie, and since then, M80 are showing that I might have put the cart before the horse.
I think I may have done as well, you know. It definitely looked pretty hot on the start of this fixture, and since then, it just feels maybe a little bit careless, doesn't it? M80 have gotten a lot more active. Maybe start to make a little bit of vert here. The defuse is fairly easy to recover. Ooh, especially with Spoit picking that kill up, but Gaveni with the quad. Oh dear, oh dear. Barely moves his feet for 4 of them.
Feels pretty synonymous with what M80 have been doing so far. They are not getting in their faces so much. They're waiting for SR to push in. Now, they're very quick to take the fights, and if you want to call that aggressive, feel free, but I viewed a lot more as just M80 being very confident in the positions that they're playing. They know they're holding spots that SR need to clear. If they want to push down below, especially if they want to go through the double wall, they'll need to clear out hot and cold. And if you got to clear out hot and cold, you're also probably going to need to take out the cargo stairs. You're going to need to deal with these positions. M80 know that. And so when SR try to move in and push them, they know they have to swing into them. They know, especially once SR start actually getting in the building, because of how much M80 control, they can easily kind of, by process of elimination, figure out where SR probably are to influence shots like Gavini got for his 4th kill with that wall bang. It's really good stuff from M80 so far. I mean, I was very excited to see SR's coordination out the gate, but since then, it's honestly hard to remark on M80 that much because it just feels so simple for them. It feels like they're playing on easy mode.
It's like something's clicked, hasn't it? It's like they all of a sudden just get it. And I'm not sure what it is that's changed because they're playing the same siege, you know, they're not playing too differently. It is defense. We can always put it into perspective with that in the back of our minds. Scoreline to scoreline. 3-1 up at the moment. SR have taken their tactical timeout. Wanting to try and recreate some of the successes we saw inside of round number 1. They're going to be going into slightly different site choice this time. Going to be headed over to that kitchen. This is a site that it's out there on Labs. M80 are running out of options though because they keep getting round wins, so they are going to be forced into a bit more of a rotation. And they feel like this is going to be a good place to do it. Going to be hopping outside to get that hatch reinforced as well. Always got time if you are early enough to get that done without getting shot at as well. It's worth knowing there for your own ranked games. You can send yourself out there as long as you do it in a good amount of time at the start of the prep phase. Unable to hack that first camera there, just think driving a little bit too far out of the range, but Canadian will be able to skirt back and re-pick that one up. Looks like information was maybe a little bit of an order here. As we're Canadian playing these kludge drones and looking to try and take control of these default cameras quite early. Maybe feeling like they're just starving a little bit for a bit more of that key information. Oh dear. Gaveni. Very early kill there onto Ambi. I bet that was a horrible angle as well. There was a Kiba barricade involved in that one.
Well, sort of ironic. It's where Ambi got the opening pick in round 1. Unfortunately seems to go down to that very angle. Dokkaebi as well falling. Yeesh. Not great. Fortunate start for SR coming out of the tactical timeout in a game that has seemed like they might have peaked early a little bit on their attacking side. Of course, slide swap can always be different. Definitely starting to have some concerns. 4v5 with half the round to go. And SR's main source of verticality is the sledge. Arguably the most C4able of all the soft destructors. But only one for M80. And Kino instead a lot more focused on playing at the bottom of house stairs with the shotgun at the moment. So the feet of Rexen might be a lot more safer since Kino is a lot more focused on maybe swinging around with that M5.
Rexen can start to make good on a little bit of this vertical work now as well, just trying to flush out some of those defenders from downstairs. Spoit going to be out and about for the time being, hitting a bit of a rotation. There's a lot of players sort of culminated at this window. Anywhere that there's a window directly into sight is always going to be hot property. I believe that the Azami was actually, the laser gate was actually, sorry, the Aruna laser gate was actually hacked there. I'm not sure if it deactivated before the fire arrow, the smoke was sent in, but we can see the smoke starting to drop now. Canadian primed and ready to drop down through that hatch, but there are still a lot of site players kicking around here. It isn't going to be too straightforward.
Unfortunately, I think M80 just have a complete crossfire on this position. Long angle by Spoit, but 4-1 for M80 so far. Just don't think there was enough work done by SR. Not that I think they had a lot of good options. If you look at how that round played out, I mean, obviously hindsight's 2020, you want to say that out the gate, but our attacking bans are Buck, Monty, and Ram, all right? So 2 vertical destructors, your only option's the sledge, I get that. Would have been nice to have a Grim for that execute. Maybe try and bring a shield to go for the blitz. You know, obviously there's the Schmutz you got to consider, but something to open it up beyond just the Capitao. The Dokkaebi would have been good for the roam clear, but for the site, for people playing on the site most of the time, not going to be the best operator for that job. I think SR might be playing a little too limited on some of these operator picks. It's clear after round 2 that M80 are playing a very site-centric game. If they're roaming, it's usually with people within arm's reach of each other, within very close fallbacks, like to the site. And so when you're in that situation, you got to have something. If you don't have a man advantage especially, got to have some bit of utility to break open that structure. And for SR, when I'm looking at a lineup, even without the Dokkaebi, when all we've got is like the Capitao, maybe lacking a little utility.
Just feels like the work wasn't done, doesn't it? Like you say. You got hot and cold, the lads just sit in the corner of sight. Want a bit more vertical done, a little bit more map pressure. Always a bit of a concern when you see players sort of posturing outside of windows where there's been an attempt at a bit of a clear and it hasn't really transpired. M80 shaping up to run away with first phase here on Nighthaven Labs. They come out at a 5-1 split. That's going to feel pretty good, especially after the series that they have just gotten out of. Maybe the conversation of the warmer team does have the advantage going into the second matches of the day. Starts to hold a little bit more weight. SR have already used their tactical timeout as well here. Now, M80 weren't world beaters on attack on Nighthaven Labs. Can't sit here and make that argument. But even up until this point, if they end up 4-2, they've definitely done their part and more on the defense to give themselves a slightly easier side of things. Gunnar again going for one of these aggressive early peaks that we've seen him so often go for with that Boss G. Doesn't look like he's going to find anybody this time. You can never count him out.
It's also just, oh no. Oh, not even a headshot, by the way. That's just a one-shot kill. Just that kind of gun. Surf 0-6 right now, unfortunately. And frankly, it's just 2 times in a row Dokkaebi's gone down early. Canadian bringing out the blitz, so at least we, even though in the 4v5, we have some kind of tool that could cause some chaos. So maybe avoid some of the pitfalls of the last round, but going down 4v5, especially when you want to clear a roam on a storage control room defense. Not great. Got the bout cameras too. Negative information, the Azami Kiva barriers. Create a little bit of a fortress inside a garage. Without a whole lot of explosives remaining. Both Ash Charges already used. Spoit's got the nades, but that's it. Just M80 continuing to get richer and richer over the course of this map.
Unusually quiet game for Surf as well. Oh, what a C4 from Kino. I wasn't even sure that was going to reach. Never mind kill Ambi. Things just going from bad to worse right now. Spoit, Rexen, and Canadian still feeling like they've got this top floor to clear, not certain that it is all in their grasp. Now, fortunately, they've not lost the most amount of utility when it comes to ripping open this floor. But what they have lost is a great gun in Ambi, a little bit of soft destruction, but primarily those Dokubi calls for that little bit of information. Wrexham with a very important kill onto Hot and Cold, and that could be all it takes here to try and get a plant down. The problem is, there's a vertical aspect, and that hasn't been dealt with.
Oh, and unfortunately, the vertical aspect below not dealt with, and then to make matters worse, Kino gives them a second thing to consider. Sprints up to the top floor, shotgun on the IT angle, retakes the top two. Maybe you can chalk this up to M80 playing their 4th map of the evening so far. They're looking beyond warm. They are looking hot and sharp at the moment on Nighthaven Labs. 5-1-1/2 against SR. Keep in mind, it was a 4-2 that they went down against SSG earlier. We didn't even see them play defenses, by the way, because SSG won 3 attacks in a row. So those are the first 6 Nighthaven defenses we've seen out of M80.
SR typically a very 50-50 team on this map as well in terms of round win. It's like 47-48%. Not like they are a slouch on attack. Can't make that mistake. They've been caught lacking here in the first phase of this game. Clash ban, no real surprise there from M80. They're going to do whatever they can to try and diminish Canadian's value. Removing shields and removing anything that he wants to play is going to be a big factor in that. Oh, it's just disgusting. Surf was barely even on his screen there.
I thought he had missed. I like, the fact that he got the kill was a surprise to me. For about a second after, I was like, oh, good, that was so close, good try. I can't believe he got that kill.
Have you ever seen that film Wanted?
No, I'm not. I'm looking it up.
It's where they bend bullets.
Sorry, I forgot. My W key did not work. Excuse me while I slam my keyboard.
They like, they shoot handguns, but they can bend bullets around walls with like, they give like a little flick of the wrist. It was like one of those sort of situations from Gunner.
I could see it. I mean, I don't even know if he's bending the bullet around the corner. I mean, we did see him on the screen, you know.
I mean, yeah. It's LAN, isn't it? I guess that's something we've got to maybe factor into it.
Yeah, the way I kind of saw it, it was more like the bullet was about to go past Surf and then just like fully turned 90 degrees, another 90 degrees, and then went into his chest. I thought it was kind of more like Yondu's arrow from like Guardians of the Galaxy, like it just kind of like goes. Not to reference an MCU movie, but you know, whatever. Smoke canister early, by the way. Block up that barricade as M80 prepped and ready to electrical window. In they go. Spoit with good pre-fire. Rexon blows up Spoit. Deary indeed. 3v3 that could have easily been an SR man advantage. Still holding on quite nicely though. The shield moves around the corner. SR got a worse round only because they blew up one of their teammates. M80 tried to get a rush early on and it didn't work out. These things happen. We'll entertain the 1v3 from Gunner because M80 are in fact up 5-1. They've earned something for that, even if it's not a round win in round 7. Droning inside of the site is a bold move. I gotta give him credit for that one. Probably more of a bait than anything. So I don't think he's trying to find information when all 3 defenders are breathing down his neck. Here we see. Ooh, just spots the K. One behind as well. Okay, hold on. Ah, unlucky. Kenny with the revolver finishes that off. There was your one. You get 1 free troll round. Now you got to lock in.
And it wasn't a bad attempt. I don't even know if we can call it a troll round.
I mean, I call it a troll round only because, you know, right out the gate, 5-1. You're like, it's more like a let's see if it happens. Let's see if we can make it work. But I do agree with you.
I think the smart people call that limit testing.
I like that. I'm writing that down. Hyphen between the two, I assume?
I think you can hyphen.
I'll hyphen.
And you know what? It's not a bad limit to test. How much can you get away with? How quickly can you play and how quick RSR going to be to respond? Definitely weren't caught lacking there. The brilliant kill from Spoy. C4 from Wrexham, a little bit questionable. but these things happen in the heat of the moment. It didn't stop the round from going SR's way. The problem for me in that situation was, if you look at who's got the diffuser, I'm not a big fan of blitzes carrying the diffuser. And it was Kino that had the kit, and he's the one that pushes into electrical and exposes his back. Now, that's maybe where, if you wanted to go down the blame route, which I think it's very difficult to do when it's a sort of rush round, that's maybe where you would rest a little bit of the blame. But ultimately, it's a set and forget, isn't it? It's a quick attempt, and guess what? GG, we go next. It's top floor. Not always expecting to win the top floor. It's the primary site. We can move on. M80 have still got plenty of opportunity here in this game. But SR did the important thing, and they took the gimme round. They took the round that was essentially just given to them on a plate.
And obviously limit testing is useful info for M80, but it's also good for us for that exact point that you just mentioned, which is we know that, okay, if things come down to a shootout on site, all things considered, we can count on SR for putting up a good fight, even if they end up losing it. Ooh, okay. Cutoffs might be a bit tricky. Spoit very well could have just sprinted in front of that to try and bait out some shots. That is a very, very common window to sit in front of for an attacker. Obviously, I don't want to theory craft too hard, but these are smart players, and that's a common window. I'd be shocked if Spoit was like, let's just see if somebody's there, and maybe we can get a counter swing off of it. It's information, intentional or otherwise. As the middle floor roam is just consolidated around keeping these entrances directly by the site clear. All right, Ambi, maybe we can chill out a little bit now. Okay, well, he'll rotate to the opposite side. At least he's joined the rest of this and made it back. Oh, almost in one piece. Unfortunately, second guesses, and Gunnar makes him pay for it.
Gunnar is the general on that window right now. That is his window. Maybe we rename it for Gunnar. Unsure.
It's like I'm watching NJR.
Now able to hop in. We can start to try and make a little bit of progress here. Up until now, the progress has been fairly slim. With the RAM coming in, that's going to now allow these boogie drones to get sent out there and start to make good on some of this soft destruction, open up some of these angles, and work this vertical. There's a bit of a press up at the moment in and around cargo. That's where you can see hot and cold on the blitz with the diffuser. It's imperative now that these Vulcan packs are detonated. You can see Gaveni has already been able to find himself one. But aside from that, no other real angles to work with. Oh, another occasion of a player turning the back, and Canadians putting him in a highlight reel.
He just popped up and taken the head off diffuser. Kino now got to recover it. Gavini also put to low HP through the floor. Suddenly the round's entirely brought back by Canadian. Well, Andy, hey, you got to give credit for Spoit as well. Baiting, taking all the information to the attention so Canadian can get the highlight. Rexon might go down, but this is still a winnable round for SR. Canadian's got the vertical. He can drop a C4. Surf also with some plant denial. And M80 not long on information. And as he rushes in, it's all on Surf, but they get it done in time. Things get a little tricky in the late round for M80 there, but having a 2 to 3 body lead kind of mitigates the amount of damage you can suffer. 6-2 at the moment. SR's picked one round away from going the other.
Canadian was rolling back the years there. I felt like we'd transported back in time somewhat. Another occasion of Blitz just turning the back, though. This lack of information on M80's side, it's quite worrying. It's becoming a little bit of a frequent theme that Blitzes are just sort of barreling in, making a 50-50 guess, trying to, you know, not over-drone things, not overthink things. And it's kind of costing them a little bit. It hasn't found, but it very easily could have done. Some quick thinking from Gunnar and Gaveni to close it all out in the end. It's been good enough for a map point. 6-2, we might be about to see a very early end to a matchup that has otherwise gone the distance between these two teams on this very map in the previous 2 meetings. SR have used their timeout. They used it fairly early. They've only got themselves to look toward to stabilize here. They're going to be trying to bring something a little bit different. Spoit opting for a bit of Thorn. Very seldom do we see the Thorn brought. I can only think it's to try and limit some of this shield play that we're seeing be so prevalent from M80 right now.
it's funny. I can actually say with complete confidence that this is the second time you and I have seen Thorn, because the first time we saw it, we were like, oh my God, somebody's playing Thorn in the year 2025? So very rare to see this operator picked, and likely for the exact reason that Ollie just mentioned. So again, there are some good options as well. You know, Ella not being brought is, I would say, kind of like the one we usually see. Legion also as well, which Rexon is obviously playing. We'll take it. And get the deployable shield as well, and I'm always happy to see all the operators get played. I just need to be something like that further away. Also, I do want to highlight real quick. One, I just looked down and noticed that Kino, Gavini, and Gunnar all basically have the same amount of kills, but also specifically wanted to highlight Gunnar so far. We've seen him play a lot of that kind of like flank watch cutoff role, I mean, throughout M80's history, but throughout this series so far, getting a lot of kills that way. Okay, my bad. I should have said, we've also seen him sprint in with the Dokkaebi after round, what is this, 9? He's had enough of holding the flanks, making sure that M80 aren't getting any nasty surprises. Off the back of a call, sprints into sight, gets the first kill, ducks out, and SR are just left listening to the wind as we reach the halfway point of the round. Spoit, 1 HP from where? I don't think even he knows.
You could see that Ambu was tempted to try and rotate down and make something happen. Even he's had to back up now. Another Dokkaebi call coming in. The pressure feels like it's mounting around this Aqua side. We've now got the bottom of Garage open as well, and still a secondary Heartbreach gadget in Hot and Cold's pocket. Looks like they've been able to navigate and get a player pinched inside a storage. It's going to be Canadian to take Gunnar down, though, at least for now, alleviate some of this pressure. Takes the Dokkaebi down. But nobody is sitting pretty just yet. Ambi doesn't know which window to watch right now. Trying to keep Spoit safe, tucked in at the bottom of those Aqua stairs as well. As Kino can start to move through this top floor now. That's cleared, that's theirs. It now turns to the Vert. Now turns to pushing this site and trying to get this diffuser down.
As C4 goes out, doesn't find anything. Full pressure placed onto Surf. The Monty and the Vert combining for quite a lethal duo. Razor Bloom triggered, so Kino will have to get out or shoot it. He'll choose the latter. Now look to put the diffuser down. Losing important control of the vertical angle, though. With a hole up top, Kino's got to rethink. Did he try to commit? And oh, whether he decides or not, it's Hot and Cold with the diffuser, and he's got to rotate to the other site. Very winnable 2v4 now for SR. They've got those angles. Hot and Cold will move through the smoke. No Warden to peer through it. Ambi hopping down. Is anybody watching? Anybody keeping control? He runs into him. He doesn't get it. Diffuser with the other. Ambi sprinting on through. With time to reload. And a long angle held by Diffuser. But just around the corner, he'll likely have to push in. Going up above, spraying through the floor. Ambi still holding on. And M80 get what they need. Doesn't even see his prey before the jaws lock in. Down 7-2 on Nighthaven earlier. They take a page out of SSG's book and blow SR out of the water.
What a result there from M80. To turn that map around in such a short period of time, granted against a different opponent, well, that's a real big mental barrier that they have overcome. I mentioned about it a couple of times. The last 2 times they played SR on that map, it went the distance. SR feels like they got caught a little bit cold. They need to warm up in this series now, though, as this is the lower bracket. We're going to come to a very short break. After that, we'll be back with our desk to set us up for map number 2. Don't go anywhere.
Attackers are activating the bomb.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai 2 amours. Paris, toujours, mon cœur est ravi. an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Yeah, the other guy's 4 called. Not close.
Like barrel
Jumped over crash.
Okay, stop.
4 call.
I'm at.
Quick on.
Kill.
I think the long arm, I'm not sure. 9 call hits.
I'm burnt.
1. 2.
Diffuser, you guys after Munich are certainly no stranger to lower bracket runs, and this is now the second time that you've started the series going up in the first map. What's it going to take for you to make sure that you don't have the rest of this series turn into deja vu of the first?
I think we just have to ID what we did right, that map. It's important to acknowledge what we did right. I think one thing they did was shit their pants, and we're not doing that. I'm sick as hell right now, and the fact that they're losing 7-2 is insane.
Sick as hell, but still manifesting in the server, so it's working out. What did you guys say in the team huddle after the first series was over to give you the ability to trounce them so heavily on that first map?
We kind of just called each other out on their mistakes. Everyone here is very accountable, I think for the most part. Yeah, we just ID'd what we did wrong. Yell at each other a little bit here and there. That's about it.
All right, well, congratulations on one map. Still got the rest of the series to go, so good luck.
7-2 M80, a strong start indeed in this lower bracket final. They did not leave any room for Shopify Rebellion to come back, Laxing. They started to build some momentum, and they did not let off the gas.
Yeah, honestly, I'm eating my own words by giving SR all the praise going into this matchup, giving them all the hope of everything they've done in lower bracket. We just did not see that exact same performance that we saw all throughout the lower runs, even to get up to this point. It looks almost similar to what we saw when they versed SSG, is they didn't have a good read on their opponent. They weren't playing well with each other. They were being caught off guard multiple instances in this map of Nighthaven Labs where they should find comfort within this map. They know this map very well. Even when they recently played M80, yes, they lost to them, but it was a 7-8. It was a very close series. It came down to one big clutch that really got them over the edge. But this is the exact same issue that we were highlighting when they played against SSG. They just don't look to be in sync. Big players weren't stepping up and becoming alive at the very end. But losing 7-2, that's not just on one singular player. That's an entire team. Whether that's them not being warmed up, communication not being there. We talked about it. You play one series that M80 already plays. They're warmed up. The comms are clearly there. They fixed their mistakes, and they are punishing SR on every single front.
Yeah, they were very, very split up in my opinion. I agree completely. It just looked like SR is not playing strategically at all. And that's what we talked about coming into it is SR, stop relying on your gun skill because it's not working. And yes, you have big, amazing players, but it's only performing if you have the structure behind it, being able to set players up. That's not what we saw. We just see a lot of players just sitting in positions for no reason, no correlation. And M80 started to take advantage of that. They understood it. And especially in that last round, we saw it. We see people jumping in the forklift hall, going for an ego 1v1 and winning it. And yes, that's great droning from M80, being able to understand that and recognize it, but that shouldn't be happening against a team like SR. You should have the crossfires, have the fail safes if somebody tries to make a play like that, but it just doesn't look like they're adapting or understanding, or like Diffuser said, for SR, they're not identifying the issue and how to correct it. And that's the biggest downfall for SR. And at the end of the day, M80 just really played their game. It was consistent from them. They didn't do anything out of the ordinary. They're just playing confident, playing together. SR, on the other hand, yes, they did poop their pants.
Well, we say this a lot about good Siege, and that it doesn't always look the most flashy or impressive. Good Siege, consistent Siege, is flying under the radar, punishing your opponent's mistakes. Laxing, it's something that M80 do particularly well, where when you see this team unfazed, head down, locked in, that's exactly what we saw.
Yeah, and that's the big difference from the game versus SR. I mean, from SSG versus SR is they're locked in. They're playing under one ideology. They're playing together. They understand the win condition. They know how to open up a round and close out a round, and that's just simply where SR is failing at that beginning half of even just getting the opening pick going into their favor. I mean, they lost the opening pick very heavily. They couldn't convert half of the opening kills that they even got. Like, a lot of recipe for disaster is brewing on this side, and when you're losing 7-2, you're not able to find your footing, not giving yourself to be able to get momentum going. So going into this clubhouse, you really need to start out strong. You need to have big players come alive. You need to rally behind that, because if you can't, M80 is just going to keep putting their foot on the back of your neck, and it is going to be an uphill battle with each and every single round, each and every single gunfight. And again, momentum is a hell of a thing when a team is riding it, especially after a loss that M80 just lost.
Now, not to take anything away from M80, but if we look at the way that they played in the SSG game to now, there's not much of a difference. Yes, they're a lot more confident, but it really comes down to the aspect of they are just trying to read their opponent, understand what's going on. It didn't work against SSG because SSG is so fast-paced, constantly switching the tempo, shifting dimensions, and constantly just ramping up the aggression in your face. What is SR doing? They're sitting there waiting for M80 to just come in and get a pick, come in and take the opening kill. That is the biggest difference. It's really not M80 doing anything different. They're doing their jobs, but SR is just playing so slow, flat-footed, and when they do go for an aggressive play, it's very individualized, and that's suffering because the big players that you constantly mention, Surf, you know, Ambi, Spoit, players that you want to be able to be performing when it comes in the kill department, they're not because they're doing everything alone. And it doesn't matter how good you are, you can't win a 2v1 situation constantly.
And when you have a really good IGL such as Hot and Cold, if you're going to sit there and stall and allow information to be gathered, he's going to pick it apart.
Yeah.
He's going to easily be able to understand where they can take space, how they can do it, force SR to be uncomfortable, and make these rounds look ever so more convincing than they already have. It really is a game of just pure strategics, and these are two IGLs who should be able to read one another, understand their opponent, how they want to pick apart them. But the difference is M80 is just acting at a far faster pace, where it just seems like all of SR is really sitting on their hands waiting for something to fall into place so then they can take advantage of it, and it's not being given.
And now we shift gears to Clubhouse. We shift gears to M80's pick, and obviously we saw the flip-flopping in our first series, though we could easily see that here. I know you initially picked M80 here, but if you're Shopify Rebellion and you just came off a 7-2, not performing the way you need to, and now you go to your opponent's pick, how do you bounce back from that? What has to be their approach on map 2?
I mean, the saving grace is that Clubhouse is very easy. It's a very fundamental map, so you don't need much IGLing, and we are not in the comms room for SR, but I really do believe that when you look at both teams and how they're adapting, Canadian either is not being used you know, in his full impact, or he's just simply not being able to give confident calls. When it comes to a map like Clubhouse, it's very default. So you don't need that much. Everything can be very basic. You can rely on the guns a little bit more. So that's the one saving grace for SR. But I still think M80 is going to come out on top.
All right, here we go. We will find out exactly who. It's map 2. Shopify Rebellion need the win against M80 to send us to map 3.
Also need the win if anybody wants a new champ of the NAL this year. SSG takes stage 1, M80 takes stage 2, and M80 just one map away from having, I suppose, maybe the most fitting matchup to end things, Ollie. The two best teams from each stage. They get to fight it out for the undisputed champion. So I guess that'd be cleaner. But an SR winning on map 2 would make things more exciting.
It certainly would, wouldn't it? And it'd be a shame for SR to bow out at this point without taking it to 3 maps, especially with the way that Nighthaven Labs went. I don't think any of us were really expecting it to be a 7-2 on Labs, especially given that we'd already seen M80 play Labs today. Given that these two's history on that map, SR just came in and, well, they've underperformed. They'll obviously be feeling a little bit, you know, gutted that that's the position that they've gotten themselves into. That's something to work at a later date, though, because we really need to know how they are going to respond. How are they going to bounce back here against this M80 team who now are really starting to go through the motions? This is going to be their 5th map tonight.
And you have to think at a certain point that, I mean, you know, I've obviously never played, but I have had like long days competing and various other things. And it does reach a point where like, you just kind of like forget that there's anything else. And I mean that in both like a good and a bad way. Like when you're just kind of like in one area doing something so similar like that, you begin focusing on like the next game or the next round or whatever, but you just kind of like forget that life exists outside of it. And there's something meditative about it. And if you're dedicated enough to it and you like it enough, like sleep or tiredness, it doesn't really become much of a factor. So obviously, you know, there is an endurance level to it, and I think in a best of 5, that's especially something to consider. But I almost feel like when you play, you know, when you get 2 best of 3s a day and you have at least that bit of a reset, that it all just kind of blends together in a way that actually helps you focus a bit more. At least, again, I competed in something entirely different, but that's at least, something I feel.
I think they're going to be fairly well locked in, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly.
And it's a different environment playing at LAN as well. If it was at home, if this was an online broadcast, then it would be a very different conversation because especially if players are remote and they're not all in a team house, it can be a very different vibe.
Get distracted.
Yes, sir. However, in this sort of situation, you've got all your team around you, you're vibing, you can work on, making these little changes and getting yourself these little edges. Unfortunately, we are going to start this map the same way that we've started most of our maps tonight, and that is with a rehost. So I do thank you for bearing with us while we just get all of our teams into the lobby. We are going to be working on that as fast as we can to get ourselves underway because, let me tell you, we want to know who wins this map as much as everybody else. Social prediction. Ooh, you fickle bunch at home watching. You're strayed. This was a clean 50-50 at the start of Labs. Clubhouse is similar to Labs. What's different, guys? Why are we at a 60-odd, 30-odd?
Well, I mean, there's kind of an important difference. I mean, the last time we saw SR play this map was in the regional finals. It was the first game of the regional finals. It was SR SSG. You know the scoreline of that one, Ollie?
Tell me the scoreline of that one, Lynx.
It was 7-1 for SSG. It was 7-1, most importantly, not for SR. Now, of course, past scorelines aren't always an indicator of future success, though that has been a trend for most of tonight, and Mady just proved that doesn't have to be the case by getting the same scoreline, but the opposite way as they got on Nighthaven earlier tonight. But SR, this is not as strong a map as you would think, because we do always say, Ollie, oh, it's Clubhouse, it's default, you know what you're going to expect, it's like Nighthaven. One, SR don't want anything to be like Nighthaven right now, but two, this is not the greatest map for the Shopify Rebellion.
It isn't. And it's Clubhouse, which should be a fairly bread and butter map for a lot of teams. But it does come in at 7th pref for M80 and 8th pref for SR. The difference there being that M80's record 3-1 over the last sort of 6 months. SR's record 1-3 over the same time period. 20% win rate on the attack, 3 rounds out of 15. Now, there is an argument to say that they're going to be putting a lot of work into a map like Clubhouse ahead of a big event like a 6 Invitational. So there is at least that argument to be made. But this is a pretty bold stage to bring that out on and to, let the cat out of the bag, so to speak. I'm unsure what it is we are waiting on, but admins are talking behind the players. Let me tell you, it's never a good sign.
Super secretly set a small incendiary explosive in one of the M80 players' PCs. He's just detonated and unfortunately got caught red-handed. Just to be clear, I made that up. Just to be clear, that's not real.
I think it's real.
That would be funny though. Has there ever been a case like that in esports, or just some straight up sabotage like that? I'm sure there has been.
Oh, in the early days there must have been.
Oh, okay, but early days is what? Oh, Canadians up now. Or early days or whatever, right? I don't really care what happened 2005. I was a child. I didn't know how to read. Actually, I hope I knew how to read in 2005. I was 4 years old. But I mean, more recently, give me mid 2010s at the earliest, past decade.
I really want to know what this is. We're waiting for an update. But Canadians stood up no noise cancelling, really didn't seem too happy about something.
Apparently it's an operator veto issue.
That is the vaguest thing we could have said.
I mean, it's true. What do you want me to do? At approximately 5 seconds remaining in the operator pick phase, Canadian's mouse exploded. He was not able to, what do you want me to do? Operator veto issue, it. Gunner is potentially manic looking down like that. Oh, he's just tired. Remember the beginning of the regional finals? Maybe it was, I don't remember when it was actually. Somebody was talking about like M80's camaraderie. Like they're such a good, close team. I mean, there were some rounds where between maps you could even hear them singing. I'm like, well, there's quite literally only one player who's responsible for that habit, and I can tell you it's Gunner.
Yeah, for sure.
If you've ever been to an event, if you ever even just like watch Rainbow Six, you notice that like Gunner teams tend to have a tendency to like sing. That's because he usually starts singing like the Bye 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 or like NSYNC. It's very funny. He has a bit of a habit of doing it. There was one time he was playing an event and he was like making the most obnoxious noise I've ever heard, and he just kept doing it.
Pure vibes, though. Like, I feel like with him on the team, like, it surely can't be, there's never going to be a bad vibe.
He's one of the few, I mean, I don't know if extroverted is the word I would use, but definitely a bit more chatty and talkative. Like, honestly, it's actually kind of funny we're on him. I would say like one of the other ones, that's like one of the few people where I'm like very much like brings vibes, is always chatty. Rexon's another one. Rexon's always having a good time. Rexon's always out. He also just like he's so ADHD. He just like, he'll just be talking all the time. And I say that with like a lot of affection as a fellow yapper. Like, I love it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
We are in the game now.
If they can.
You can clearly see an operator veto issue in that only one hard breacher banned when clearly they should have also banned Ace and Hibana. It was more of a strategic blunder than a technical failure.
Yeah, unsure what that was, but electrification has been removed. Cade and the Bandit. And the Ace and the Capitao. So another hard breacher is likely going to follow, but it isn't going to diminish SR's efforts, at least in the opening couple of rounds here. They will still have the Maverick, they will still have the Thermite if they want. But I guess more importantly for M80, they've got the option for those shields.
Well, I mean, they've got the shields, but it's been a bit shaky today, if we're being honest.
It has been shaky, but it's not always been terrible. I think the big one is that the Monty's available. Like, if we get to the point where Hot and Cold or Kino's bringing out the Monty, then I'll listen. Like, the Blackbeard's great as well. The Blitz I'm a lot less hot on, but I think Clubhouse is a lot less of a Blitz map than it is a Monty map.
I see your point. Because especially on a site like CCTV, right? You're gonna Monty walk up the rafters. You're probably not gonna bring a shield on that site unless it's a Monty. Gym bedroom. I mean, maybe you could see a Blitz like hopping in a gym window. But yeah, especially for like basement. Yeah, I mean, I can see Blitz, but definitely a lot more of the plays my mind immediately goes to are Monty, like dropping the kitchen hatch, walking up garage stairs.
That's what I mean. So the fact that that's available, it seems like there's going to be a little bit of an edge here for M80. That and the fact that M80 have got by far and away a better attacking win percentage on this map than SR. I don't think they need to go crazy here. They just need to come out with an even split.
Okay. I'm down with it. Wanted to give it a good think, but I like where you're going. I think also it's got to acknowledge as well, just like having the Hibana for these hatches would be very nice with no Cade. It's honestly, like, I kind of joked about it, but having the Hibana for the first 3 rounds actually will be super nice. Deal with these castle barricades, the hatches as well. Over half the round spent, which is, you know, to be expected when you're running straight into, you know, full hatches reinforced. You got to open up the floor. Then on top of that, there's Kibas, black mirrors, castle barricades. There's a lot of utility that SR are throwing at M80 right now, and you got to feel bad for them, or at least a little bit.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot to chew through here, isn't there? And then there's an argument to say, have you brought enough to really start to get to the meat and bones of it? Like, how are those Kibas getting destroyed? Are we relying on 4 nades? I'm not too sure if that's going to be sufficient or not. We'll have to see. One of the ingredients there getting popped just at the bottom of the Moto hatch. A lot of work has been done in and around kitchen. Now we're seeing a heavy stack up of players on that main stair. You will, of course, need an alternate angle. You will need a blue player, and that's going to be Goveni. A drop now into Moto, but immediately dealt with as Kino falls. The nice angle being held there by Ambi, and he's good for 2.
mean, not even, no reaction by the player dropping Moto afterwards. Flawless round for SR out the gate. Keeping things as simple as you could possibly make it. Really the only switch up from what we normally see on a basement defense is, well, the player on your screen right now. Not often we see a guy hopped up, by the way, on the corner inside of Church like that. I guess likely, probably crouched behind that Kiba. Well, I mean, he could have just been undroned and been sitting there static the whole time, but I assume maybe like literally just crouched behind the Kiba, then pops up the moment the utility starts going through. Either way, that is an off position that, I mean, not only caught M80 off guard, but caught me off guard. When the Blackbeard went down, I had assumed he got shot from blue, and I was about to be like, oh, Kino, you can't be turning your back like that. But Kino thought it was clear, and understandably so, because nobody sits there. And it's kind of crazy that SR decided to prop up Ambi in that position. And even crazier, he got 2 kills.
Bit of a lack of information, really, from M80. Like, you would expect that to be something that's understood. And where we typically talk about attacks onto basement, where, you know, you could go kitchen dirt, you could go main stairs and blue, or you could do a combination of those put together, there was kind of none of that. It was a drop through Moto, which, yes, that is a component in something like kitchen dirt, but it isn't always the main driving point. It just felt like a little bit of a vulnerability there to make that the sort of basis of the attack. Back upstairs we go, though, or upstairs we go, should I say. Gym and bedroom. A little mirror window set up there as a bit of a stack up. So one on the jacuzzi wall and then one a little bit deeper inside of showers. Again, looking at what there is to deal with that. You've, of course, got the Twitch. But that's going to rely on navigating around those mute jammers and being able to get into the heart of the bomb site, which Diffuser has already done, to be fair to him. Might be able to get the angle here, but doesn't want to overplay his hand. Also needs to prioritize the external mirror window. Ooh, we'll just run into the mute jammer there, though. He has a good bit of value, but not quite going to be enough.
I mean, he gets every single shock, and honestly, I'm just impressed by Diffuser's movement. I mean, really, like, patiently moving through the site, making sure that nobody spotted it. And while he doesn't get the mirror window, he gets an F-Naught, gets a mute jammer on main stairs and the default cam.
Time to ring some ears.
I mean, the F-Naught's great for the gym window hopping, but also just for main stairs. Might be able to hop in a bit easier. Spoit swings and takes down Hot and Cold with Nade from the grave. Hot and Cold actually gets one. Kino downed outside, though. Sometimes you see a Cali playing in that position. It's a Glaz this go around. I mean, you'll be able to pull back, get him up. As they take the man advantage as well, both the Azami and the Mute going down. And a good spot to reset. Gunnar, it seems, is likely going to go up the gym hatch. We actually cut to somebody down below. I thought that was a defender. Turns out it's Gunnar on the Amaru.
I think it's a good job it was Gunnar on the Amaru, because otherwise we're in a very good position to get a kill onto someone that was getting revived.
That's why I was
now,
worried.
There is chance for Gunnar to try and hop up here, but he's going to need a hell of a lot of distraction. Fortunately for M80, there are no mute jammers left. You're going to be relying quite heavily on the goggles of Warden to try and see through any of the 3 remaining smokes and 4 stuns. Gunnar, primed and ready with the flash, going to be waiting for his cue to call. Kino getting into the scope now as we can start to hear the utility get sent in, and Gunnar's going to go for the plant.
Off the back of that sound cue as well. Warden will hop out, but this is a plenty good distraction. Gunnar, oh no! Rexon creeps up, downs the Amaru in the process. Takes off the window player too. I mean, Kino was 1 HP. It was easy to finish off. As the smoke grenade goes out, I don't know if Gavin got on rappel or what happened, but unfortunate. So I think a shortage of angles allows Rexon to hop out of the bathroom, walk up jacuzzi, and down the Amaru just tucked inside of the window. Nowhere to cover. Gavini will look to move in, but we're at 0-0. They'll be able to get this kill, no problem. I like the setup from M80, but with just a little bit of utility placement and the slightest gap, Rexon finds a way through and just completely stops everything in the post.
It's where those smoke canisters work both ways, isn't it? I think that Rexon was able to sneak in there under the cover of the smoke, and that was the big sort of vulnerability in that plan, because yeah, you've got the Glaz, but there's only so many places that the Glaz can look. Glaz can't have eyes everywhere. The plant was so close to going down, though. Well, we must have been in like the 0.1s of seconds because it felt like it was nailed to the floor. A really narrow end to the round. We're going to get a little bit of a replay here. So the run out was a bit of a problem in itself. You could see just how close that plant was. It was the smoke in the corridor that was that went through into the jacuzzi area that really was the sort of undoing there. Because Gaveni was looking to have that angle on jacuzzi, and obviously if he's cut off from the smoke, only one person can play glass. It's not a great deal that you're going to be able to do about it.
5 seconds left before
Again,
insertion.
small things that can really cost the round. And even in the previous one, I mean, I'm hesitant to say it was a small thing. I mean, Ambi did get a double kill. It was a flawless round overall. But just showing that there are these little moments that SR are taking advantage of it, whether it's forethought, putting Ambi in that position, or reacting in the moment. Rexen recognizing that situation with the smoke. It's at least something more consistent to talk about the Night Haven, where he gave praise SR for the round 1 coordination and went on to only win 1 round that entire half. This time it's 2 good defenses. We'll move to CCTV with what is looking like a best of both worlds setup. We got Jaeger, Wamai, and Azami. So the call might just be to go split before even attempting to clear Garage.
This is going to be the hardest site to defend, in my opinion, though. SR have had a fairly fair fight up until this moment. But now you look at the lineup, and this is where the Monty really starts to shine. Kino should be able to take control of Garage here, with the assistance, albeit, of the team. But Rexen on the Azami shouldn't be able to play on Rafters for the entirety of the round. They've invested a lot into this, though. We've got the Clash below, Jaeger, and Wamai, so everything that you can bring to try and catch projectiles. And bear in mind the Capitals band, so a lot of that is going to see good effect. There's a bit of barbed wire placed on the stair as well. Oh, nice EMP to try and disable Surf. Don't think it actually works, though. Kiba barricade just to try and block off the retreat there as well, as Rexen feels like he's got them to spare right now. Half of the round burn, a little bit of an attempt, a bit of a looking to see what was happening in Garage, but it looks like M80 might be changing their minds about this push.
You can't blame them entirely with all of that utility in the Azamis as well. They would have the Monty to push up, but they don't have the tools to deal with that Clash, who's going to knock the Monty shield back. Okay, Kino is inside of CCTV. I was about to say, there's still a Rafters player, but Gunner, with a gun at Kino's back, is able to cover him. As the Azami looks to put a 9x19 in the Monty's face, falls in the process, and M80 tenuously have control of the site. Surf now rotating up, looking to knock that shield back again. But M80, in a very unorthodox manner, have taken control of Garage and made a very formidable effort into CCTV. A couple quick shots, Spoit levels things out. No support on the backside like you had before. SR could rotate up into Garage, and now is where the retake becomes a big problem. Surf starts moving a little deeper, a little more aggressive, continuing to shock Kino. Still finds a way through, putting the diffuser down, but is there information? The bullet's going through the floor, can't quite land the shots. Ooh, at the last second, we're already in the post. Sport working with little information almost makes it happen. Kino down in the process, it'll make it a 1v2 for Spoit with the 416. Feels like a 2019 highlight reel saying that sentence. Yet very different circumstances, very long odds. Air jab will go off, revealing Spoit on the red doorway. Nobody on the balcony at the moment, so won't have a fight to take. Can cross. Do they have the angle? Flashbang goes in, pre-fire goes wide. M80 take the first round of a very, very quick execute once they realize Garage is not falling.
It was a great adaptation from M80, wasn't it? They were able to get themselves into the site. Kino did such a good job of holding it down, but there was a bulletproof on him the whole time. The round nearly fell to that single piece of utility. A simple bulletproof placed looking opposite the breach on the main wall into CCTV. It's a very common bulletproof. You'll see it in a lot of your ranked games, but there was no way of dealing with it from M80's side. And it honestly almost cost them. Brilliant use of utility toward the end, though, from Diffuser, stunning out Spoit, not wanting to try and take any chances with that level of mechanical skill. He'd already hit a pretty nasty shot earlier on into that round. Didn't want to give him a chance to hit anymore. But nice and straightforward once the plant was down and you can get out there on the balcony. M80 finding a little bit of success here in the site that, let's be honest, we kind of predicted that they were going to. It's a third choice site for a reason. That's where you're going to be given your opportunity as an attacker. And otherwise, it is going to be about trying to crack the nut on that basement site. Looks like we're going to be headed to a very short break as we do have a couple of technical issues, but we will be back as soon as possible.
Thankfully, not too long before we get back into it, as all right, I mean, you know, we can't have everything. You know, this is the holiday season. It's all about giving. But we also, we got to recognize when sometimes, Ollie, maybe we need to take care of ourselves, okay? That's the most important thing sometimes. So you gotta self-care, okay?
Okay. How do we do that?
I think we all just, let's also do some deep breaths, okay? Guided meditation in the Philly arena, okay? Deep breath in. 1, 2,
Have I got to close my
3.
eyes?
No, you don't have to close. You don't have to close your eyes. Like, it's just. I mean, you can, but like you don't have to.
I thought that was more relaxing though if you closed your eyes.
I mean, like you can. It's like it's optional. It's not required. I'm just. Okay, close your eyes if you want to. You do not have to close your eyes if you don't.
Thank you.
You were in the momentum. You were in the moment. Now I'm pissed off. Now I'm angry. I can't take.
I was going to say, you sound
take a deep
really
breath.
relaxed.
I'm so relaxed. Let me tell you, the hernia I have right now feels great.
I mean, I guess the good news is if we've got to do it a lot, hopefully we'll get better at it.
Rehost?
And by we, of course, I don't mean you or I mean whoever it is that's rehosting the lobby.
Well, I think that's just like, I think that's just up to the higher being, you know? Like, we don't know. It's not our decision. We can only do so much. We can only control what we control.
Ooh.
And hey, we're back in the game anyway.
So, kind of as predicted, we've got the Monty ban coming out at the end of round 3, start of round 4. The Azami ban as well. So, it kind of does a lot for the cache and CCTV site. In part because that was where we saw a lot of effective use of the Monty. Now, the Azami has been, it's a much more broader brush, isn't it? You use Azami everywhere. Now, Azami was brought on this basement attack. Now, did it have too much to say? Okay, maybe it gave Ambi a nice little pocket to play in, but I'm not sure that it was the be-all and end-all. I think it was more a lack of information from M80 that caused the demise on round 1. Hopefully for them, they can readjust here and figure out how they want to move on. The good thing is they've still got plenty of hard breach to be going at. They've got hatches in the Hibana, and of course they've got the thermite if they want it. But I think that secondary hard breach gadgets should be enough here for this site in particular. You don't always need to be bringing the thermite for the basement. It can always be nice to try and open up that church wall, but again, it's something that you can do with secondary gadgets. Obviously getting dirt open as well, always a good option, especially if you're going to be going for one of those more kitchen dirt side approaches. Will it be a full clear or will it be a half? It looks like it could be a half clear, as not exactly an intention to get up there on the drone, maybe just a couple of air jabs to give a little bit of safety and a bit more peace of mind.
And Nomad's kind of a good indicator for it, right? You walk in, you get some control, but you put up the air jabs, and you're like, all right, you know, that's the elephant graveyard. We don't go over there. Light doesn't go over there. We just pretend it doesn't exist. Maybe a drone, maybe some air jabs, but beyond that, we're going to focus on our garage side, maybe our kitchen side if we want to. And Canadian is upstairs right now. Kind of a play I usually, whenever I think of somebody doing this, Fultz used to do it on SSG a lot, and I'm not, you know, doing like a SSG realm thing, like I'm even like a year or two ago. He'd sit up here, sitting on a mute jammer, trying to go undrone. Might have worked out in this case, especially if M80 are just doing a half clear. Kino will trade some face with one player sitting inside of dirt, both aware of each other's presence, but arguably that favors the defense. Know that there's a Blackbeard, know that a shield is in this position. So you're not going to get caught off guard by a kitchen dirt when you know the dirt's coming more than half of the round in advance.
I think Kino's just putting in a little bit of groundwork here, isn't he? Getting rid of a little bit of utility out of the Goyo, forcing those impact grenades out, forcing one of the canisters to be burnt, and now can just sort of harass at the bottom of those dirt stairs. Look at this position, though, that Gaveni's holding. Super aggressive down at the bottom of blue. Might actually find something here, especially with that player that's just tucked in behind.
Who might just find something, and yes, indeed. I was quite nervous at Gavini pushing in through blue, but it all goes their way. Just sitting right on the opposite side of the janitor, triggers the Banshee. A janitor, I don't know what I'm talking about, generator. With how they cleaned up the blue presence, you can't really blame M80 all that much for sticking with their plan, not rotating once SR spotted it. And doing very, very good work, especially when it's a two-man push down blue, you know. Gavini can go one side, others got control of the other. 2 rounds in a row, tie game between M80 and Shopify Rebellion. See if SR decide to give that site a retry, or if they go up to Gym Bedroom, which is just now unlocked. That's exactly what they'll do.
It's going to be Gym Bedroom, isn't it? I don't think that you want to go straight back into that, especially when M80 pull out such a convincing 3-2-1. Everybody was moving at the right time. There was too much action to catch in the short amount of time that it happened, but you could see the setup work. You had that blue player. It's so important to have that blue player, and if the blue player wins the fight, it really does. I mean, the site just falls like a deck of cards. You've got that pressure coming in through blue as well, and then the main stairs element. it's the trifecta. It's the perfect way to attack that basement site. And if you can get that and pull that off with everybody alive, especially when you win that first engagement, more often than not, it is going to go the attack's way. Now this, again, another super close round. And honestly, had it not been for a bit of misplaced utility in that smoke grenade, we may have seen a very different result. Now, we don't have the Clash this time, so I'm not... sorry, we don't have the Glaz this time, so I'm not expecting to see that same level of smoke used to try and deny. We've still got a couple of smokes on the Twitch. They may get used, they may not, but it's not going to be to block lines of sight that could be used both ways. That much is for certain. Gaveni, wasting no time, going to get open into construction. We've already got a soft wall over on CCTV side of things. With the reinforcing pocket, you kind of wonder where has been reinforced, because that's a kind of a must reinforce wall, especially if you want to try and extend a little bit over in toward cash and burn a bit of time. But they've gone for maybe a bit more of a deeper approach in trying to fortify cash specifically and not really too worried about that CCTV.
It could also just be they don't feel like they need it, because as you said, I mean, they've got the reinforcements they need for this CCTV setup. Like they got a lot of what they want on site, but most walls on gym bedroom defense, or at least on the actual site, are usually left soft anyway, so it could very well just be that they don't feel it's necessary. Air jab goes off, so the push-up red will follow soon after. Bit of a late C4. No, never mind. Ambi good with it. Diffuser put to 1 HP, and taking that extra step up red might have just saved his life and kept the advantage solid for M80. CCTV control, but half the round spent doing it. You lose hot and cold in the process, and Spoid is threatening another C4 up top. Don't think he has any information, and he'll fall back instead. Likely, probably the better bet. Both Rexon and him have C4s. You have multiple options to fall back or deny the plant. In a 3v4 especially, you want every option available to you.
This is where the importance of trying to open up this jacuzzi wall is going to come in. The mirror window, not an ideal combination, especially when your option is an exothermic. Now, there's no impacts, but there's nothing stopping Rexon from throwing a C4 out there, popping that mirror window, throwing the C4, and destroying that exothermic. And that really would stop this attack in its tracks. Kino, a very important job now on these windows, gathering a bit of information, knows there's a player inside a gym. Surf finds Gunner, Diffuser trades it out again. An advantage now for M80, but with two players super low, it is going to be difficult to leverage it.
Well, especially with the Blackbeard being one of the players on low HP, when you commit to a play, the Blackbeard's going to be sprinting in and a gun following up behind him. But with him so low, if that Blackbeard goes down, you're going to have to react very quickly to a dramatically different situation. So instead, they all stack up behind Kino, likely trying to mitigate or account for that exact possibility that one player isn't caught completely off guard. Moving in, Diffuser going down, C4 goes, just downs Kino. It's all it needed to do. A clean 2v3 from SR. Two players, one bullet away from death, and you know the exact spot they're going to push. Play the utility, play the time. Nothing better than that.
Yeah, you'll take that trade pretty much every day of the week, won't you? A couple of players really low, still with good information, still with the C4s. And the play of that round for me was Spoit. He had an opportunity to send that C4 over the top of the wall.
Agreed.
And instead managed to navigate himself back to site. It's such a difficult thing to be able to do. And you look at the position that he ends up taking up, tucked there inside of showers, and you think, God, you kind of like sat on Rexon's lap a little bit to some degree. But it gives them Rexon the flexibility to rotate out and start playing the corridor a little bit. There was no pressure coming in from Jacuzzi side, so it really was all forced in through stock upstairs. And you just start thinking to yourself, Spoit doesn't make that rotate, maybe waste the C4 a little bit earlier, hangs around for another 5-10 seconds, the round goes entirely differently. Now, a little bit of a surprise, honestly, especially given the Monty ban, that we're seeing a reattempt downstairs at basement. Because, okay, SR are 1-1 here now. They've lost one, they've won one. Round number round number 4, it was a super convincing attack from M80. Everything worked well, and it looks like they're going to go for something very similar here and now. And they even have the addition of the Ying to make it a little bit more devastating and to just provide that level of shock and awe. But with the Monty being banned, I'm surprised you don't go to CCTV and cash. Like, is the Azami ban that big of a deal? It was a kind of close round up there. Like, had it not been for Kino being able to navigate the site so well, It was a world where SR walked away with that one. So maybe something that we can come to talk about a little bit later, depending on the result of this round. But at least pressure on M80 now to perform the same sort of masterclass that we saw in round 4.
Nizami can kind of be a linchpin operator for a certain type of CCTV defense. So, like you said, probably a big motivating factor. With the introduction of the Ying for this basement attack, could see something similar. I mean, maybe not as well. Just the players pushing in through dirt, players pushing in through blue. You can see how just one errant Candela might mess things up more for the attack than the defense. So likely won't see the same 3-2-1 that we saw before. We'll likely see the Candelas clearing the way for Kino to push into the site, or Kino causing a distraction and Candela's on the opposite side. And at that point, if you're SR, you just don't know what the hell to do. You don't know which way to look and where the attack might be coming from. Full bunker, as it's been the case for SR so far. Kino moving to dirt a bit later on.
It just looks a little bit more confused this time. We've got diffuser at the bottom of main stairs. We haven't seen that same pressure on dirt so early. We are starting to see Church Wall get opened a little bit, so it's going to be a slightly different push regardless. Candela's prepped and ready to go down Moto Hatch, but my eyes have got to be on Gaveni. He's got such an important job to do over on that blue side.
Especially with no Grim, you're going to need to be relying on that death mark tracker. Power the player behind Generator. Kino breaks through the wall. Gavini wins the fight. No death mark tracker needed. Good for 2 at the moment. Rexon and Ambi, Canadian as well. He's not used a single bit of utility, by the way. No vendetta required. Just a primary weapon and some confidence. Gets the job done for Gavin. Even better in that first attempt on basement. Tie game at the half. M80 only getting better and better on that attacking side.
It looks like they're finding the form a little bit more now. We're starting to see a bit more of that M80 flair and confidence that we used to seeing from them. We're starting to see these little mini plays and 3-2-1s really start to pull off. And that's what we want to see from this M80 roster. We know that they've got it in him. Hot and Cold's a fantastic shot caller. And when everything lines up like that, it just looks so easy. But it isn't. It is one of the hardest things in the game. Even half, I'm not sure who this favors. I honestly want to say it gives the edge to M80 just in the small sample size that we've got to judge SR on Clubhouse. As I mentioned earlier, SR on Club isn't their best map by a long shot. That's why we're here. They've got a pretty shocking attacking record on this map. Now, granted, it's a small sample size, but out of 15 rounds, they've been good for only 3 attacks. They need 3 attacks to take this to an overtime. They need 4 attacks to win this game. They're going to have to overperform here. But hey, maybe SR have been putting in a ton of work on Clubhouse. Time will tell. Very similar bans. Monty, Capitao, removed from M80. The Monty, pretty much a given. The Capitao, there's so much value for it on Club. It makes sense to get rid of. The Blue Electrification removed by SR as well, trying to give themselves a bit of an easier time with the hard breach that they have. They are going to be going up against Tuberau and a Mute. Of course, playing pre-patch as well, so these games are happening on the old patch, so we haven't got all the new fancy changes that we will be looking toward for, I believe, SI calls and certainly Six Invitational, where the game will switch up just ever so slightly. We will likely see some new metas developing. For the time being, it is as we have known it for the longest time. And M80 are going to be starting off upstairs in gym and bedroom.
Might be an odd place to start. I mean, if you aren't going to start on basement, you probably would start on gym bedroom. Not the one I think a lot of people would expect. Early use of the Zoto canister to stop breaching on what I think many of us would kind of consider a foregone conclusion. Like, oh yeah, I mean, they're going to breach plat wall, but I mean, that's fine. They're going to have to push through CCTV after that, and there's the whole site to deal with. Gaveni just deciding to waste 20 seconds early on, or a little less than that. But still, decent bit of time, I guess. And he's got 2. Not trying to full stall. These will go out, as we've not seen much Grim this series so far. Favorite of mine. Gridlock also making an entrance. Bit of an interesting lineup for Clubhouse specifically. You can see as the nades go out. Thinking about placing pressure on this red position, and I think M80 have thought better of it entirely. A minute and 10 seconds in, and they have completely retreated outside of CCTV and Cash. I don't know if I've seen that early of a full retreat in a 5v5 on Gym Bedroom, and I've really not seen it in quite a while.
I'm not sure if it's a good thing or a bad thing right now. I'm trying to weigh it up in sort of checks and balances. If you look at what they've still got a couple of Kiva barricades, and more importantly, they've still got 3 C4s. So it's not looking too bad, in all honesty. It also, though, hasn't cost SR that much to get to this point. Yeah, they've spent the track singers, they've spent the Selmas, but there's a lot of this utility that kind of just persists throughout the course of the round. I'm looking at the Blackbeard shield. I'm looking at the Bs. You've always got plenty of Bs. And Spoit, well, he's not even really started opening the hive just yet. He's going to be playing out on the balcony, looking to see if he can try and find a skinny angle. But it looks like SR are going to be trying to get something down here. B's now starting to be sent in. This is the moment where Vulcan packs can be popped. And this is where you start looking and think, is 45 seconds enough if there are still live Vulcan canisters knocking about out there? A mute jammer, that's really going to slow things down for Surf here, and ideally should have already been dealt with, but needs dealing with at the earliest of conveniences. Canadian now framing up for a drop inside a Logi diffuser, taking a little bit of damage, but so far M80 holding fairly firm.
Fairly firm. Cavini might be the first to hit the floor, but Spoit the first to go down completely. Ambi also down at the moment. 4v3 for M80. Hot and cold looking down below, wins an important kill. Rexon not thinking that Amira would be down outside a kitchen with so little time remaining. And I can't really blame him, but Surf decides to open things up, but with only one gun left alive. How much can one man do? Kino gets the final angle, and M80 take the lead.
Honestly, when Surf's alive and he's in a clutch, you've always got to give him the benefit of the doubt, but he has been a quiet player this series so far. We have not seen the same impact from Surf as we have been accustomed to in previous play days. An insane amount of clutches on that one single player. And I mean, we were always going to find that one day where it was just a little bit of a stretch too far. Unable to get the clutch off there. I mean, you can't really blame him. It's always going to be a tough one. M80 feels like they're starting to slowly but surely pick up a little bit of speed. You commented on the drop-off. It was fantastic because, yes, it was a retreat and it was a consolidation back into sight, but we saw players like Hot and Cold rotate and use that verticality, rotate down those main stairs. It was an angle that was kind of neglected for a lot of the round by SR. It's not like they had somebody on the rappel. It's not like they had somebody actively walking up those main stairs or just holding it at a halfway point. M80 really making use of depth of that site. Now going to take us into CCTV and Cash Room, obviously wanting the crescendo of their first rotation on Clubhouse on the defense to be that basement site. Not looking to go there too early instead. They're going to wait. They're going to make us wait for it. CCTV Room and Cash will be their next spot.
Ooh.
Nice little impact trick there. Was able to get, I think, 4 out of the 6 ex-Kairos. Whatever happens now, that's going to be a messy breach, and it's going to be one that requires a lot more work. And there's still 3 impacts left kicking around, so it's going to be quite difficult for Surf actually to get this open.
Wait, I was going to say extremely messy breach. Our only hard breaching is ex-Kairos and a hard breach charge. Ambi gets the first kill. I don't really know how. Diffuser goes down, though, and we'll give him credit for that. But the hard breaching is looking very weird for SR at the moment. Trying to run out of the garage door. Unlucky. Castle not the worst thing in the world, but if it's anything to make up for what, as you said, will be a very wonky breach, a kill might just do that. Still got the magnets and the Kiva barriers to worry about on the garage side. But M80 aren't doing the thing that SR did, running that clash on the bottom, trying to trip up any shield or any player going for the clear. Be a bit more standard, toss of utility up into the rafters if that even happens. We'll see if SR just decide to rotate to the opposite side, because they've not committed themselves to one avenue just yet.
I feel like SR have to cut the losses and try and go for a construction push. That breach is going to be really difficult to try and get open. And the more that you try, the more difficult it's going to be. You've still got a hard breach canister. You maybe just try and use that on construction. Hot and Cold's doing such a good job of soaking up so much attention here. The Bees have been sent in as well. Spoit going to find himself down, but Canadian gets another kill. Advantage definitely with SR right now, so regardless of the breach, maybe they can just try and overwhelm.
I mean, Hot and Cold's getting overwhelmed right now. Bees and Track Stingers all landing at his feet. It's still Spoit who's gone down. By the way, to point out, Kino able to creep up that far and down Spoit, in part because of that impact trick. He's got the angle because of the mirror window, but he's got the cover because the X-Kairos wasn't able to open up that angle in the first place. Yeah, we give all this credit, and somehow SR still get these kills. Massive problems. Not able to get Garage. Can't open the breach. But M80 keep giving this fights, and SR keep winning them at every single turn. Swinging around to the opposite side. It'll need to be an ace from Kino to win round 8, and he won't even come close. SR win that one entirely off gun power. Everything tactical seems to falter, but winning the fights, that's something they can do.
They're the rounds that you need to be walking away with, though, especially in this position. One map down, Clubhouse not going their way. That's not an easy attacking round to win. I've harped on about how SR haven't got the best attacking record on Clubhouse, and so far they win the most difficult round. Does just go to show that the utility game is a part of it, but at its core, Siege is a shooter. And if you've got people that are firing and hitting their shots, the utility can go awry. It can go a little bit wrong. Yeah, there was maybe a little bit of over-aggression from M80. Did we need to be going to try and find Ambi? Did we need to be running out at the bottom of garage? Probably not. The result could have been differently. You would have had to sit on your hands for a lot longer and really force SR into those unfavorable situations. M80 continue. They really don't want to go downstairs. I'm honestly not entirely sure what it is right now. It must just be a preference thing, because they're going to give it another go upstairs in CCTV and cash. And maybe this time we do see that turtle. Maybe this time they do play a little bit safer. Especially if they get the same fortune on the breach, which, let's be honest, there's no reason why they shouldn't. They've still got a couple of impacts in Gaveni's pocket. They've got C4s if they want to try and trick that way as well. So I would expect the breach to go fairly similarly, to be honest with you. And the difference this time on the side of SR being Canadian on the Blitz, we've already kind of spoken about how Blitz isn't fantastic on club. It is much more of a Monty map. That being banned, though, doesn't really leave any other option.
On CCTV in particular, you only have a few options you can go through. You could hop in the CC window. But aside from that, not a whole lot of places you can enter safely. You kind of got to do some legwork if you want to go elsewhere. Like maybe make sure top red is clear, then sprint up the stairs. Nothing that's immediately accessible. Not to say you can't make it work. But as you said, Monty is just a lot easier to climb up those stairs, walk up a different place, hop in a window. It's a little bit more accessible than the other ones. If you can see the rush here, planning on sprinting through red. Diffuser about to be in a world of hurt. On the castle again, inside a lounge, swings out, finds 3 different players, all inside a secret. 4 kills for Shopify Rebellion. I was very confused for a second, and then I realized somebody shot Ambi in the back of the head. I think that was Rexin who dealt the killing blow. But they get 3 M80 players for the price of 1 on SR. There are deals, and then there's round 9 on CCTV. You almost have to wonder, maybe M80, whatever reason it is, maybe pick in basement might have just been the way to go.
I think it is, isn't it? SR have got an incredible read on how M80 want to play with this, and they're still being extremely reactive. Gaveni, yeah, he's in a difficult position on Catwalk, but he should be fairly easily overwhelmed. And there it is. Spoit takes him down. Canadian tries to take Hot and Cold down, his counterpart IGL, but it isn't going to last too long. It was a devastating combo, that. The old Rexon Canadian 1-2 punch. Canadian on the blitz, Rexon backing him up with the gun. I just feel like it was an overreaction there from M80. SR knew exactly what they were doing there. They got themselves into secret, got themselves to the top of blue stairs. Simple as you like. Sledge open the castle barricade, and then bang. I can forgive losing 2, but to lose the player that's then running up as well. I mean, at that point, if you're the player at the bottom of those blue stairs inside a generator, you maybe just think, oh, you know what? Might just try and rotate up main stairs. There's probably not much that I can do if 2 people have already died.
Tackle timeout right after that. I understand it. I mean, we've had some strange decisions from M80. Again, not ones I'm going to say are bad, especially because M80 of all teams, I will say, for kind of odd site selection, not to say it's like a common theme, but on Skyscraper, for example, I do recall, you know, sometimes every now and then they'd break out like the reverse site rotation. Like they'd go like barbecue or bedroom first, and then exhibition, and then tea karaoke, which I've seen other teams do, but I have seen M80 do this at least a little bit more often, to the point where for some reason it sticks out in my mind. But as you said, when you do something like that, it's a perfectly fine setup, but it's clear SR are sharp right now. And they've started to figure out when you put these little setups in front of them, they're maneuvering around them quite nicely. They're all on the same page, they're all coordinating. And that doesn't mean the setups are bad, it just means SR kind of figured them out. Let's take a reset and let's get a new idea. Let's see if there's anything different we can do, especially with that blitz coming into play. It's something that SR are now very, very, very willing to bring out. I was always going to say, maybe we'll see M80 dedicate a ban to it, even though only 1 round of play occurred. That will be the case. And so, after the final operator ban phase of regulation, we'll go down to basement, long awaited. We still got the castle. Actually, this is a bit of an odd lineup. I'm not exactly sure what's in store.
Doesn't strike me as a very traditional basement lineup, does it? Okay, the castle's fine. But then the castle would typically be paired with things like a mute and, you know, really try and soak up and burn up a lot of time. That looks like what we're going for here. Obviously, without the mute, it's a little bit less effective. Gunner's going to be playing over on the Denari. We've got Gaveni on the Azami as well. So there's a lot of site setup, there's a lot of architecture. There's only a little bit of denial. There's no C4s, you're relying heavily on Vulcan packs. And when we've seen SR already very quickly deal with roam games or quickly 3-2-1 onto small mini games outside of the map, is setting up over inside a strip really the best thing for it? Are you really going to burn the clock down in that way? Because if you're gonna, you better believe that it works, because you've got nothing to fall back on onto the site. I feel like the pressure's on Gunner and Diffuser this round to really get a couple of kills under the belts. Because the site, look at it, it's not incredibly fortified.
Still might buy into their own clear. Oh no, you can see Canadian. The classic shield slow walk whenever somebody thinks there's an idea. Just creeping a little bit, saying, I wonder what's over here. Ambi dropping down in Ology for the first kill. That was a big question in the ears for Shopify Rebellion. Do we go? Do we play it safe? It seems now the call might just be to hang back. You've got the 5v4. You've still got a Dokkaebi call after this one. Hot and Cold put to 50 HP. I don't know if that's intentionally or not. I think Shopify Rebellion were genuinely considering a push down blue based off how Canadian was moving, but I think once they got that pick, they've just decided to play it safe.
I don't think they need to do anything fancy, do they? They can just start to pick this apart. Diffuser's the unknown factor right now, and if he's able to find anything, it's going to be a good thing. Now, can always try and get himself back down to site, and it looks like that's going to actually happen now. Only takes a little bit of damage there as a few flames were dissipating around him, but at least he's back down in the fight now. It hasn't had the desired effect, though. It's not been a roam game that's had to be cleared and has cost a lot to do so. SR's still in really good shape right now to execute on the rest of this plan. They've got 40 seconds, they've got a man count advantage, which is the most important thing when attacking the basement, and they're continuing to pick this site apart. They can start to open up the church wall now, the Selmas can go in from above, Diffuser can get juggled, and this is where having the extra man is going to pay dividends. Canadian can just run through like a madman and distract a lot of attention here.
Well, in addition to the Dokkaebi call, which can give players pushing blue information, anybody moving down main, just sitting in the off spot, Hot and Cold gets one. No clear advantage either way, as M80 mounting a more compelling fight than I think the Rebellion anticipated. Surf now dropping down the hatch, Hot and Cold! A super shorty flick, not something we see all that often. But M80 hold firm in the 4v5 and keep Shopify Rebellion at bay.
I'm really surprised there that M80 have walked away with that round. Even the look on Canadian's face kind of says it all. You're like, guys, that one was gifted to us on a plate. We had the opening pick. We decided then to slow things down. They'd managed to get the site into a really good state, and they'd barely even taken a footstep onto the basement level. They were able to do so much vertically. But a lot of it comes down to that moto drop again. I'd have much rather have seen the blitz go down blue, because I think that blue is a far more favorable engagement than just dropping in through moto. The long angle that was being held onto the bottom of main stairs, that starts to get nullified when you get good pressure inside of blue. And that's what the trigger is for blue then, for main stairs being an option. Get control of blue, remove the ability for someone to be able to play and watch the long angle onto the bottom of main stairs, and all of a sudden main stairs opens up as well. A lot of these attacks really have to start inside of blue. And that's where we saw the majority of kills come through. Diffuser, not only able to pick up one, but able to pick up 2 kills in that area.
They expanded so far out. I mean, Diffuser moving into oil pit right before that execute came out. M80 just displacing a little bit in anticipation of the SR push. It's working out well. The move to basement after the tactical timeout pays off. They get to go back to gym bedroom now, but CCTV is looming large, as no matter who wins this round, M80 will be faced with the decision, if they lose this, to play gym bedroom a 3rd time or to try CCTV, a site they've not won once. And in that eventuality, neither of those are particularly good and palatable options. Here on gym bedroom, last time they played, it was the first round we saw from this half. M80 played early in CCTV and cash, as we often see, but retreated almost as soon as they made their home there. A minute to a minute 10 seconds in, they all pulled back to the site. We were unclear at the time how that would pay off, but considering the opening kill didn't come till 23 seconds left, the clock ended up biting SR, costing them a lot, and just giving M80 a little bit of an advantage going into the late game.
I think we end up in bar on stage.
You think, honestly, yeah, I kind of see it.
I can honestly see bar on stage getting played.
It's got the same feel as that phase game.
Yeah. It really does. So, slightly different setup. Instead of just fortifying into cash the same way that we saw SR do, there's an extension. And we've got CCTV reinforced as well. Canadian still trying to make something happen on these shields. He's going to be playing the Blackbeard, and he will be the tip of the spear right now. But a little bit cautious that there could be someone lurking below, as that's been a common trend so far from M80. We have the benefit of the overview, and we can see that everybody is on this top floor. Hot and cold with the C4 ripped and ready. No sound cue will be given. This C4 gets sent over. It will just fly down from the heavens. Ooh, dishes. About 50 damage down onto Canadian, but it isn't good enough to send him out. Keeper barricade there replaced. A very nice time from Diffuser, but he is under the hammer. 3 kills come in extremely quickly here for SR.
Make that 4. Diffuser now in a difficult 1v4. Runs in front of the con window. IQ watching. And so where is he to go now? Before, the entire round hinged on that late round pressure, what that site control, who could take it. This time, everything seems to be won and lost around CCTV and cash. So as Diffuser retreats to a lesser stronghold, and SR bide their time. Where's the Fenrir to look, and what is he to do? It seems like map point is in SR's hands, pushed into a corner and shot full of lead. 6-5 for the Rebellion at the moment. Just 1 round away from pushing us to Chalet.
Map 3 is becoming a very real possibility right now. SR, again, doing a really good job on that roam clear. And it just goes to show, you can't ignore a Blackbeard like that. It's not to say that it was ignored, but you maybe look and think, is there a better way of holding that? Do we need somebody maybe to play inside of Garage? Do we need to try and generate a little bit of a crossfire on that? Get a bit of vert action? C4 could have hit. C4 was unlucky to only dish half damage out. But again, it was that Rex and Canadian combination right up until the bitter end there. It seems like wherever Canadian is, Rexon is not far off his heels. And he's ready to pick up those free kills as defenders just tremble in front of shields. CCTV room and Cash again has been the most defended site so far. And it has been where SR have picked up 2 of their 3 rounds on this attacking side. They've already bettered their record on this map, in this one map, versus the last 6 months of play on Club. All they've got to do is tap it over the line now. They've already been successful here twice. So you would expect them to have a fairly easy time of things. No fancy mirror window trick on the breach this time, as that has been removed. So this should be a fairly straightforward, get the plat wall open, start to pressure into garage, and rotate around and get construction as well. Right, that's hard breach set. Still have a secondary gadget on Spoy if it's required. There's quite a bit of information on the Yokai drones as well right now. One of them is actually getting sent out over towards strip side just to give a bit of info as to what's going on over in this garage area.
This is crazy. Not the cross-map Yokai rotation. I've not seen that one before. Hot and Cold is trying to get a bit more information. I doubt that's spotted. This will be really, really good to tell Diffuser when he might be able to peek, what pressure he's facing. As SR, their main focus on Garage has never been the rafters. It has always been making the swamp position impossible to play for Diffuser. He's fallen twice in Garage, once getting aggressive and one just playing that spot. Now he's got B's going in, nades going out. Spoit gets the first, yet Diffuser finally gets active. He can't take the fight with the Blackbeard, so Spoit, that'll have to be his next best option. Canadian good for the trade. And again, so much pressure coming to bear down on Diffuser. There's only so much one man can do, and SR take another advantage.
Gaveni's position now becomes even more vulnerable. He's got the prospect of a blitz bearing down on him. The only thing that's stopping Canadian from pushing up is a little bit of barbed wire. Gaveni's going to have to hit a really nice shot here, but the Toxic Babes come in from deep into the site. There's still a Yokai knocking around as well. It's enough to force him out of the site for now. But you look at the time, there's still 50 seconds left. And can Hot and Cold really afford to sit in the Yokai drone for the rest of the round when they're a man down? Nades now coming out as well. This is where the pressure starts to mount.
Mount on Gavini in particular, the utility play from SR this round has been nothing short of excellent and unrelenting. With 30 seconds to go. It's hard to see where M80 can get their way back in. No toxic canisters, Yokai shot. Hot and Cold playing across the map for that exact reason to try and win the round off a very late plant denial. Just slip it over the line, tap it in, push it to OT, but with 10 seconds remaining, SR move in, looking to cover. Angle towards CCTV, another on plat, impact down below, will force Rexon off. Some nice time being bought by Hot and Cold as Kino around the corner gets one, but not the next, with information! A late Hail Mary through the floor, and Hot and Cold's prayers are answered.
I've no idea how Hot and Cold has pulled that off. He has played a blinder in that round from start through finish. Tons of information on Yokai. And then to finally kick it off, like SR didn't have the time. They didn't have the space to rotate themselves downstairs and to deal with any sort of plant denial. That plant needed to go on one of the tables inside of Cash. That was the only way it was going to happen. But you still had the player inside of the bomb site, just tucked. Hot and Cold with the win condition there, and he pulled through. Diffuser, a really difficult job playing downstairs on garage stairs, but somehow was able to pull it off. I mean, Hot and Cold's gonna get the glory there, but Kino, like MVP of staying alive inside a site, picks up 1 kill. All he had to do was just cause a little bit of chaos in the heat of the moment. Finally, tonight, we get sent into our first overtime. M80 remain on the defense. SR, they remain on the attack.
5 seconds left.
And this is so bizarre to say, but we will now be seeing basement for the second time out of M80. It's very strange that we have 6 rounds of play and we get, what, 2 plays of gym bedroom and 3 plays of CCTV cache, especially when 2 of those 3 went SR's way. But let's be honest, 3 of those 3 could very well have all gone Shopify Rebellion's way. But the primary site looked good for M80. It's one of the better wins they've had this half, one of the few wins they've had, 3-3 for both sides throughout this entire game. I'll see Diffuser on the top floor, not with the Scopos this time. Operators have been very quick to change hands, depending on the site, depending on the moment. Diffuser instead taking the Goyo this time. Kino moving to the mute. And arguably of the utmost importance to talk about, Ollie. Hot and cold, round 13, bringing out the clash against SR's shield play that's become so consistent since round 9.
It's the right time, isn't it? I think it's a good opportunity to use the clash. You've not got the vulnerability of the Capitao. You have to try and contest for a little bit more of this control. A lot of these rounds have been coming quite close down to the wire. And I think part of that is maybe M80 giving a lot of space away or not being able to hold the space effectively against SR. And whether that's due to their convincing roam clear, their brilliant teamwork, their good droning, whatever it is, it hasn't really worked out too well. So the clash is just going to give you that extra layer of security when you're trying to do those things like Vi on the top of main stairs for a little bit longer. Now, okay, it hasn't lasted too long inside of this round. We're at the minute 20 mark and Hot and Cold's already been pushed off. But it hasn't cost anything. It's a roam game or a semi-roam game that still achieved a similar role. It still achieved a similar job, but it's been able to keep everyone a lot safer. SR can now start to pay a little bit more attention to this kitchen floor. Got Spoit on the ace, so we could try and open up that hatch. There are 2 hard breach charges on Rexon as well. I imagine that Church Wall wants to get open, so could maybe be a little bit of a toss-up as to who actually uses their utility for what here, but Spoit is going to open up kitchen hatch there. So there is going to be a fairly heavy stack-up of SR players in and around this main stair area. Remember what I've been saying about blue, though. That is the important spot. Ambi, now going to start trying to walk down main. Rexon will be the player to try and take control of blue. He's got the bees, he's got the kit to do that. And with Church now getting opened, it becomes even more difficult. A direct cut through from blue all the way to almost the bottom of those main stairs. Kino, almost an impossible position right now. The only C4 player directly under the hatch.
Right beneath the hatch, but it's the shotgun that does it. Canadian with lead into his feet, but it's Surf with the diffuser. The shields abate entirely, but Kavini sprinting through, almost a flick with the deagle. But no, it's Ambi with the final double at triple wall. No blue play necessary, it seems. I also was looking at Rexon, how the round might hinge on his play. And yet instead, a sprint through Moto, a hop through the wall, and SR back on map point. Chalet still hungry for it.
It's looming large, isn't it? I got a feeling we're going to the Alps for a second time. Really close round again. Unusual to see a round play out in that way. And you kind of think that when Kino gets that kill with the shotgun directly underneath kitchen hatch, you think, man, maybe he's done his job. Tactical timeout has been saved for this very moment by Super. He's going to try and stabilize the troops ahead of what could be the final round here on Clubhouse. It's been a fair old run through the lower bracket for SR up until this point. Obviously dropping out against Space Station in the upper bracket semi. Then went on to beat Dark Zero 2-0 on Border and Lair. OXG game, that was a little bit more of a drawn out affair. An 8-7 to kick things off on Lair, which has been a bit of an SR stronghold of a map for kind of the majority of stage 1 and a lot of stage 2. SR managing to get the result with wins on both Nighthaven Labs and Cafe. This is their 3rd game inside of the lower bracket. And there would be no doubting that they deserve the final. They come away with a win against M80 here tonight as well. They would have pretty much run the gauntlet at that point. But they still have to get Clubhouse out of the way. The 7-2 win on Nighthaven Labs. M80 aren't out if they lose this map. There is the safety net of Chalet.
I think things are not done. If SR win, M80 still got one more shot at closing out this series 2-1. Have to come back from Chalet earlier, but then again, they pulled a complete 180 on Nighthaven Labs, so not out of the question whatsoever. Not feeling bad about it. Instead here, will just have to be 2 in a row. Might be the more difficult one with how close this game has been. The gym bedroom defense for the Rebellion, their only flawless side on their side. As why else, or where else would they go? No, I will say, to the point of important operator change-ups into OT, we only, weirdly enough, saw Clash one time on SR's defenses in the first go-round, and it wasn't even Canadian that played her, it was Surf, and Surf playing her on CCTV. Now Canadian brings her out, moving around gym bedroom, making what has been their best site on Clubhouse so far just that much better.
See you on the other side.
Pressure on then for M80. They want to try and sew it up in 2 maps. Either that or they'll be playing 6 maps today, which is a heck of a lot of siege at the top level. Spoiled for choice on hard breaches. Bans, of course, revert back to the bans we saw in the first phase of this map. Ambi needs to be cautious he doesn't get himself cut off here. The drones are going to start to work through like rats, it seems, all over the floor inside a cache right now. And despite the clash, it's not looking like it's somewhere that Canadian really wants to try and vie for control or hold on to for really much longer. It's about the halfway point in the round, so it's not a bad time to let it off. But it hasn't cost too much for M80 to gain this control. Just a couple of X-Karos pellets, a few drones sent out there. Still got both Lion scans at this stage.
No, I think the bigger threat will just be that clash, gaining the information, knowing that M80 are committing to this clear on the opposite side. I think that gives SR some peace of mind. They know their positions, they know they can play gym bedroom, don't have to worry about a backstab right now, but the air jab comes in, still looking to apply some pressure to Canadian, and he's just slowly luring them through this map. Now all the way back to Logi, vying for 2 to 3 different players' attention at any given time. And now here, as the players drop outside of Khan on the metal window, nades going in, Kino ready to hop through, double utility, but still waiting. Oh, Spoit. Kino just turns his head a little too far to the right. Spoit hops up behind the weight machine. Such a classic rat spot. It almost feels weird to call it that. Almost an expected off-angle position, and yet Spoit catches the Blackbeard off guard. Where's the tip of the spear now? It's fallen. Somebody's got to grab it. Somebody's got to pick up the pace. Take this diffuser, move it into sight. There's still a clash in their way. There's still 5 guns alive. There are odds, far too many odds. And unfortunately for M80, it'll need to be on Chalet that they get a rematch against SSG tomorrow, because at 8-6, SR have one more shot.
SR really showing that they've been putting the time in and putting the work in on Clubhouse as a map in general. Not only able to get the win, but also, more importantly, able to get those wins on attack. They absolutely dominated that opening kill statistic as well. A very impressive showing from SR, but the job is not finished. There is another map waiting for us, and we'll be with it just after this break.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
here. I'm here.
Peek
I'm
the
here.
softball. There's a trap on the
He's-
wall. Careful, please. I'm trying to hold right with you. One on the hatch, team. I'm ignoring him, okay?
Heard one just dropped ladder.
Yeah, heard
that. Ladder dead.
Nice.
Ladder
I'm
dead.
looking rat, bees. I'm looking rat.
Hatch dead.
Ambient definitely has seemed like a tale of two maps from map 1 into map 2. Is this a case of you just liking Clubhouse more, or do you feel like you're more locked in since map 1?
I think we've actually lost Clubhouse like the past. We're on like a club losing streak, so I think it was more just being settled in, let everyone being calm, and just really settling in.
Map 3 is Chalet. Now, M80 did beat you on this last time you played it, but obviously we would hope that this time around it goes a little bit differently. What do you think the key is to making sure that you actually do close this out in 3 maps?
Just staying calm. We know we're better than them, and we know that if we're calm and we play a game, we're gonna win. So it's really just staying calm, and we're gonna win.
All right, fair play. Good luck.
Shopify Rebellion, they hold their own in a dicey overtime map 2, but they send us to map 3. Guys, sometimes you just love when the stories all come together. Day 1 of a LAN NA regional finals, 6 out of 6 maps. Fox, it is the perfect way to start off the weekend.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that's the exact showing that we needed from SR to go on a map like Clubhouse, be a little bit more default. And when we talked about their struggles when it came to problem solving on a map like Labs, so they go to Clubhouse, take that out of the equation. They're able to play simplistically, let their guns show, and that's exactly what they did. They were dominating the opening kills, and then from there on, it would just be clean and cut, just focusing on denying the plant or going for the execute, trying to make sure that they're avoiding M80 C4s, their denials as best as they can, and not losing those picks back. It seemed almost very old DZ-esque of Canadian IGLing, and maybe because it's a map like Clubhouse, there was more of a depth in the call plan when it came from SR and what Canadian could do for it, and that's exactly what we saw, just focusing on the fundamentals, and Ambi is correct. If they just keep playing fundamentally going into map 3, it'll look good.
Yeah, and the team, I mean, the rest of the team just coming alive where we didn't get to see them in that first series. I mean, I gotta lie. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I was worried coming into this next match just because they didn't really get a lot started on that second half, losing 7-2. I mean, the comms simply weren't there, but they definitely wrote their wrongs. I mean, something I really want to highlight on M80 is I think they trolled in the operator bans. I believe Ollie was talking about them. I can't remember on which side, but at least from the side of M80, if you're going to try to remove Troy, there's 3 shield operators he's going to pick from. I don't think Troy's going to be a player that's going to pick Fuse, so I'm just eliminating Fuse from the equation. But if you're going to eliminate all those shields, stick to that. Instead, they try to remove Troy. He goes on that Blackbeard immediately. But for me, it's a matter of why not get rid of the utility? Why not get rid of the Dokkaebi? Why not get rid of the Grim? You already got rid of the Capital, because Troy can only be in so many areas on those shields where he only can relay that bit of information on one side of the map, where an operator like Grim, where an operator like Dokkaebi is going to give information across all of the map or across different sites of the defense, where then that information is then going to be relayed for everyone to see, where it's not just on Troy. So I think for me, when I'm looking and going into this third map, M80 really has to look at their choice of operator bans and commit to at least one side. If you want to get rid of Troy, you want to hinder his ability to be able to IGL and play behind shields, simply get rid of the shields. If you want to get rid of the utility game and allow Troy to have that little bit of information only on one side of the map, then do that. You can't just focus in one area. You have to look at the bigger picture, and I believe the utility game was the bigger picture, more so rather than Troy just being able to feed information off one small area of the map, where again, Grim and Dokkaebi will cover an entire side of a map.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because I do think when you look at M80's side, they were overcompensating and so worried about Canadian, specifically on those shields, that they would play very over-aggressive in their defenses to be able to fight him or slow him down on the entries, which would inevitably cause loss after loss. And then it just makes the utility that much easier to be able to clear a person out of rafters or clear somebody out of the basement so they can go for an execute. So that was the biggest downfall, is the shield was such a main focus. They don't completely ban it out and still allow it, but then they still try to focus on it when it comes to the individual play, and it didn't work out.
Well, for the final time today, we go to a map 3 decider, a Chalet decider, one team to the grand final, one team eliminated. The final map of day 1 of the NA regional finals starts now.
And will it be our reigning major champs going home, or will it be Shopify Rebellion? Fortunately, not as exciting of a moniker that I can give them, but I think making a compelling run at the NAL Regional Final Championship would be something good to at least dangle in front of our faces as we move to Chalet, a map that M80 lost earlier to SSG Ollie. What shall we look to for this one? Either to see what they can recover from, what problems they might have, or on the flip side, what should we expect out of the Rebellion?
It's a tough one, isn't it? Because you look at it on the face of things and you think, wow, this is M80's 6th map tonight. Like, they're really going through the motions. They have not made things easy for themselves at all. There's an argument to say that SR came into this series a little bit slow, a little bit cold, because we did see a very slow start on Nighthaven Labs. All that has now been put to bed, and they should be well in the swing of things, especially after that game on Clubhouse and being able to clinch out the win in the end. And I felt like they played some very good adaptive siege. They played the board very well indeed. And by that, I mean they played the operator bans and they played the circumstance well in the heat of the moment. Looking towards Chalet, I don't know. Where do we look? Do we look at previous results? Because that has been a fairly big indicator with Clubhouse being the anomaly so far. Or do we base it on a little bit more gut feeling and instinct and understand that, well, you know, M80, they are coming into this after, you know, this is going to be their 6th map. This is a hell of a long time playing Siege. They have been sat here for like 6 odd hours now at this point. Alternatively, do we look at it from the side of SR and go, well, you know, that they've not got the best record on Chalet, like, but then again, they didn't have the best record over on Clubhouse. They've lost Chalet twice to M80 in the last 6 months, a 5-7, a 4-7. It hasn't been the closest of games. Okay, 5-7's fairly close, 4-7, a little bit less so. I can't recall the exact games off the top of my head, but you look at it and you think, which way do we go with this?
At least what I'm looking at, I want to know which way the ban phase is going to go. Will they commit to the shields? Will it be another kind of like half and half? Because as the desk pointed out, if you leave up one of those 3 shields, Canadian will play them. So you either got to just accept that he's going to play it and focus on that, or leave it more to the utility. And now we're in a situation where that 3rd ban could end up being important because, again, it mirrors Clubhouse. 1 shield ban, 1 utility ban. This time, Blackbeard and the Ying. On the opposite side, we get Azami and Denari taken out. But Canadian will have the Blitz. He will have the Monty. And frankly, you know, losing out the Ying is, you know, it's not great. But because Warden is so often in play, I feel like a lot of teams don't even really run her all that much anymore. I think of all the utility bans he could have taken out, I don't know if Ying is the most important one.
Difficult to decide which one it favors, isn't it? I like the idea of the Ying ban. And a Ying often gets banned by both of these 2 teams on this very map. And I mean, that's not fantastic analysis. Like, Ying is a very popular ban. I just think that you've got to kind of tailor it a little bit more to the moment. And I think you've got to recognize that SR are having a really good time with these shields right now. And it isn't just Canadian that's, you know, the difference maker, as it were. He's not the reason. It's the backup that he's got. It's the team play that the shield enables. I commented so many times about how Rexon was like the 1-2 punch of Canadian on the blitz and Rexon hot on his heels. And I'm expecting to see the same again, whether it be with Rexon or whether it be with one of the other players on the side of SR. You better believe that if Canadian's playing the blitz, he doesn't play it in a solo fashion. We don't see him play it the same way we see M80 play the blitz. It's a very different landscape. It's a different game when Canadian's on that operator. And I think that it's worthy of a little bit more of a target. Yeah, you're going to open yourself up to the Ying. But as you mentioned, you're going to play the Warden. You're playing the Warden anyway.
And to that point, the operator I was thinking about taking off the board was Grim. I mean, obviously because of the utility, but also, you mentioned the Rexon Canadian duo, you know, the shield and the gun behind it. A lot of that was on, maybe not Blitz and Grim, but Blackbeard and Grim. Rexon's got that primary utility and the 5.52 to back it up, and I think the Blackbeard makes a little bit of a difference, but I think the presence of the shield with that Grim to back it up, it's looking a bit too similar to Clubhouse, but we'll see what happens. Dokkaebi call goes out. As SR clearing a roam that, at least on that side of the map, isn't all that present. Instead, Ambi turns around where the real players are. 1 player dropping down. And only the Melusi still up top. Gunner going back to that more anchoring vigil, playing to kind of cause some chaos early on, then falling back to the site. Instead, it's Gavin, the lone vestige of this top floor presence.
I'm really surprised that Gunner was able to make that rotation for free. Especially with the hopping that we saw early on from Ambi, getting himself straight into Piano. I thought this is really nice. There's a potential to sort of cut through any roam game that's going on upstairs. As it's happened, we haven't really seen too much action off the back of either of those moves, and Gunnar was allowed to make that rotation back into sight and can go on his merry way from there. Kino going to be below, C4 ripped and ready. If he's got good information, he might be able to affect what's going on inside of Trophy. But it looks like he has just been droned. And that was a drone that was thrown as well, so you better believe that someone's in and around that area. Gunnar at least there to back up for the time being and keep Kino alive. That keeps the threat of that C4 alive from below as well.
The game might end before that threat actually comes to fruition. Okay, Ambi's just shot Canadian in the back of the head. I don't even know how that happens. Flawless round perhaps for M80 out the gate for all that hype we put forth. The excitement we were generating around the Rex and Canadian duo, Ambi on the Dokkaebi, it falls flat, completely two-dimensional. And Spoit get Kino, down diffuser as well. There's actually a 1v2 in the making right there if he can land that very tight shot, but unfortunately does not happen. And M80 with the first win on Chalet. A little bit quiet in the paddocks right now for M80, understandably so, after a close map too. I definitely expected a little bit more fight from the Rebellion.
Especially with the way that they were moving at the start of that round, you looked at it and you thought, maybe they've got some really good drone information. I thought Ambi was definitely going to take this swing and the challenge onto the Fireplace player, but he did decide to play it a little bit more passively, and it's not always necessarily a bad thing. It just didn't work out in this instance. Definitely potential for the 1 versus 2 there. Spoit not far off that pre-fire onto Hot and Cold. But as it stands, M80 going to take round number 1, and they will be very happy to do so. They're in it for the long haul now, though. It doesn't matter how long this match takes. They at least know that it is going to be their last of the day. So they just need to lock in. They're going to be moving over onto that top floor site. And then downstairs in kitchen, of course, in round 1. And Master and Office for round 2. Again, some strange site selection from M80. Bar and Games, of course, seen as a primary site. Basement, of course, quite liked as well. But instead of keeping it over toward the old Master and Office side and the kitchen side, I mean, it's kind of carbon copies of one another in terms of bomb site and play out in very similar ways. There's much more of an extension this time over towards Bar and Games. And that has at least caught Spoit's attention in the opening 30 seconds. He just waits for a drone to move ahead of him or committing to any sort of a jump in. But if this drone is canny, it might be able to find a little bit of information for him to work off. The goo mine will slow him down though, and at least the nade announces his position. Backed up by the Grismot mine. Sure that will have been heard, and Gunnar now running to the rescue as well. It's a risky play to try and send out a goo mine, taking half your damage.
More importantly, I was going to say, Gershmont at the window too. Ambi with the backstab makes nice work of it. Who turning around with a pistol. A lot of layers to this SR attack on Bar and Games. Not the side, of course, just the position. But they get 2 kills as a result. Gershmont placed on the window seems ready to take down Canadian. You can see Gaveni swinging around the corner. Canadian stunned by the mine. Shield completely open. Blitz goes down. Instead, it's Spoit that does it. And with the Blitz staying alive, sure, you lose the IQ. You've got pressure from the front with that shield that you can't really deal with unless you can concentrate on the legs. And then the Dokkaebi from the backside. Really good setup by the Rebellion, with still pretty much half the round to go.
Like you say, though, it's a heck of a lot of focus over toward Bar Games for a site that is Master and Office. I guess the good news for SR is it really hasn't cost them all too much. The barrier to entry, fairly low right now. Something they are going to be lacking is, of course, hard breach. No primary hard breacher brought, no secondary tin openers either. So they are really looking to leverage this blitz, because it is going to be a single doorway push in. Blitz going to be getting in a little bit of a world of hurts here as he baits out some util.
Ooh, and unfortunately, quad kill for Ambi at the moment is hold on. Canadian going down and diffuser dropped. I felt like this was not going SR's way, then all of a sudden, Hot and Cold's gotta land this C4. The shots don't land, but he doesn't detonate it either. Instead, taking the fight. A bizarre engagement on top of Piano. C4 never detonates. And Hot and Cold, unfortunately, falls to the player behind that shield. Ambi, quick wits in round 2. Of course, gets the openers, but recovering the diffuser late, he can do it all.
A round that really hung in the balance and felt like it could have gone either way. It kind of felt like a layup at points for M80. And then as quickly as it felt like that, bang, it was snatched away. I need to have another look at this.
Oh.
I mean, after Diffuser gets 2, oh, Diffuser dies to the Toxic Babe. That's brutal. Been quite a few team kills this series.
There have, now that I think of it.
I know Ambi's always like, I feel like if you had to ask me, and I don't know the stat, but who's had the most team kills, like who's committed the most team kills, I'd have to say it was Ambi.
That's heinous from you.
It's true though, isn't it? It's not a bad thing. Like it's no shade. I'm just saying I think that would be who it is.
I know we had one in the first series. Have we had one every map of this series?
We definitely have one on Club.
We definitely have one on Club. I'm very confident we had one during the SSG game earlier. Feels like I think we've had at least 4 team kills this series, which is, 3 more team kills than I usually expect to see on a day of Rainbow Six. I like usually allow for one because, it's a game, one shot, headshot, who knows? No way. Monty coming into play.
Yeah, it's only taken until round number 3. Now, this is where you start to, I guess, really ask the question. Like, okay, the Blitz has seen impact so far, and it's been good, but it's also not worked. This is where the Monty comes out. And at the end of this round, you're going to have a decision to make. Do you ban the Monty, or do you ban the Blitz? Well, if the Monty's going to play like that, I think we let Canadian have the Monty. Like, what is it with shields and stairs? I don't know why. It seems to happen every single time. I mean, that's criminal.
That's
and Gunner gets away?
He kills
surely not. Oh, Gunner. You basically won the round for your team.
Reload. I mean, not only does he take down the Montaigne, who didn't, it's not the Monte didn't drone him, but SR didn't drone Vines. And then he takes down Spoit on Bathroom with what I think was the last bullet in his 5.57.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
All right. I mean, like you said, you basically won the round. Gavin can drop off Mez. You'll still have a guy blue to have some pressure upstairs, so you're not completely seeding everything, but it seems like, given the positions we have right now, it would require a bit of a misplay or SR to really make up for the lost time and try and find some bit of verticality, which they don't really... Wow, talk about team kills, am I right?
I mean, maybe we've just given it the kiss of death, right?
He one-tapped him, too. That must have been nasty.
That was cold.
There's no guy there. I think we just call this one.
Do we chalk it up 2-1 to M80?
I think a 2-1 to M80 seems reasonable. I'm not going to say it's guaranteed, given the fact that we've had, 5 team kills so far this night? 4 in this series, at least. I think we need to allow for the possibility, but it seems more likely than not that M80 will take the lead 2-1. As Surf is betting this all on a hatch drop. Okay, Rexon gets a nade kill, and no, gets the kill onto the Ella. Only 8 seconds remaining, and both players in the other site. He dropped down. They've got some kind of opportunity for a plan here. The explosive doesn't work either. Got the cutoff on the Warden, but lands the final shot. Can Rexon get it in the post? Barely enough time. Oh my God! Much too close. Much too close.
It was far closer than it needed to be, considering it was 4 versus 2. I think even Gaveni sat there going like, how, guys? Like, I'm glad that Diffuser was still alive there to clutch that 1v1. Just goes to show it is always possible. All you've got to do is believe. Okay, so we do see the Blitzbang come out. But that's just going to open the floodgates on the Monty now. Like, Monty is just open season. So How much impact is it going to have? I mean, we sort of memed on the impact of the Monty in the previous round. Oh, that was really unfortunate as well. That's a shame, because if Rexon doesn't do that team kill, like, that's probably a round that SR are able to salvage. Maybe a bit of an unfortunate bounce on the ROU projector as well. Just didn't have that pocket, didn't have that angle covered. Kind of know where the plant's going down, but if you can see him, it's always going to be easier, right? M80, a narrow lead, tentative at the moment. It's 2-1 here. Right, downstairs they go, right toward the kitchen. It was successful here in round one. It was a little bit of a nothing round, I kind of want to say, from M80. They really just tried to brute force the bomb site, and we didn't see sufficient control gained vertically. We didn't see sufficient angles opened up. It may be different this time with the Monty, provided that the Monty stays away from the stairs.
Please. I will, like, literally, I will match fix right now. Just, I'll pay money for the Monty not to go on the stairs. On advice of counsel, that was a joke. I will not match fix. Just to be clear. No, you hope the Monty's in a bit different other positions to go around. Really, just anywhere away from the staircase, like you said. But even on the top floor, I mean, just hopping through the library, full shield. And that seems to be what the plan is. I think we just keep it safe, keep it simple. Also, for anybody curious, we actually did get a stat in. We have 16 kills on the night so far, 3 of them from Rexon.
Ooh, okay.
I'll take that as you will.
Oh, are we going to call that as 1 per map?
I mean,
It averages out 1 per map, right?
It averages out that way, but 4 of them are from the SR game. Actually, no, 5 of them are all from this series.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Which is kind of incredible. Canadian, by the way, dropping down into the middle of a crossfire. This is the benefit of the Monty. You can do that. The site is not barring games. You might be confused because once again, like round 2, everything has happened in barring games. All the action's happening in barring games, and it seems all the kills will happen here too. 3v3, but with Monty all alone, he knows got to find an angle around onto this full shield. Ooh, and unfortunate for him, Rexon getting that kill means it's a 3v1 on site at the moment. 2v1 as Canadians indisposed at the moment. Rexon's got a nice cutoff angle, and bam, everything is sealed up. Round begins and ends on the opposite side of the map from kitchen and dining, but I think the headline for us should be no team kills in round 4. And so SR ties the game without any friendly fire.
There was nearly a team kill, to be fair. I was a little bit nervous for Canadian. I think it was Ambi that was spraying past him and just had to exude some good trigger discipline, let's say. A bit of a weird place for the round to kind of live and die. I understand the importance of holding bar in games. It's a really good portion of the map to sort of enter in as a defender. But equally as an attacker, like, is that really where you... sorry, as an attacker, it's a good portion to enter in. But as a defender, is that really where you want to sort of make your final stand? You kind of saw when Rexon got that kill that Kino tried to make a bit of a rotation and get himself out of there because he was recognizing, look, I'm 1 versus 1 with the Monty. I've only got 1 teammate left on site. I probably should try and make a bit of a play to fight and alleviate some of that pressure, and we can 2v1 the Monty at a later point. But by then it was kind of too late because Library Stairs was already taken over. So it just seemed like a really strange part of the map for a lot to go down. And again, I don't know if this is just M80 kind of getting dragged into SR and, you know, overreacting in some ways. SR have been really good tonight. I think on the Clubhouse in particular, and already on Chalet they've shown it. They can be so good at just forcing out these engagements where M80 may just benefit a little bit more from playing slightly more passively.
Based on the setup they have right now, I mean, you got to roam a little bit on basement, but it is not an extended roam by any means. 1 player by blue, 1 player in dining, and the dining position is pretty understandable. I think M80 are just going to play at the edges of these staircases, the fringes of the map, shoot some drones, deny some information, but don't overstay. The Fuse has already dropped down as well. I mean, he's the Cade. He's got to use these electric claws, so understandable. Also see they'll go on the hatches. Likely recognizing there's no quick play on the bottom floor. SR taking things very slow, going for a full clear throughout Chalet at the moment, which is a good sign for M80. Not that it's bad that SR are doing what they're doing, but it means that those Vulcan packs, those Zoto canisters, the Cade 2-route combo generally, is going to be a lot more valuable with 5 players on the site and SR spending a lot of time not directly confronting them yet.
All of this is really good for M80 at the moment. Look how they're able to switch the utility around, recognizing, right, there's probably not a backside push. We probably want to rotate a bit of util and get ready for anything that could be happening down through main stairs. This is where the Rotero drones are going to start to move through. They have to find these Vulcan packs. You have to remove those at this point in the round. Barbed wire equally as good. Opening that up as an option for later. Yeah, Hot and Cold staring at it with a clash right now, but you might not be staring at it with 5 seconds left to go and you're desperately trying to shove somebody down there. So good usage of the Rotero drones right now. We can start to finally get these breaches open, and already we can see the Vulcan packs being popped. It's almost a little bit of a bait from SR because of how long they took to make something happen over in this bunker side. Some of the utility has already been moved around. BP was a good piece of information to get rid of as well. That'll be another target for those Rotero drones. Spoit with 1 left, and then he is free to go and do what he does best. Stuns coming in now, Capital Firebolts, and that's going to be a difficult position for that clash to continue to play.
Ooh, yeah, Hot and Cold. There's too much utility to work through. 5v3 for SR, clear way to this defuse plant as well. Who, even if that C4 didn't get shot, all things considered, I could see Canadian getting blown up and the plant not being disrupted by any material fashion. 5v1, seems like we're getting a flawless round out of the Rebellion, and yes, indeed, we will. Very clear plan. Very good one as well. Honestly, just very standard for basement. Haven't felt like I've seen it execute like that work in quite a while. You just go down West Main, go up Trench, go to Boiler, open the wall, clear out the player playing on Pillar, in this case the Clash, just dump firebolts back there, and unfortunately because you're putting the Clash there instead of like an Azami, who of course is banned, Clash is going to have her shield not back, she's more susceptible to gunfire, also a lot slower to get out of the fire than if say an Azami or a Smoke were there who could just sprint out. So kind of a guaranteed pick, and then getting another one on top of that. I mean, SAR had their win conditions, and I think a lot of the operator selection and positioning from M80, even though they weren't bad whatsoever, just ended up playing into it. Kind of a perfect storm for SR.
Do you think that M80 are overthinking things at the moment?
Why do you say that? Genuine question.
Well, so in that previous round, we commented, or I commented, how they had loads of time to move utility around, and you could see that they were working, they were moving the Cade claws, they were moving the ADSs. Now, I'm not saying that if those had remained in position, it would have been an entirely different round, but they did get moved, and then the push still came through the bunker side of things. Are M80 just overthinking things to the point where they're almost not confident in the setup that they're doing? Because it's not like they had, in hindsight, thinking about it, it's not like they had any information to make that call off. It's not like they had a pulse that was saying, oh, this is where all the bodies are. We can see where they're stacking up. I just don't know if they've got confidence in their own calls at the moment.
It's an interesting proposition. I don't know if I'll completely agree with it yet, but it's an interesting idea, and I want us to keep track of it. Let's see how M80 decide to rotate that utility, as it is a lot more focused on power positions, not necessarily like anchoring on the site, but bar in games, for example, right? You're going to have a lot of play around mezzanine, a lot of play around the blue stairs position. Maybe because those are kind of the default positions, you won't see M80 swap that much, especially because with basement, once you know they're going for a full clear, you know nobody's actually going to come cut you off when you're rotating utility. You know you're pretty safe to do so. Here, maybe we'll see the position of that shield flip around. We'll see the ADSs move, as it is actually a bit deeper of a commitment on the top floor this time. Maybe we saw Gavini, don't know why I said that, over on mezzanine. Hot and Cold over in office. And sure enough, Gunner, I imagine, over by Solar.
It is a very different position to play that deployable shield. Usually you get it played at the top of library stairs, but played sort of with your back to kind of Ivy. Ooh, Ambi, what a gap. Straight in with a kill onto Gunner. You can immediately hack that phone, gain access to the defender cameras. There's 2 BPs as well to start playing with. And they're not finished there.
No, they're not. 4v1 right now. SR peaking at the right time. Map 6 for M80, but only map 3 for the Rebellion. Looking like they're finally warmed up. and ready to meet SSG in the grand final tomorrow. But Kino in the 1v4, I didn't entertain the almost 2v4 from SR earlier on this exact site, so I'll learn my lesson here. 50 seconds remaining. He's been droned. SR have time to reset. They've cut the right angles. Hell of a shot by that Warden. Shotgun around the corner. Ooh, good for Spoit. And maybe if Ambi were a little bit closer and a little bit slower. That's a 1v1 for Kino right there, but not today. Moving into the back half of Chalet, SR take a firm lead, 4-2, moving into their defense.
Kind of feels like SR are going through the motions right now, doesn't it? Like they finally got up to cruising speed, and they've got a very favorable half here on Chalet. M80, there has definitely been a dip in performance over the course of the last, 5 rounds? Even think back to the last couple of rounds on Clubhouse, we started to see it drop off ever so slightly. And the drop off has been confirmed here on Chalet. We commented it's a lot of Siege to be playing. They've been at this for a long time now, and we are starting to see the effects of that creep into the gameplay. Blitz and Twitch. Zami and Malusi. Was the gap from Ambi for me. Like, you've always got to be cautious of something like that happening, especially when you're playing against someone that can be as slippy as not even just Ambi, but SR in general. They've got some fairly slippy players. You do wonder if that happens to an M80 that are sort of fresh out the gate or, you know, right up to temperature. Whereas at this point, you kind of feel like they're just getting a little bit jaded.
I think the thing for me is one, the kill that Ambi got, but also that how do I phrase this? The opening kill was acquired by Lurky, but the round was won by basically the same thing SR had been doing the whole half, or like the whole successful attacking half, like 4 through 6, rounds 4 through 6, up until that point. It's all been very well thought out executes, like recognizing what positioning they need, moving off the back of it. Honestly, just looking like how when SR were like in their top form, how they would play. They had a very good understanding of what control was necessary for an execute. They clearly knew what their win condition was, where that case needed to go down, or how they needed to control the movement around the site to give them an entry point into it. And so Ambi gets the kill at the beginning, and that's great, because with SR still having that strength throughout those 3 rounds, it just shows that they could do multiple different things. They could give Ambi a little bit of freedom, take down the roamers, win the 1v1s, and still put up a good fight on the actual site. Moving to the defense, of course. Not necessarily a set play from M80, but looking to clear Ambi out from the top floor. And with the cutoff on blue stairs, I was kind of expecting Ambi to actually fall, but he makes it up to Ivy safely for the moment, as the only player in library is the Monty, who cannot cut Ambi off. And Surf also opting to stay quite a bit later than I maybe otherwise expected. They've got information on his position. They've also got his rotate cut off, so he's got a difficult, oh my god, a trade as Cavini hops in a library. This has quickly become one of those games where M80 cannot get ahead no matter what factor you're looking at.
It really feels like it, doesn't it? We've seen quite a few trades tonight as well, considering that we're on LAN. It has been a more common occurrence. M80 feels like they're kind of on the back foot now. Okay, they've lost the striker, so you've not lost the most utility out there, but you're bringing that secondary utility for a pretty good reason. Now you're a little bit short on it. You're also getting a little bit short on time. SR, they haven't really been too pressured on this roam. And they can continue to hold here inside of Master. We've not even had double window open just yet, so rotate is a go-go. You can just move through the sides as you wish. Kino, not too much that he's going to be able to do, especially having to D-shield to take on that angle. And Diffuser greeted with a laser gate isn't going to make things any easier. X-Kairos pellets now can be used to try and open up something in the wall, but if you're a Monty, you really want a big hole to try and walk through. You don't want to have to crouch. You don't want, and certainly don't want to have to D-shield to try and make that transition.
Rexen looking to take a fight all the way through Ivy hallway. Gets cut down by the DMR. Canadian levels it to a 3v3, yet it's still the attack. Slowly carving their way in. Corridor is being used expertly by Gunner to provide clean avenues by which M80 can move into Piano and take control of the site. Canadian gets one, making a clutch situation a little more doable. But IGL on IGL, Canadian versus Hot and Cold, have got to fight. Spots the angle, but none of the shots land. C4 at Kino's feet, and the shield comes up in time. This Type 89 needs to fall. Canadians got to win this engagement. It is an absolute necessity. Because as Kino's relaying the information, that one gun needs to go down, but another opportunity missed. The IGL on the Rebellion, given so many bites at the apple and just can't muster the will to take it. Unfortunate. M80 still in the deficit, but only one round away from a tie game.
A really tricky engagement for Canadian there. He just felt like he couldn't catch a break. All of his shots going wide. Hot and Cold bobbing and weaving throughout the entirety of the engagement as well. Either side of the door and the little gap in the reinforcement. C4 was nearly a goer, but going up against the Monty. C4 is always going to be tricky against the Monty. And at that point, the plant had already gone down anyway, so kind of a narrow margin to get a round over. M80 are going to feel pretty good opening up their account here with a round. Because let's be honest, they need it. They are on the back foot still here. They only trail by one. Maybe that'll give them a little bit more of the energy that they need. Now, I was a fool earlier, which might come as a surprise, Links. I questioned a Capcan pick on Chalet in the SSG game, and he got a kill.
Important kill at that. Second to last kill.
A really important kill. So, I'm going to give Canadian the benefit of the doubt here. Capcan kill, I think that it's on.
Like, Capcan's is one of those operators where it's like, I'm never going to suggest people bring a Capcan, but I can literally remember segments where I've talked about trap operators and I mentioned Capcan by name, so I'm going to rephrase this real quick. I'm never going to be like, Capcan's the #1 thing a team should bring, but if that's the only adjustment they make, I'm never going to be like, say it's bad. I'm always just like, all right, whatever. Like, fair enough. It's just one of those things where you get so many traps, you get some information, it never feels like a bad pick, and also, you just never know when you're going to get around like that, where somebody forgets the EDD is there, the tension's high, and they walk in, they took a couple shots earlier, then they lose the rest of their HP, and we all get a laugh, but most importantly, the team that brought the Capcan gets around.
Spoit is going to be the target for Diffuser here, at least for the meantime, caught out on that death mark tracker. It's kind of given Diffuser the confidence to start to move on through here. Unsure if M80 are aware that a Capcan is in play yet. We're not seeing the typical check of either side of the door as they move through, but could have also been called as clear off the drone a little bit earlier. Maybe Ambi, the second target on that death mark. Gunner's thinking about a little bit of a walk upstairs here. Does that have the clutch drone at the top, which you can use for a little bit of information? Ambi, keeping things loose and flexible here on the Oryx. Great ability to make a rotate, especially if basement isn't really being held at all, which at the moment from M80, it isn't. They've far too much more to worry about than that. Rexant full white flash, that should be the cue to call for Gunner to start moving up those main stairs.
Fully solidify their control of mezzanine and library. Defenders have all made it back though. So now Gunner will move up, but not getting any, I think, cutoff kills like he might have hoped. I was going to say, the thing we need to look for now from SR is whether or not there's a flank, and what do you know, you can see somebody, I think, all the way over in library, in a trophy at the moment. With no nomads whatsoever, and unclear what the state of M80's flank drones are, could be a problem, as that's Ambi all the way on the opposite side. I know M80 are likely aware of it, it's something you gotta consider. But it's going to take a gun or two away from the push to focus on it. And Ambi's not moving down on the bottom floor. He's moving through the top. M80 spending time watching this flank. Meanwhile, Kino loses health pushing forward down the Monty. Though they get 2 big kills, Ambi's still in play. A Spoit holding down on the site inside a mudroom. He's not had any impact whatsoever. Ambi's just hopping down into a round that's already been won by Shopify Rebellion. A 1v1 that Ambi wins by stowing himself on the opposite side of the map and walking into a showdown that's already ended.
Brilliant play there from Shopify, keeping themselves nice and slippy. And that's where M80 are really going to start to trip up, I think, tonight, is if they are given a lot of different bodies to find and chase down. We saw it demonstrated there with the attempted use of Deimos's Deathmark trackers. It was onto Legion, it was onto the Oryx. It was really a little bit unsure. It wasn't like a typical use of Deimos, where you get a little bit of information on the drone, you find out roughly where somebody is, you send the Deimos track out there, and then bang, you're in there with a kill, or you're flushing that player into somebody else. It wasn't that same position. It was very much just being used as an information gathering tool to try and clutch at straws. And as soon as SR start to get a little bit more fluid and start to move across the map a little bit more, they just become increasingly more difficult to pin down. And that's really where M80 struggled previously there in round number 8. 2 rounds away from booking their ticket for the game against SSG tomorrow. SR on the defense here on Chalet, and they are looking good. I've said it before, I really feel like this M80 team has run out of gas in the tank at this point. And it's being furthered almost every round that goes by because things are just becoming that little bit more difficult, increasingly more tricky for them to pull off.
And I think to give SR credit as well, I think that attacking side, especially rounds 4 through 6, some of the best we've seen SR look this whole series. Having a good control of the site, having a clear game plan. And I think maybe the most important thing is, like, I'm looking at the notes, and we've got some multi-kills. I can't really remember any of the SR multi-kills. I know they happened. The Ambi Dokkaebi one rings a bell, but it's been the team game for Shopify Rebellion that I have been thinking the most through this series, and for a team that, as the desk has pointed out time and time again, has really felt reliant on their individual skill, I think it's good that no one particular name is standing out to me, even though I look down and see Ambi and Spoit both at 9 kills. It's felt like a team performance, and we'll see if M80 playing as a team, but one that is very, very tired over the course of today's 6-map slugfest. See what they can do. Moving up Solar Stairs. It'll be a difficult direct take from this side. They'll need to add some other dimension, though. I'm sure they've got that accounted for.
It feels like all things perfectly balanced at the moment on the side of SR. You got Ambi and Spoit, 9 kills apiece. You got Rexon and Surf, 5 kills apiece. Rexon hasn't even had to pull a clutch out today. And that's when you know things are going pretty well for him. Upside down repel for Kino. Trying to kick things off. On cold. He's already into the top of Solar. That's important ground to hold, especially given that line of sight that he's got now in through the bathroom. Can start to prod a little bit here on the site, and with double window open as well, there's maybe chance to try and get a plant down here. That BP, of course, is going to cause some problems and needs to be cautious of what could happen from below. It's going to be Rexon threading the needle there and finding one.
I mean, that's kind of criminal. He's got away from that. Diffuser watching the angle as well. Somehow Rexon slips up through bathroom, shoots hot and cold through the wall, and now M80 might have to push deep to compensate for that. Struggling to find the angle. A full Vendetta mag is required. But now Kino, with the Diffuser, might just recover that lost ground. M80 take a 3v5 to a 3v3 on the way out. Diffuser, bloodied and bruised, barely makes it onto that rappel. Here we go, through the wall. Can Surf find an angle? Rexon on the opposite side to shield themselves from this rappel angle? I don't think they can. Rexon instead will look to face the shots, but creeping up. They might just have it through the wall. Surf with a nice pre-fire. There's no angle. There's no chance. There's no hope! A little quick thinking with that secondary shotty, and SR 1 round away from the grand final.
That's how you know that SR are locked in at the moment. Just a little bit of time to create that off angle, and fantastic teamwork. Surf had such a difficult job there. He's got an incredibly narrow window to hit that shot with the SMG 11, and boom, manages to take the head off, and then you get Ambi sacrificing the KD. He's not designed to get the kill there. He is purely a distraction. Win or lose the engagement, it does not matter. Gunnar cannot afford to risk dying to Ambi and then not being able to affect the plant. So he has to try and take Ambi out, but it buys the perfect amount of time. Rexon, he's already well on his way to disabling that diffuser and happy to take his chances there, knowing that his team has got his back. A very late tactical timeout here for M80, and I feel like it's a bit of a Hail Mary.
It feels like SR just putting the pieces together at the right time, which it always felt was in their possession, but really starting to get a full idea of the picture. Be a really close day for M80 if it goes down here. Not that I think they can't. I mean, again, I want to commend their recognition in that round. I mean, Hot and Cold had the exact right idea. Nobody was in bathroom. Nobody was directly able to contend with that breach. Just EMP the BP and you should be all good. It seemed a bit of a failure in coverage. Nobody on the library, nobody on the bathroom window. Fortunately, Diffuser, I think, having to cover a bit too much, being the main player in that position. You could easily see the post plant going through much earlier on, but instead this time, M80 go down. A 3-round gap between them and Shopify Rebellion at the moment. We're looking in good position to challenge SSG. Potentially give us a chance at a new best in NA for this year. There's SSG in stage 1, M80 in stage 2, and also they're major champs. They don't need it. They got plenty of titles already. Kidding, of course. But SR instead. Been years since they won that crazy 45-round game against Dark Zero in the Stage 2 finals. Looking to channel some of that energy if they make it to tomorrow.
You know, I kind of like the idea of SR versus SSG for the final as well. You kind of feel like M80 have already had their shot at it. It's sometimes nice to see a repeat game in the final, but at the same time, with the way that SR have got to this point, ooh, maybe? No, not quite. Spoit trying to put the pain on early there, but only lands maybe a bullet onto Gav. Yeah, you kind of feel like SR have done enough to deserve it. Running through that final, running through the lower bracket. It may not be in this round though, especially with that quick fire start. Spoit and Ambi, both the star players on SR going down early.
Now, I like the switch up. Putting Gunnar on the Nook, quickly inserted into bar and games, which really has been gaining a lot of focus in this game of Chalet in a way that I've not really experienced in a while. Keeps seeming like a lot of these gunfights on kitchen and dining or master bedroom and office occur here. But I like it. Speed up the pace, pinch out the players in bar and games, and now you have ample time to reset. 2 minutes remaining. The rest of the defenders need to stick on this top floor for the moment, just because there aren't enough gaps. There's not been enough time since the early game to give them an opportunity to flank. And maybe in a really good position, which, you know, seems obvious given they're in a 5v3, but they'll just take what they can get at this point.
Rexon's still looking to hold fairly aggressively onto office balcony for the time being. It's definitely still very doable from SR from this point of view. That and the fact that M80 have certainly taken their foot off the gas a little bit since the opening portion of the round. A little bit of drone work happening there as well. Surf should be able to keep people fairly safe here, but Kino is able to find the angle over onto Rexon. Canadian now trying to rotate up these solar stairs as well. Helios scanner is the thing that kind of gives me a little bit of belief here, because if that plant starts to go down and it is able to be stopped, yes, you might have a man count advantage, but depending on how much time's left on the clock, it may not matter. That diffuser can be recovered, and Kino might start to move in now and look to try and get that down. He's going to have a reasonable angle with the bomb chassis. But Canadian, you can see he's in the goggles. Is he able to find the ang?
Ooh, just a little too late, unfortunately. Kind of crazy he managed to get that far up. Maybe he's half a second or a second earlier. There's a much more competitive late round. Might not even be in the post plant. But not so here. A little late to the punch, unfortunately. Ooh, I don't even know if he's ADS for that one. Bullets magnetized to Gaveni. It seems M80 will at least get one of the 3 rounds necessary to begin this comeback. Off the back of a quick entry, setting up Gunnar on that Nook when SR aren't expecting it. Then a great reset in the mid game for a very simple dining plan to end the late round. That's honestly, if I see more from that from M80, I'm going to be very happy. You get the best of both worlds. A lot of pace, a lot of fluidity in the early game, but then you don't let it overtake you. You don't get like lost in it. You reset, you calm down, you assess what control you have and what you need, and then you push off the back of it. M80 really doing a lot in that round, and going forward, somehow with one single round, giving a lot to hope for.
There's definitely a lot to hope for here. M80 are that brawler team. It would be remiss of us to count them out until the final round is played.
New camera feed up and running.
We really have to give them the benefit of the doubt up until that point. This is a site, though, that M80 did struggle on. It's where we saw the Deimos used to try and track down players like Spoit, players like Ambi on that Legion and on that Oryx. And it didn't have the desired effect. M80 made little use of the basement because they'd spread themselves so thinly elsewhere. The SR had pretty much free reign to rotate in that portion of the map. And that was what enabled them to get off some really nice slippy movement. Now, I'm not saying that M80 need to take full control of the basement and lock it down, but it's something that they need to be a little bit more mindful of. It's where Canadian's going to start his path in terms of the round here. Again, not something to necessarily laser focus on, but something to be considerate of. If you can't round these players up, then you're going to have a bit of a tough time when it comes to executing on the site, because yeah, you might be able to execute on the site, you might be able to take down some site players, but if you've still got players like Spoit, if you've still got players like Ambi that are going unaccounted for, it isn't going to be an easy time of things. So M80 need to be very time efficient here with what they choose to clear. For the most part, it looks like they're going to be going for that top floor clear once again. Rexon will be hanging around on these library stairs, though. And there is a ton of information to be working with. BPs, 2 of them. Valkyrie cameras, got those as well. Nice drone, though.
Nice drone indeed.
Oh, it doesn't last.
Shame, really. To hop in. M80 generally safe territory to do so. Ironically, opening that hatch might make it slightly more dangerous as you expose the window to stock, but matter of degrees here. One SR player currently roaming in Master Edmund office. Very intrigued if M80 are aware of this, because they're going with these direct clears at the moment. After the quick burst of energy in round 10, they were very controlled moving into dining. This time, there's none of that energy, but instead, keeping it to mezzanine, looking around library, and now seeing how they can move down these staircases. Gunner also getting a control of things on the bottom floor, to your point as well, Ollie. But this Valkyrie camera still up, and IQ in play as well. Diffuser not spotting it, and so instead, Gavini and Diffuser walk headstrong into the waiting arms of Shopify Rebellion. C4 shot on the floor. It seemed like such a good setup. They felt so strong, and one measly bit of utility placed at the beginning of the round, unspotted and unconsidered, has completely torn them asunder. Space Station Gaming and Shopify Rebellion. A grudge match, perhaps, or a banger to close out the NAL Regional Finals tomorrow.
Well, I can't think of 2 more deserved teams to be in our grand finals tomorrow. You've got Space Station Gaming, who have made a very convincing run through that upper bracket. Of course, beating SR back in our upper bracket semi-final 2-0. And then, of course, a win over M80 earlier on today. SR, Shopify Rebellion, on the flip side, they have run the gauntlet, dropping down into that lower bracket and defeating everybody that has been put in their way. It seems only fitting that they have earned their place in the grand final. For M80, maybe a little bit of a step too far, as they fell short here after an incredible performance, but a day that I think just got the better of them. We're going to send this one over to Jacob for one last time tonight.
And a grand final is set just like that. Shopify Rebellion in a grand final. Will, always good to see you, buddy. Talk me through this one because it felt like when you, actually, it didn't feel like it happened. When you played M80 just 2 months ago in playoffs of Stage 2, Chalet came up, they got the better of you on that one. What was the key to making sure that that did not repeat against them in this one?
I mean, for us, it's just, focusing on the team and, being able to count down in the 3-2-1s, getting everyone on the same page. We don't really care about too much about what the enemies like to do. Like, we don't really focus on that stuff. So, as soon as we are dialed on our own and just focus on ourselves, like, that's all we need.
The lower bracket run continues at this point, 3 games deep. Was there ever any consideration for how you block out knowing that you don't have any lives left? Is there any technique that you use to make sure that you just don't think about it while you play these games out?
I mean, bro, we lost the first map, and I was like, dude, this is getting intense now. So, I had time to show up, and then, yeah, the team showed up.
SSG tomorrow. It feels like internationally, still working on, still ironing the kinks out, but domestically, you're on fire so far. But against Space Station, it feels like they've had your number. So what's going to be the key tomorrow, or what are you going to do tonight to make sure that you turn the tables in that grand final?
I don't even know. Just, do my normal routine. Like you said, SSG have been beating us pretty much lately. So if there's somewhere to beat them, I think it's here. So yeah, I'm excited.
Fair play. SR, SSG, grand final tomorrow. That's it. That's all she wrote. Dude, thank you very much. And we have a desk to get to in just a second. We'll get the breakdowns after a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
taking a buff. I'm taking a buff.
I'm
Come with me.
taking top with you.
Come with me, please.
Hey, Library, try kill
Kill
this
him.
guy.
Library here. Close on me. Close on me.
What's the plan? I have your cross.
1
Underneath
HP.
my hatch.
PB 1 HP, PB 1 HP.
Injured. Case down.
After playing all 6 out of 6 maps today, M80, the major champions, are sent packing on day 1, and Shopify Rebellion are going to the grand final. So, of course, we got a little special guest joining us on the desk. On the desk, Rexon is here. Laxing, Rexon, I mean, this was a fun series to watch. You guys obviously had to play lights out on that third map to get past M80. I mean, how does it feel moving on to the grand final on land? It's gotta be a good time.
Yeah, it was pretty great. One, I liked playing in front of a crowd that was nice, and then also getting the chance from going from the like the online portion of it to be able to make it here. I mean, it's been great. Obviously, the game was really long. It was extremely long. We were the last game of the day, so really exhausted. But I mean, I felt like it was a pretty good. Besides the first map, it was a pretty good, entertaining match with people.
No, it was.
I was going to say, I know we said it was fun to be able to watch this, but I know being a former player and what you're like, these are the matches you don't want to have. You want clean cut and dry rounds, 2-0s. You don't have to go the distance. But I will say, when you do get wins like these, where it is a huge comeback, especially, you know, we talked about the first map not going in your guys' favor, but you guys constantly being able to find that resilience, bring these rounds back, being able to get these maps going your way to win this series, I'm sure it really is a sigh of relief, given how back and forth this was.
Yeah, I mean, with the top, like I would say, a lot of probably like the top 6 teams of NA are pretty competitive, but I say our hardest matches are like M80, SSG. I do think we pair against M80 pretty well. But yeah, as you said, like when you're a player, like the highs you have and the lows you have are insane, but like you want clean 2-0 games. Like
Absolutely.
I don't want to go
out of here as fast as possible.
I don't want to lose my map. I don't even think about it like that. I don't want to lose a map and have to play 2 more. Like I just want the quick 7-5, 7-4, whatever it may be, and get over with it. But I mean, no, like I said, these matches do feel great to win, especially because it's like, I mean, it's just down to inches, like how close these games are.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, talking about even your first map going into Nighthaven Labs, I mean, obviously wasn't the best showing. You guys looked very disjointed. Was that just due to the fact, obviously, just sitting here and waiting, not being warmed up in the communication, and then to even further that, once you get to Clubhouse, not having that much ample time to go from one map to the next, how do you really transition and fix those mistakes to make sure Clubhouse went the way that you guys wanted it to?
I said this before in like previous interviews, I'm like most positive, but I feel like we didn't give ourselves the chance. And I also think it's like we're getting like settled in. So like even though that is not the case, like you don't want that at all, it happens to us, and it's like we need to address it and fix it. So like first map, it's kind of slow, the coordination's not really there, we're not calming as much, like we just look sloppy, like we didn't give ourselves a fighting chance. What we say, like we go get spawn peaked or we're out of sync and we die, and it's like you need to have a lot of coordination, especially on these maps, like for example Clubhouse, even Labs, like when you're doing the executes or like roam clear. So it kind of bit us in the ass, and thank God it was the best of 3 because that was rough.
Something that I noticed, and maybe you can speak on it, I mean, it's 2 different takes. I mean, me and Fox have talked about this time and time again of banning, you know, Bandit or the Cade together. Why not get rid of one of those? Like, I think Cade makes a lot of sense, and then, you know, getting a Zombie out early, getting a Mirror out early, where then you would see that ban come out going into the 3rd round. How come a lot of teams, and you guys even specifically, are banning out the Bandit and Cade right away, instead of, like I said, pivoting to a different operator to make some of these rounds easier getting into the getting into the site?
From my understanding is like you get rid of the Cade and the Bandit so they can't trick it. So like say you get rid of one of them, they then run the tub and you have to trick the wall, which takes a lot more time. You get rid of Cade and Bandit off the top, and then it's like, okay, they only have mute. But then like for example, we went to the major and like Brazilian teams are starting to put mirrors on walls and impact trick, which is not as common in NA at the time. So maybe it's something we could look over. But if you like dealing with the Azami with the DMR is not that hard, especially if you clear lower garage, you go below, you dump your util, it's gonna break them regardless. So as long as you're not impatient or, you know, lack discipline and peek and dive to the Azami don't really do much. Yeah, Azami is a very strong operator. Like, it's same as Mirror. Like, Mirror's very strong. Yeah. But that's just, like, our ideology behind it.
I guess there's one more question before I send you over, Jonah, because I don't want to leave you out of here,
No, go
Jonah.
crazy.
Talking about the international level, you know, you playing at Munich, sure, it wasn't the best performance from you guys, but just as a player and all the LAN experience you have, how hard is it to then come back to regional play and then have to play against opponents that you know all their little idiosyncrasies? They know all your little idiosyncrasies. Me and Fox have talked about this. I always find it significantly harder to come back and play your own region, or even at an international event, play your own region after transitioning from all the different regions.
I never like inter-regional matchups ever, and whenever I go to a major, I want international because I want to play against different teams. Like, I mean, you know, like for example, I know Gunner's make a rap play and there's not hiding in the corner, so we know to look out for that. But yeah, I just said like playing against teams in your region, in my opinion, is always harder than international because they don't know what you do. Like it's like a fresh slate, you know. Like you can do whatever you want and like they're not gonna know. So yeah, I really do not like interregional matchups at all.
Absolutely.
Well, that win and that big win against M80, as we said, now solidifies your position in the grand final tomorrow. A matchup against SSG, who have been lying in wait. SSG, of course, 2-1 over M80 to start the day, and this one, SR over M80 to go all the way. Rexon, I mean, a little bit of a sneak preview. What can you expect from that game against Space Station? Obviously, this is a team you guys know well. Early thoughts about that?
I think it'll be just as entertaining as the match played against M80. Like, again, like I have a lot of respect for M80 and SSG. I think they're two very good teams. I think SSG we have struggled with, as you've seen in the past, but I feel like not to like, you know, take away credit. I feel like a lot of it is more so us and like getting our footing, like, you know, with the hyper aggression or like the cons, like don't panic, you know, everyone sit still, hold your zone, and then formulate a plan and then go with it. So even when we played against them, I think it was the seeding 3 game, like that we got knocked in the lower bracket. It's like a lot of the rounds we should have played better. Like we did not show up to play, and it, you know, it puts us into lower bracket. And fortunately enough, we really locked in, started winning our matches. So I mean, that's to be an exciting match to watch, I will say.
Well, that team waiting for you tomorrow was also the winners of the Blacklight Detail of the day, specifically J90 in that fight against M80. The final round, Laxing, to close out the match. He drops an ace, a 1v2 in the end to close it out.
Yeah, again, it's moments like these that really speak into the individual prowess on this SSG roster and the sheer resilience where you just can't count out any single player, even if you have the number advantage. And I think Jack really played these 1v1s very well, where there was a lot of mistakes on M80's end here, just not being able to fall back, not being able to play off each other. But again, it just speaks into how well Jack understood the situation and the priority in a lot of these 1v1 engagements that he then could take and continue to take every single time. So yes, it was on M80 making a lot of these mistakes, but it's big players like these that do punish it from time and time again. And Rexon, as you know, being a player, I mean, we've seen you have pop-off moments. If a team is giving it to you, you are going to take it every single time, again and again.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, just to like speak about that, guys, like I was watching Jack's clutch like on the side. That, like, I jumped out of my chair. Like I wasn't even watching. That was intense. That was crazy. Like a 2v5 last round. Like I've been on both sides of that.
Oh, I've been there.
And I've been on the side that throws the 5v2.
Yes.
There's pretty famous clips about it. But devastating for M80. And as for him, like he feels like, you know, $1 million. Like that guy just had a crazy clutch. Now he's going to grand finals. But I mean, yeah, that was a phenomenal play. That might be the play of the tournament, I think.
Well, unless you make something happen tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see what you got for tomorrow.
Yourself look. I mean, you dropped big 3Ks today on Clubhouse. You know,
a little light. No, not much.
You got a highlight going.
Yeah.
Well, Rexon, thank you so much for joining us on the desk. This has been an absolute pleasure. Always good to have a chat. Great insights into the game. We're excited to watch your matchup tomorrow. So that one is hopefully going to be a good one. To everyone who tuned in person at localhost Philly and at home, we want to thank you so much for being a part of day 1 of the NA Regional Finals. Action continues tomorrow, where we crown a regional champ, a T2 champ, and well, we see this guy competing all the way. For our producer, Ferme, our director, Ian, for Caliber Jacob, Foxe, and Laxing, I'm Jonas Willinger saying thanks for watching. The action continues tomorrow at 4 p.m. Doors open here at Localhost at 3. We'll see you then. Have a great night.